Hello, we're the Aspinall Foundation, a charity devoted to conserving endangered species and returning them to the wild. Our work is only possible thanks to the generosity of our sponsors. You could help us to protect 1 million acres of pristine habitat in Congo and Gabon, or operate a gorilla orphanage in Congo, or monitor and protect critically endangered lemurs and their habitats in Madagascar, or rescue, rehabilitate and rewild langurs and gibbons in Indonesia, or undertake emergency animal rescue operations in South Africa. We protect precious animals in the wild and, wherever possible, return captive-born animals to their ancestral homelands. Thanks to your support, the Aspinall Foundation is one of the only charities actively rewilding animals in this way. Will you support the Aspinall Foundation and help us to protect wildlife today? This makes a world of difference to animals in desperate need. Thank you. Hello, we're the Aspinall Foundation, a charity devoted to conserving endangered species and returning them to the wild. Our work is only possible thanks to the generosity of our sponsors. You could help us to protect 1 million acres of pristine habitat in Congo and Gabon, or operate a gorilla orphanage in Congo, or monitor and protect critically endangered lemurs and their habitats in Madagascar, or rescue, rehabilitate and rewild langurs and gibbons in Indonesia, or undertake emergency animal rescue operations in South Africa. We protect precious animals in the wild and, wherever possible, return captive-born animals to their ancestral homelands. Thanks to your support, the Aspinall Foundation is one of the only charities actively rewilding animals in this way. Will you support the Aspinall Foundation and help us to protect wildlife today? This makes a world of difference to animals in desperate need. Thank you. Hello, we're the Aspinall Foundation, a charity devoted to conserving endangered species and returning them to the wild. Our work is only possible thanks to the generosity of our sponsors. You could help us to protect 1 million acres of pristine habitat in Congo and Gabon, or operate a gorilla orphanage in Congo, or monitor and protect critically endangered lemurs and their habitats in Madagascar, or rescue, rehabilitate and rewild langurs and gibbons in Indonesia, or undertake emergency animal rescue operations in South Africa. We protect precious animals in the wild and, wherever possible, return captive-born animals to their ancestral homelands. Thanks to your support, the Aspinall Foundation is one of the only charities actively rewilding animals in this way. Will you support the Aspinall Foundation and help us to protect wildlife today? This makes a world of difference to animals in desperate need. Thank you.
It's the second morning of this game between Kent and Essex. Play due to get underway in a couple of minutes' time. The bell has rung. We haven't seen the Essex pair, Matt Critchley and Feroz Kouchi yet, but Kent waiting patiently. They've got some folding chairs out there to sit on, a few of them. They're probably pretty tired after their first day's exertions. 3-2-7-4-4. Essex, 80 for Matt Critchley, 46 for Feroz Kouchi. 106 partnership between the two of them. Kent will be weary from yesterday and injury reduced as well. More on that anon. A lot of injury news from Kent overnight with my conversation with Matt Walker. You may have heard on our breakfast bulletins on BBC Radio Kent. You may not. You may be in blissful ignorance. But the umpires, Messrs Debenham and Burns, head out into the middle. I'm Matt Cole, and with me today, Don Topley and Roland Butcher. So plenty of runs and wickets in the box once again today. We hope to have other guests coming as well. Toppers has been around the dressing rooms this morning and rousing the players to come up and join us. Some have politely declined because they have other commitments, like playing cricket. But we hope to have guests during the day. But for the moment, morning to Don Topley, and Essex set up well. A great platform for them from yesterday, and a good batting effort it looks.
Very good morning, Matt. Good morning all. Yes. Look, they lost the toss and they batted quite nicely, and they certainly, in the latter session, the evening session yesterday, it was most impressive by Critchley and Kouchi. A bit of poetry there, isn't there? Eh? I quite like that for an early morning. But they really did play very nicely. We did have some serious lightning and thunder last night and quite a lot of rain, but it's not particularly evident now, apart from the entire oval here at Canterbury has sort of greened up and probably is going to be quite heavy on their legs and their thighs and their hamstrings today. They're going, it will be tough.
You're going to racing parlance there. Going soft to heavy, maybe.
Yes.
But for a cricket outfield anyway. Updates coming throughout the day. Don will be doing updates for BBC Essex, of course, and on this feed you'll hear updates for BBC Radio Kent as well. We'll go through that Kent injury news shortly. In fact, in our first preview, I suppose, of the day into our 10:30 on BBC Radio Kent. It's not good. Kent will start with only 9 of the players named in the first 11 to start. Of course, this isn't football. There are 2 subs on as long as they need to use them. Grant Stewart will open up against Feroz Kouchi. Flicked off the leg stump, and that might start with a 4. It does indeed. What a glorious shot that was. Over-pitched by Grant Stewart. But Kouchi goes to his 50. What a fantastic way to do it as well. We've already got a landmark for Essex. 66 balls, 8 fours. He's been a fantastic foil for Critchley at the other end, and now expanding. He looks just like a great stroke player, doesn't he? And a bit of a loosener from Stewart, and it's treated by Kouchi.
I interviewed Antti McGrath last night, and he was purring on the pair of these because they did play nicely with some great shots. But that last ball, or the first ball of the morning, was a leg stump half volley.
And here's Stewart with his second. Kouchi outside the off stump. That's better. Gets a little bit of movement off the pitch, coming back towards the right-hander. The in-seamer through to wicket-keeper, and there's no run. As I said, update coming very shortly for BBC Radio Kent. Or I'm not sure it's an update, the first one. Is it a preview? Is it a scene setter? Something like that, anyway, for the day. But they'll get that on the radio, and you'll hear it. Hopefully we'll all come out of the other end okay. Stewart then bowling third ball of the day, 3-3-1 for 4 Essex. Bowls now to Kouchi, leaves that one's going away from the right-hander. Nice and safely through to the wicket-keeper, Ollie Robinson, who's filling in for Sam Billings, who has a soft tissue injury. It's a groin injury. He will not field for Kent. They're hoping he will bat. No Matt Milnes on the field either. He has a back problem. Never good for bowlers. He is not on the field either. So Kent are reduced in their bowling ranks, but they have a very able deputy, obviously, with the gloves in Ollie Robinson, as Grant Stewart bowls left outside the off stump through to the wicket-keeper, and there is no run. That update coming They are indeed, Jules. And, it wasn't a great day for Kent yesterday. 3-2-7 for 4, Essex starting day 2, having been put into bat by Kent as well. Feroz Kouchi has just gone to 50, the young batter, and 80 for Matt Critchley. They have a century stand already on the board. Further bad news overnight for Kent. Wicketkeeper and captain Sam Billings has a soft tissue injury. He's not on the field today. The glove's been taken by Ollie Robinson in his stead. We hope he'll be fit enough to bat, but also bowler Matt Milnes, they're without him now as well. A back injury sustained yesterday. He's unlikely to bowl. He's not on the field right now. We'll see how they go during the day, but, well, it's not great news, Jules. They really need to be at full strength to try and beat Essex here. At the moment, the visitors are holding sway. 3-3-1 for 4 early on the morning of day 2, and commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. And that guided through third man by Kouchi, and that will be 4 runs. Well, it does indeed go to the boundary. And really, you'd have to say, Don, what Kent needed this morning. I don't want to be Kent-centric, but I'm thinking about their injuries. After a long day out in the field, in the mud, as you might say, what you really want, surely, you want to get together in your huddle in the morning. You want the head coach there going, OK, we're going to bowl better than we did yesterday morning, all guns blazing. That's great, but you've got one of your strike bowlers out. Your captain's out. Jack Leaning obviously will do a great job, but it's not the way exactly to go on the front foot, I would have thought, for day 2. Essex must feel they've got a big chance of racking up a big score here.
Yes, I think you're right. Look, it's not a given that Essex will wrap up a big score here, not at all, but Kent have just got to learn from their mistakes yesterday, and they have the ability to bowl well. Quinn, I thought, bowled quite nicely. Yesterday, Stewart had a spell where he looked the most dangerous, but perhaps it wasn't always consistent. But I have to say, I think Kent were a bit average yesterday, certainly in the first session, but they can make amends today and put Essex under pressure. But these two have played so nicely late last evening. In comes Quinn. Quinn bowls with a ball that's just played on the back foot by Critchley, who looked quite relaxed this morning when I saw him. I had a quick chat with him. In fact, I had a lot of chats with the Kent players and indeed the Essex players. Paul Downton, Jack Leaning, to name a few, and your stalwart Darren Stevens. I even had a selfie with him because you're not too sure how many opportunities there will be. He's off to do a bit of coaching today at Beckenham. We wish him well. His body is holding up, but he has had a couple of niggles and injuries this summer. Quinn's in, again, short of a length and just loosening himself up. And Critchley will be happy to stay on the back foot. Yeah, Darren Stevens has had a couple of niggles, but he had a sort of a chipped or broken collarbone. He hurt his collarbone earlier in the season when he went off to play a second team game, because he had needed a hit and got pinned, and unfortunately that put him out of the early part of the T20, which was, that was a genuine sort of accident rather than a cricketing injury. As Quinn bowls, this is driven nicely on the front foot this time to mid-on, no run. So look, I don't know what's genuinely going to happen, whether he's going to continue playing perhaps elsewhere, but we wish him well. He is a cricketing stalwart, and one of the questions he asked me was, how's my body? And I said, well, can I ask firstly, how's your body? And he said, well, my body is okay, it's a bit sore, but he said I don't generally run in, so I'm never that sore like the guys who pound their way in, as Quinn is doing. Forced off the back foot of a very tall shot, looking for a single, but well fielded at backward point. No chance of a run. Essex were looking for it, but the score remains 335 for 4.
And obviously we make light of his very modest pace and the way he trundles in, but to keep himself going, to bat, to bowl and to field at the age of 46, he's had to be very, very careful with his fitness regimen as well. And more or less, it's individual for him, isn't it? From a Kent point of view, through the last few years, it's been a one-man regimen, as it were. Quinn
in, driven on the front foot this time, up to mid-off, no run. Absolutely an exception rather than the rule. It's unique, and he has been a great servant. Well, Leicestershire, Kent. Critchley Great servant, and you just won't see the likes of those kind of people too often. I think people will tweet in at Toppers Senior at what's the tweet for Kent?
At BBC Kent Sport.
And please contribute. We love interacting with you, as this time it's off the back foot into the offside by Critchley. End of the over, and it's the first over for Matt Quinn, and Essex have reached 335 for 4. What I was about to say was, it's great for you to have interactions, and if people can comment to us about other older cricketers, and I'm thinking of somebody like maybe Fred Truman went down to Derbyshire. Fred Titmus came out of retirement for Middlesex.
He played a long time, didn't he?
He did, but he retired and then he came out of retirement for Middlesex.
Yeah. How old was he when he retired?
I think. Do you know what?
Was it late 40s, even
I
early 50s?
think he was in his late 40s.
Yeah.
Please, if anyone can remember the incidents, but that was
My
Fred
apologies,
Titmus.
I'll put you on the spot there.
Yeah,
but,
no,
just
I'm
from
happy
my
with
dim
that.
memories. Yeah.
Happy with that.
As Stuart bowls now, and Kushi pushes forward. He's on 54. Critchley has 80. Match situation 335 for 4. If you'd like to wax more lyrical, the email address for supporters of both persuasions, or as I always like to say, happy neutrals, kentcricket@gmail.com. We'd love to hear from you on that as well, but get involved today. I'm sure many people would love to talk about Darren Stevens, and it doesn't need much to get me started, and Toppers doesn't know what he's done, just mentioning the great man's name, but it's been fantastic watching him obviously over the years. And Stuart now bowls to Kushi, expanding there, but drives it straight to Daniel Bell-Drummond at a mid-off, and there is no run. So 335 for 4, 8 added to the overnight total. So yeah, it'd be great to hear from you. A few I didn't get to the end of yesterday, so I might just go through a couple of emails that we got then. And
of course, all Essex Persuasion are very happy to email at kentcricket@gmail.com.
I did say that, yeah. We're a broad church. We're very happy to have your emails, whoever you support, or indeed if you're a neutral, and we get one or two, obviously when their teams aren't playing, or just because Don Topley's commentary is so excellent that people will just go and find him. They're like moths to a light bulb.
I was going to say a little bit more like Marmite. Happy with that, though. You are very welcome to disagree with any of my beliefs, but I only have 23 years teaching of the game and as a professional, and have sired
He's calling rank here, you see.
a youngster to go through to the game. So I think I'm quite happy to suggest that I'm quite an experienced person to make comment on.
You're confident in your own views. There we go. But obviously, sport, it's there for opinions, isn't it?
It
we
is.
love about it. We could talk long and hard about the game that we love. As this one seems away, it's low, and Kushi, he can just leave that one alone. It's pretty harmless delivery.
I was late up here this morning because I know one of the ladies in your membership office, and it was delightful to go and see her because I know her son, who's come across to our festivals at Holbrook in Suffolk in the summer. But I was late up here because I had so many decent conversations with members of both Essex and Kent this morning.
As Stuart bowls, it's a better line, but again, it's a comfortable lead for Kushi outside the off stump, and there is no run. This new ball, or newish ball, is, well, I say it's 13 overs old, but it has already been changed, hasn't it? But ostensibly, this is a ball that should be 13 overs old, but it was changed, I think, 5 or 6 overs in. So, but presumably they found another one of this batch of balls, which was of a similar age. Chris got an email from you. I think this was from yesterday night, or maybe maybe from this morning. We'll catch up with that right now. Here's Grant Stewart bowling to Kushi, and runs that very deliberately through gully, and that will be 4 more for him. Last ball of the over, the 93rd it is, and Stewart no fortune with that. It's a whitish ball anyway, and Kushi looking very comfortable. He's on to 58. Critchley has 80. Here's Chris's one. It's one from yesterday, actually. We're talking about the 1983 B&H final. I know you and Roland Butcher were talking about that. He says, good morning. He says, I emailed you yesterday with my memories of the 1983 B&H final as below. And Don said, I got one thing right. Then Wesley was run out, so I never heard what it was. He says, could you please end my suspense and let me know what it was?
I'm sure it was something to do do with Keith Pont being felled
indeed,
and
was
falling on his stumps.
given out hit wicket. There we go. Yes.
By, off the bowling of the late, lovely man, Neil Williams.
And
This time he comes in, does Matt Quinn, and he bowls quite a goodish delivery. Doesn't really encourage Critchley to come on the front foot, but it was a good delivery, played into the offside, no run.
There we are, Chris. I think that was the hit wicket you were saying. The helmet came off and hit the stumps or something.
A full house at Lord's, you can imagine there
Yeah.
was quite an gasp as he fell onto his stumps, and he was hit wicket bowled Neil Williams.
They had a great attack, didn't they, that Middlesex team?
Williams,
Goodness me,
Cowans,
yeah.
Daniel, Embury Edmonds with a bit of Gattin if you needed, and Butcher could bowl a few overs to fill in as well. This time on the front foot, this is played by Critchley into the covers, no run. Quinn's bowling quite nicely here. He's sort of bowling a mixture of just short of a length and pitching it up, but he's bowling and making the Essex men play.
And other injury news, by the way, overnight was, or news for Kent as well, is that Matt Henry will not be coming back, the New Zealand fast bowler, and Navdeep Saini very unlikely because of domestic cricketing commitments for him in India. More on that anon.
Quinn bowls an absolute jaffa there, which drags Critchley forward. He plays and misses. Genuinely good delivery. Lovely to see. Well bowled Matt Quinn.
Just to say, there has been some confusion because of Matt Walker's comments last night about an injury that Matt Henry is carrying. Just to clarify, he is playing an ODI, Matt Henry, against Australia. So some Kent fans are saying, wait a minute, he's not injured. They're monitoring an ongoing problem that Matt Henry has. And obviously, as the governing body holding his contract, New Zealand, they can say he's not to go out of our umbrella.
Inside edge, this time on the front foot, played into the leg side to Bell Drummond. At mid-wicket, there is no run. Quinn's bowling quite nicely here this morning. Yes, I had a long chat with Sam Billings this morning, Paul Downton. But Sam Billings, I know pretty well, of a similar age to my son, and over the years, the family as well, delightful family. And you know, he's frustrated. He had this little niggle, and look, you've got two other keepers out and about in your field. So he felt, as a precaution, he's best coming off. I can confirm I saw him chatting to the referee, and he asked him at what number can he bat. So Sam Billings will take place in this game, and this is played out to mid-on. Well fielded, bit of a clumsy fall, but nonetheless didn't cost his bowler Quinn any runs. Well fielded to that man. I think is it Jack Leaning? No, it's not.
I think that's Podmore up there,
Podmore,
actually. Yeah, he's
touching his knee.
getting up slowly, but as you say, it was an effective stop. But
It was.
in that, was it diving parlance? You wouldn't get anything for style points there, would
What
you?
was the
Wouldn't
old
you think
man,
so?
the old chap on, is it dancing? Len. Len would have
Len
given
Goodman.
him, not
Yeah.
a 7, he would
No.
have given him a very poor 1 for prettiness. Driven up to mid-on, there is no run. End of a very good over by Kent, in particular Quinn, and Essex haven't lost a wicket. They're 339 for 4.
I would never decry Harry Podmore's fielding, and he's a lovely lad to boot. But yeah, he doesn't look. He looks ungainly in the field, but actually he is very effective. It's one of those where obviously he's a tall guy, isn't he? Tall and broad, but actually he's a very decent fielder.
I'm going to say something controversial.
Oh no, go on.
And it's something that I mentioned to you, and I'll look for Butch for some comparisons later. But today's generation of cricketers are finely tuned race animals. Whose was that?
We're not sure about that, but there we go.
I think it.
I'm still not sure about
We're still not sure about that. Here's Stuart outside the off stump. Is it somebody's... well, I think I can... You were on the
Actually,
BBC. Is it someone's...
I think it's my new iPad.
Someone's Siri or Alexa
Yeah.
or other...
It is, I think it's mine. How
yeah, okay.
embarrassing.
Ah.
I don't know
we
what
said whatever
happened.
it was that triggered it. Was it when you say controversial? Perhaps
Yes, I was about to say.
perhaps that's what
The
your
modern
iPod
day
response to.
cricketers are much similar to finely tuned race animals.
So Stewart bowls Takushi outside the off stump, left through to the wicket, but no run.
With respect, they were cracking cricketers, very skilled performers, but someone like, may I suggest, Norman Graham, perhaps if I mentioned to Roland Butcher, Angus Fraser.
Yeah.
Wonderful bowler,
Yeah.
but not necessarily particularly athletic. Peter Such. We don't find so many today. That's the harsh reality, because I think, like in rugby union, wings, three-quarters, wing forwards, they're all built.
You had a brief conversation about that last night, didn't we? And the ball turned into the onside, and I was making the comparison, as you said, with rugby union. These days, centres are built like the old-fashioned second rows, but they can run. They can run 100 metres in under 11 seconds, and that's a very different.
And the props are like perhaps wing forwards, who are particularly mobile.
Very mobile, absolutely right. Yeah.
Very very different society today, and whether we agree with it or not, professional sport demands it.
And Stewart bowling to Cushy outside the off stump, keeps very low, and again a comfortable lead. 339 for 4 Essex, and I suppose it comes from that. Was it Dave Brailsford, the who mentioned that the all the extra 1%? Is that right? Someone will come up with the correct phrase there, but that's the way sport works. And even at county level these days, I say even at county level, but it's exactly the same thing, isn't it? It's fine tuning for those marginal gains. So, as Don said, these are very finely tuned athletes. As Stewart, it's left outside the off stump by Cushy, 58 for him, Critchley 80, which is, by and large, I'm not a doctor, you'll understand that, and my understanding why modern players break down more or are taken off the field for things like soft tissue injuries, where in the past maybe you've been able to struggle through with one of those, but these days you don't want a player breaking down for a longer period of time because they're working at sort of 100% of capacity, or the idea, most of the time. Am I getting anywhere near close? Someone with a medical degree will come on and tell me I'm completely wrong. Well, it's Cadbury fielding at mid-wicket, that's no run, and that is a maiden for Grant Stewart. 339 for 4.
If I say to you, Dr. Cole, that
crikey, that's a worry.
Back in our day, back in Roland's day, he would have played nigh on 7 days a week, 2-3 days, and a John Player League, trapped in the middle of a 3-day game. And even when he went on to 4-day cricket, there would be a tagged on game after a 4-day game. Look, I'm not saying it's right or it's wrong, it's just different. But then was a great time, and we all have great memories of that era. But the question you've got to ask is, the bowlers often ran on empty as Quinn's coming in bowls. This is a good ball that brings Critchley forward, played into the covers. There is no run. They didn't have chance to go to the gym in those days, because they're just, you could maybe in the winter or after September, but you didn't have a real chance. So you would cover for each other at times, and that's what made, say, Roland Butcher's Middlesex attack so special, because they had some, majority of teams couldn't keep it going. Simple as that. And you relied on 2 spinners, Embry Edmonds, East and Ackfield, or Such and Childs, played into the offside. Well, there is no run. Good looking delivery again. Critchley's bowled nicely so far this morning. Quinn's bowled very nicely this morning. So what I would say to you, Matt, is it's a different era. These lads need rest, they need time to go to the gym, because that's what the sport demands today. It may be wrong in some people's eyes, and they're happy to have that opinion. I think this is my personal opinion, perhaps we've gone from one extreme to the other extreme. Perhaps a balance in the middle would be better. This is played into the leg side, nice and straight again from Quinn. Have to say, and I want to say, that Quinn's bowled very nicely this morning. He's bowled particularly straight at the 3 stumps. Yeah,
he's got a lot of compliments from Matt Walker yesterday. Said he thought that Matt Quinn was the pick of the bowlers without much fortune yesterday, and was very impressed by the way he bowled. And he's going to be a workhorse today, isn't he? He may have to take on a lot of the burden with Grant Stewart and Harry Podmore of trying to bowl Essex out here, but Essex going on.
Quinn in, driven down the ground. That's beaten the bowler on his follow-through as he dives on his follow-through and simply mid-off and mid-on go to collect it from the boundary. Super shot there. That's 4 more runs. Super shot from Critchley, who's been, his natural game is quite attacking. He doesn't like to hang around and defend for too long. 3-3-3 for 4. That means from the overnight, Essex have only added, and don't forget there was just that boundary off that last ball. They've only added 6 this morning. So well bowled to Kent, but that was a good looking shot down the ground to the Nackington Road End sight screen.
I'm going to be pedantic. 16.
16, sorry?
3-2-7. Yeah. 3-4-3 now.
Oh, the scoreboard's all wrong.
Ah, there we are. I'm looking at the digital one. It is actually 3-4-3 and not 3-3-3. I see where you are. The Les Ames scoreboard is saying that it's only 6.
It is 3-3-3.
Yeah.
Gosh, I thought it was remarkably quiet on the...
Yeah. But
hey, that's one way to win a game, isn't it?
That's true.
Don't let the scoreboard tick over when the opposition score.
That's a very good idea, yeah.
Fantastic. I wish I thought of that.
They could put the wickets up at a couple of notches.
Yeah. Shall we pretend
well,
it's 3-3-3 for 8? I think we might get a few emails. Or they'll adjust their television sets on the Kent streaming. Quinn in, played into the offside. They take a quick single, and well done to Essex. They both ran on Critchley's call. Good bit of fielding, but they couldn't prevent the single. End of the over, 3-4-4 for 4.
Ben, an Essex fan in Mersey. Mersey. As in
Mersey Island.
It's pronounced the same as the river in.
Oysters.
Is that right? There we go. Mersey, there we go. Thank you very much. It's all well and good, says Ben. Essex putting on a big score against a depleted Kent side. What we need to be careful of is leaving enough time to bowl Kent out twice. And there may be a bit of rain as well, Ben, in the ensuing days. So, but I'm sure, it's a decent point, isn't it? They'll think of that. I'm sure Tom Wesley will have a keen eye, and maybe on the weather forecast as well. We're told, again, the sages here say if it's going to rain, it's probably going to be around 3 o'clock, but all around the country. In fact, other games delayed starts around the country because of rain. As Stewart bowls, bit of a thin sound from Critchley as he drives that low pass the bat up to mid-on. Podmore's in action again, so we're keeping an eye on the skies. It looks like toward the end of the day anyway here, the latter part of the day, if there's going to be any rain. But as I said, a few of those games not getting underway on time this morning. Gloucestershire Somerset yet to start. They're due at 11:15 now. Lancashire Yorkshire is start delayed as well. Hampshire against Northants is underway though, outside the off stump through the wicketkeeper no run, with Hampshire 2-6-3 for 6. Nottinghamshire Leicester in Leicestershire in the second division is back underway. Worcestershire Glamorgan, easy for me to say, that is delayed start, and so too Derbyshire against Durham. So spots of rain around the place, certainly across the county of Kent. There were thunderstorms last night, some heavy rain. Stewart bowls, but got underway on time today. Keeps low. Tester for Ollie Robinson behind the wicket for Kent, and that is a dot ball. 3-4-4 for 4. Be interesting to see, as Robinson has taken the gloves, whether they will alter the Kent batting lineup at all, because Robinson was down to open the batting with Billings keeping, and obviously doing the 2 in a 4-day game can be quite exhausting, can't it? If he'll be on the field, well, at least a day and a bit, Ollie Robinson, and then maybe having to open the batting for Kent as well. We'll see. Rising, good ball from Stewart, that one. Given respect by Critchley and left through to the wicket-keeper.
Well, they've got plenty of options, I think. I mean, Leaning opened at Yorkshire for a period of time.
Bell Drummond could move up into the spot as well. But yes, you're absolutely right, though. Jordan Cox has opened, though he is trying to bat lower down the order this season. So, we'll see. All to be revealed. As Stewart comes in, 2 slips and a gully for Kent behind Critchley, leaves that one again. It's shaping away from the right-hander dot ball. Yeah,
Billings was keen to stress to myself that, look, he was in a bit of pain with his groin, but he did feel that whilst you had 2 other wicket-keepers out on the park, it seemed sensible, rather than him making it potentially worse that he should come off in that instance. But as I said earlier from my chat, that he definitely feels that he's going to be batting possibly when needed later today.
Stewart to Critchley. He leaves that one again. Maiden over from Stewart. He has 1 for 60 from his 23 overs. John's been on the emails, kentcricket@gmail.com, whoever you support. As an Essex supporter, says John, I'm enjoying the coverage of the Kent-Essex match. Very kind of you indeed. In view of Billings' injury, who would you pick as cover for Ben Foakes now in the England Test team, should he be injured? That's a very good point, John.
Well, it can't be Bairstow, sadly. What a day that was to announce the World Cup side.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Half an hour later to announce that he's no longer available. Gosh. Listen. Look, you could look at Billings again, and Billings, don't forget, has been a great servant.
John's saying if Billings is injured,
who would you look at?
And Ben Foakes then gets an injury, because obviously Billings presumably wouldn't be fit enough to play for England now. Who is Ben Foakes' deputy now?
Let's have a little think. Well, Matt Quinn comes in and bowls a very high bouncer that sails through, and the umpire Debenham is happy to suggest that's 1 for the over. First bouncer I've seen. We didn't see many bouncers yesterday. I think I saw 1. And certainly Critchley, I think we haven't seen anyone bump Critchley. So that was that would have been my bowling plan yesterday, certainly. I'm just thinking around the houses now. Foakes gets injured. Who are they going to call upon? This time is an inside edge. Comes forward as Critchley. He's looking for 2. He's not going to get the 2. He quietly turns around to Coochie and says, stay. Sorry, Coochie did. So Critchley is now on strike. The score moves to 345 for 4.
I say he is so reliable. Ollie Robinson will do anything you ask him, and he'll do it very well.
Good.
So I'm saying it with the wry smile, but he's stood in for this one. He's going to open the batting. He could do that for England as well if they want to push someone down the order. Perhaps Zach Crawley at 3, Ollie Robinson. Jordan Cox, of course, is standing next to him, also a fine wicket-keeper batter.
Okay, I'm going to come with a left field.
Been parochial there.
No, happy with that. Quinn bowls. This time Critchley plays into the leg side, takes a single. There's a man back on the boundary in front of the retirement flats here at Canterbury. 1 run. I'm going to come out with Middlesex. Who's it? John Simpson. Okay.
Great with the gloves, yeah. Pugnacious batsman as well. Has experience.
Middlesex supporters would be happy to hear that.
Perhaps we should throw it open to the audience.
Please do.
Nominations now.
Yes, please do. Mine would be John Simpson, definitely. As Quinn's in bowls and threatens to throw the stumps down, as Coochie plays forward, plays it back to the bowler. The bowler collects and threatens to throw. No run. Good bit of cricket there. Nice aggressive bowling. Aggressive batting in terms of a very conventional, but it's a proper forward defensive, powerfully hit back to the bowler who threatens to throw. Good cricket, I like it. 346 for 4. I'm going to have to disappear.
Indeed so. Yes, there we are. We've all got many roles here. It's very difficult watching the cricket. And ball driven back to Quinn, just stings the fingers. Does Coochie with a hard struck ball back to the tall Kent seamer with number 64 on his back. Roland Butcher is going to, I was going to say fill Don Topley's shoes, but it's hardly right, is it really? Both very great quality cricketers and commentators. He's going to take over from Don to my left. Update for BBC Radio Kent radio listeners coming shortly as well. Quinn continues, last ball of this 89th over, and Coochie defends it back at the bowler, and he aggressively throws it to the wicketkeeper Matt Quinn. He's got the proverbial steam coming out of his ears this morning. I'm hoping that's not true of Roland Butcher. Good morning, Roland. How are you?
Yeah, Matt, good morning to you. And another nice morning, September morning, a little bit of freshness around it, but things continuing as they did yesterday for Essex. This partnership continuing, and both of these players again looking in pretty good touch.
Yeah, Kent a bowler down with no Matt Milnes, and a captain down with Sam Billings off the field as well, both with injuries. Jack Leaning taking over. I'll take us through this over if that's okay, Roland, because we'll have an update coming very shortly. Oh, there we go. As I speak, the voice appears. Stewart to Critchley. It just deflects that out to point. And there is a single. So 3-4-7 for 4. Essex, Cushy 59. Critchley 87 now. Taking this on from 2-2-1 for 4. Seems an age ago because it pretty much was. 69th over when Tom Wesley was run out by a combination of Denley and Billings. And Billings in the action actually of breaking the stumps. An athletic part of the run out. Sustained that injury and has been off the field since. But we think will bat for Kent. Updating our radio listeners right now. Yeah, Essex 3-4-7 for 4, Jules. So just taking things on. 20 more added to their score. Not going great for Kent this morning either. They bowled accurate enough. Both Stewart and Quinn, the opening bowlers, seam bowlers, have been good this morning and kept it fairly tight. But there are 2 injured men down, Kent, already this morning. Sam Billings, the captain, sustained a soft tissue injury yesterday and has not taken the field as wicketkeeper and captain today. And bowler Matt Milnes has a back injury. And we don't know if he'll see him again at all in the match. So Kent, a bowler down, a captain down, and at the moment staring down the barrel of a big Essex score. 3-4-7 for 4. The visitors here at Canterbury, and commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app.
Yes, and Stewart will continue to Cushy, and this delivery is outside the off stump, swings away, and Cushy offers no shot. Taken there by the keeper, moving in front of the slip cordon. The 2 slips and the gully in place, a cover point, extra cover in the mid-off. The offside field, and on the onside, just the one man saving the single, the whitish mid-on. Then there's a deep square leg and a long leg.
And welcome to listeners on BBC 5 Live Sports Extra. Matt Cole alongside me, Roland Butcher. Essex 3-4-7 for 4 in their first innings.
And Stewart bowls, and that one's beaten outside the off stump. Followed the good delivery that seemed away from him, and dying towards the keeper, who got both gloves to it, but no touch. So a lovely delivery there to go past the outside edge. And one thing in this game so far, and both yesterday and today, we found that Stewart has consistently done something with the ball. He's done more with the ball than anyone else, and particularly bowling from this end where we are directly behind the bowler's arm, and you can see the amount of movement, and it's quite appreciable as he's in now to Cushy, in bowl to Cushy, and Cushy gets behind a straightish delivery and defends on the offside of the field, and the bowler in his follow through does the fielding.
Yeah, getting some movement again this morning, but Cushy on 59 and Critchley 87. They came together at 221 for 4 in the third session yesterday. Just to update you listeners that are just joining us on 5 Live Sports Extra, and Kent striving for a wicket.
Yes, and Stewart once more. 6 on his back. He's in now, and this delivery is beaten by a beauty. That is the delivery of the day, probably the delivery of the match. Absolute beauty. Moved, bounced, didn't get the edge. Too good for the batsman, and Stewart, he'll be cursing his luck because he's bowled a number of those deliveries. That was perhaps the best of them, but still no result.
I completely agree with you. Best ball we've seen in this whole game. There's not much life in this Canterbury pitch, but Stewart has tried really hard. You're saying he hits the deck hard, Roland?
He got a strong bowling action. He hits the ball into the pitch, not back of a length, but he gets it up there and at a decent pace. But the movement that he gets is tremendous.
Just having a chat with Simon Cook, Kent's bowling coach, was interim head coach for Kent's run in the one-day cup as well. They got through to the final as Quinn bowls to Critchley, just working that into the onside, and there is no run. Just to update listeners again who are just joining us, no Sam Billings or Matt Milnes on the field for Kent today. Both sustained injuries. Jack Leaning takes over as captain at second slip. There are just 2 slips in at the moment, and Ollie Robinson taking the gloves Kent aren't short of a reserve wicket-keepers, that's for sure, in their squad as a whole. And standing next to Ollie Robinson, should anything happen to him, is Jordan Cox, so they're well covered in that way. But bowling resources, with Matt Milnes out, they are down a pace bowler, or a seam bowler, and this is again nudged to mid-wicket, and there is no run. So 2 dot balls, 3, 4, 7 for 4. I'm Matt Cole. Alongside me, yes, it's the Roland Butcher, former Middlesex middle order batter, and we have Don Topley with us as well. As we were saying as we started this morning, I think Don coined this phrase: plenty of runs and wickets in the commentary box today.
Well, at the moment there's plenty of runs. I don't think we've got too many wickets.
Out in the middle.
I don't think Don certainly don't want to see too many wickets fall. Not at this stage, anyway.
As an Essex man, no. Quinn bowls. Oh, did he get a top edge on that? He might have done, I think, from Critchley's reaction. He does. Fingertips from Ollie Robinson. No, spies. There we go. And it goes through. Well, that got some bounce down the leg side. It looked like Critchley had gone for it, and he made a sort of gesture, Critchley. His shoulders went up almost as if he was worried that he had nicked it through to the wicket keeper, but umpire says byes. 350 up now, another batting bonus point for Essex. 3-5-1 for 4, so explosive, but 4 more runs.
Yeah, and the first sign of aggression there by Quinn. He actually banged that one into the turf, and it did actually get up at a decent height and a decent pace, so that's encouragement for the faster bowlers.
Absolutely. So 87 for Critchley as he faces, and defensively, or a gentle drive up to mid-off, and there's no run there. The field then 2 slips. It's Cox and Leaning next to Robinson, then Bell Drummond at point. Looks like Compton at cover. Mid-on and mid-off are Denley and Podmore. One of the subfielders under the floppy hat, I think, at mid-wicket. Hamid Kadri, the other one, is at deep square leg, and Grant Stewart at long leg at the moment is the field here. A little bit of cloud over the sun right now as Critchley works that away, just rolls the wrists over it backward of square leg, and that will be a single added to his total. 3-5-2 for 4. And you said a little bit of bounce from Grant Stewart, a bit of aggression from Matt Quinn. I wonder if is that the way to go, do you think, on this
Well,
surface?
I'm a bit surprised that the way things were going yesterday, that they didn't have at some stage that plan, particularly against Wesley, who against the short ball has some fallibilities. They were just content on trying to hit line and length and seam it away. Didn't really bowl enough aggressive deliveries.
As Quinn now will bowl to Feroz Kushi, who has 59 so far from 93 balls. Make that 59 from 94. Just a gentle defensive shot to mid-wicket, and that is the end of the over. 3-5-2 for 4 Essex. Very much bossing this with their batting bonus points so far. 4 of them, Kent, with just the 1 bowling point, and a bowler down as well this morning. Some cloud cover. We're expecting there may be some rain later on, but it's likely to happen 3-4 o'clock if it happens. We're hoping to avoid it, obviously.
Well, yesterday they said it's come around lunchtime and it didn't, so maybe today we'd have a similar situation. But in the meantime, I think Kent have got more worries. Apart from that, it's really trying to, number one, break this partnership and get deep into the Essex innings, as Stewart will continue with 2 slips and a gully as the close catches. He's in now, and this delivery is beaten outside the off stump. A lovely away swinger once more, and Critchley drawn into that delivery. The ball moves away from him, doesn't take the edge, but goes through at a nice height and a nice pace to the keeper. And I think the way that he's bowling, he may well be perhaps have another attacking fielder in that area and in the slip cordon, because the ball is moving appreciably. He's got a point on the boundary, and could easily take a man from the onside and put into the slip area. As Stewart is in balls and is running down past the man from point on the boundary, comes around to his left. He'll get a single, Critchley. And with that, he goes on to 89, brings Cushy on strike, and the deep square leg goes out to Cushy. And again, perhaps a little bit of a negative situation here developing. I know Kent, they're behind the 8 ball, but at the same time, the best way to slow the opposition down is to try and get some wickets. And you're more likely to get something in the slip cordon than out at deep square leg. As Stewart is in now, Tokushi bowls outside the off stump with a swinger, watches it swinging away and allows that one to go through to the keeper. No run.
He's looking for Rose Kushi. He's early in his career, so just looking at this, I think this is his 8th first-class match, so has a high score of 66 so far. He's not far off that. Matt Critchley on 89 so far. But yeah, it's an interesting balance, isn't it, to strike between trying to keep the runs down and trying to take wickets.
As Stewart approaches the umpire now, balls, and that's cracked away to point, and really Kushi would feel missed out on that delivery because he could have hit that anywhere, but he hit it straight to the field at point quite firmly. Who does the fielding, and there's no run.
Yeah, it's Denley at point there, who ran out Tom Westley yesterday with a, well, first he saved 4 runs, didn't he, in a fantastic throw through to the wicketkeeper's end. But Sam Bennings injured in that run out and hasn't been on the field since.
Stewart approaches the umpire, bowls, and that's driven firmly through the offside. That's a lovely shot, and he will get 4. Authentic push through the offside, over pitch delivery, just swinging away, and Kushi just coming onto the front foot, stroked it to the left of mid-off, who cannot get around, and he gets a boundary. A lovely shot.
Yeah, super shot from Kushi. 63 he has. Obviously a stroke player, coming in at 6 for Essex here. Decent crowd in again today. I think they're coming in dribs and drabs still.
Yes, and Stewart, see how he responds. He's in now too, Kushi in bowls, and that's edged, and he's going to get runs here. It's running down towards the 3rd man. I don't think it'll go for 4, as the man from point has to do the chasing. The returner's on its way, but he'll get 2. So the over comes to an end, and another moral victory there for the bowler, but it went to ground and 2 to Kushi. He now goes to 66, and at the end of that over, 355, is it?
9 now,
9,
yeah, 3.9, yeah.
I wish they would, certainly on the manual scoreboard, they would bring the runs a little bit lower. It almost gets caught with the with the L in total. But that's the over completed, and Essex continue on their merry way this morning.
They do 107 overs bowled, so they have 3 more to wrap up whatever bonus points they can. Essex looking in no hurry to try and chase the bonus points. As you can understand, they just want to build a big total here, don't they, I suppose, regardless.
Yeah, that's important. Just get, big first inning score and then put the opposition, who are players injured, under pressure.
As Quinn bowls to Critchley, inside part of the bat, just guides that behind square, and that'll be a single. As Kadri fields, coming in from the leg side boundary. Diminutive off spinner. His dark blue Kent cap on. Sleeveless jumper as well. Few jumpers out there today. It's cooler than it was yesterday. Certainly feels less humid as well, perhaps because of the overnight rain. And it really did feel, you can understand why, from the layman's point of view anyway, Kent bowled yesterday, having won the toss, because it was muggy. Conditions look like there's a bit of green on top, but haven't managed to get much out of this pitch so far. 360 for 4 as Quinn bowls to Kushi, ducks underneath the bouncer. They're getting aggressive from Quinn. It's not a bad bounce on that ball.
Yes, and Kushi played it quite well actually. Initially shaping to get into line and then just ducked under it. It's quite a straight bouncer. It was a good one. And I still feel Kent made a mistake yesterday. I even though you could see tinges of green, the pitch was pretty brown, and I was a bit surprised when they actually decided to field.
You were, fair enough. It's Quinn then bowls to Kushi. 65 he has, cuts that away. It's a good stop from Daniel Bell Drummond at point, and there is no run. Compton receives the ball from him.
Yeah, good shot. Just punched it off the back foot there, and a yard wide, and he certainly would have got 4.
Yeah, it was hit very strongly indeed. So 360 for 4 here. Your email's coming in on kentcricket@gmail.com. Thank you very much indeed. Paul saying, it's because Don Topley was talking about Fred Titmus. You're correct. Fred Titmus played for Middlesex, age 49. There we go. You probably know about that run. It's driven up to mid-on, and there's no run.
Well, yeah, I mean, Fred Titmus played actually 5 decades.
He made a one-match comeback, says Paul, in 1982.
Yeah, he played 5 decades.
Yeah, incredible.
Unbelievable.
He'd gone to Lords as a spectator in 1982 and was asked by Mike Brearley to play. Does that sound right? There we go. We've got someone inside the squad here, Ronan Butcher, so you might know. Growing up in Scarborough, says Paul, I saw several players from a bygone age, as it was common then for coaches to play for second 11s. As Quinn, as a bouncer there, taken on by Kushi, and that will be 4 runs. That has flown away. 6 runs, in fact. I beg your pardon, that's the first 6 of the match. And Kushi moves his score on personally to 71. It's his career high in first-class cricket as well. 71 from 102 balls. Didn't need much invitation from Matt Quinn to take that on.
Yeah, that's a terrific shot. I mean, in front of square, not just for 4 but for 6. There's 2 men out. And having ducked at a previous bouncer, he decided, well, he's going to take this one on and got the maximum.
Dan, great to hear from you on kentcricket@gmail.com. A Lancashire fan, but listening to the commentary as Lancs are off at the moment as Quinn bowls to Kushi. And trying to get on the front foot there into the offside. End of the over. 3-6-6 for Essex here on BBC Radio Kent, BBC Essex and 5 Live Sports Extra. So Dan saying, just joined you as it's raining at Old Trafford in the Roses match. Come on Yorkshire, he says. Sorry, I said you're a Lancashire fan, didn't I? Sorry, you're a Yorkshire fan. Crikey. I might not get out of this one alive. Dan Red, thank you very much for your email. He said, love my trips down to Canterbury, but how I miss seeing that beautiful lime tree that lay within the boundary ropes. He says how beautiful it was. What a special feeling it provided to any game. Talking about less sylph-like players, he says, I feel it's sad that some very fine players have been overlooked at the highest levels, with obviously Samit Patel in mind, who many will consider should have had a better run in the national side. I agree with Don Topley, says that we've gone from one extreme to the other, he says, in terms of fitness. Don was talking earlier, I should paraphrase that. Anyway, thanks for the lightness of touch that your comms bring to the match. That's very kind of you. Thank you very much, Dan, indeed. I'm delighted and I have to say, very blessed to be joined by Ronan Butcher and Don Topley today, give their considerable experience. You're not missing any cricket because there's been, well, we're going to have another ball change. Goodness me. How often has this happened during this season? The new ball, I think, was changed within 10 overs, the second new ball, and this one is, well, we're through 108 overs, so could only be 12 overs old. Am I right in saying that? What am I talking about? Sorry, it's 80 overs, 28 overs old, so it's not that, certainly, and they're getting another one out from the little black box, so this has been a recurring theme during this summer.
Yeah, it's been really a summer of changed balls. That's why I always sum this up. And I guess as a result, you've seen so many runs as well. So it's plenty of runs and plenty of changed balls.
I think people have been talking a lot, cricket fans and cricket coaches and players, about the balance between bat and ball. And it's a very obvious strategy by the ECB to put more runs in the pitches, I suppose, is to be fair, to try and make a better contest. But I think it's coincided with the balls they've had this year have gone soft very, very quickly and gone out of shape very quickly as well.
Yeah, that's been unfortunate. There's nothing wrong with producing pitches where you score runs, and I mean, because you have to learn to bowl on those pitches. I mean, generally Test match pitches are pretty good, so once you step up to the next level, you're going to have to bowl on good pitches anyway, so you might as well get used to it at this level. But the only thing that's really compounded the situation is the poor quality performances of the balls. That really has been just the one factor that has really impacted the season.
Yeah.
But it looks like when they do decide to change the ball, Daniel Bell-Drummond will take over from Stewart.
Yeah.
And I thought Stewart looked, at the end of yesterday, he looked tired. You could see it in his movements. He had to be stretching. Probably a little bit stiff again this morning. Bowled a couple of good deliveries, but not the same sort of threat as yesterday. I think that was really down to being tired. You could see his body was not able to do what he wanted it to do, and that's really to the detriment of Kent, because they're bowler down already, and you know, your front line bowler, if he's not at full fitness either, that really creates a real problem. Yes, Bill Drummond will continue, and don't think his field will be too attacking. Not at that gentle medium pace.
He got a wicket, I think it was in his third over. He was brought back into the attack, and he wasn't. He got the wicket of Dan Lawrence. I think it was more or less a full toss that Lawrence played around.
So he's got a fairly widespread field here. He's just got two players in the catching position. He's got a first slip, and then he's got a gully. So those are the only two, and he's got an extra cover. He's got a mid-off. He's got a man on the cover point boundary. Mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square leg, and a long leg. As Bill Drummond, with his first delivery this morning, in and bowls, and that's down the leg side. And my God, he has strangled him down the leg side. Critchley trying to flick a loose delivery down the leg side, gets an edge. It goes through to the keeper, who takes the catch, dive into his left, and Bill Drummond, the man with the golden arm, new ball, new bowler, first ball, wicket. Sometimes this game can be so cruel. Critchley goes for 90.
Well, Critchley's played so well, and that will be one of the worst deliveries he's faced, I think, in that long innings. 90 from 179, Essex 366 for 5, and Danny Bill Drummond has, well, very much a loosener. Will be very fair to him down the leg side. It's been flicked on by Critchley, looking for more runs. And yeah, good catch from Robinson, but a wicket out of nowhere for Kent. Big stand as well between those two. 145, sorry, yes, 145, I think, the partnership between the two of them. It's
such an awful way to go. I mean, I reckon that's probably where Don Topley got me out as well.
We were
probably strangled down the leg side.
We were talking yesterday about, of course, these two greats, Don Topley and Roland Butcher, have met each other many times on the cricket field, and we went through the times that Don had got Roland out, somewhat unfairly, although a couple of those occasions you'd scored quite a lot of runs before that happened, Roland, hadn't you?
Yeah,
so
strangled on the leg side, no doubt.
Yeah, you're assuming. Don tells it differently, but the two
what
of them...
What did he say? Pitch, leg, hit off.
Well, listeners will be delighted to hear that in 5 minutes' time after my update, the two of them will be locking horns once again, and we can take them through yesteryear, and Roland can tell you how unlucky he was, and Don can tell you how brilliantly he bowled, or something like that. I'm not quite sure.
Yes, and the picture has changed, and Rossington comes to the crease, and Bill Drummond has got 2 wickets. His figures are quite flattering for a very gentle medium-paced bowler, but he's done what the others couldn't do.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say the 2 deliveries that he's the full toss to which Lawrence played around and the ball on the leg side.
Yes.
Golden arm. That's what you get.
He's in now. Let's see what he produces now for Rossington bowls, and Rossington has to defend a ball which is bang on the target and plays it back on the onside of the pitch, and there is no run. And yes, he is really gentle, Bill Drummond. There's no great fire in his bowling, but you look at the wicket columns and you see 2, so he's done exactly what he's been asked to do, which is to break the partnership and deny Critchley what would have been a richly deserved 100 as Bill Drummond bowls, and this one is played off the outer half of the bat, trying to play it down the ground. He's going to get off the mark, Rossington, as it goes out to cover point. Fielder's on the boundary, he comes in, he gets a single, brings Cushy on the strike, who's on sub-D1. And speaking to Don yesterday, he was asking me about Cushy, and I've been pretty impressed with the way he's batted. Particularly, you know, he's lined the ball up nicely. He's got into good positions, give themselves a chance. And saying that, I'll probably put the commentator's curse on him now, and he'll do something uncharacteristic. As Bill Drummond comes in now, bowls to Kutchi and gets a Yorker. Good delivery, that one. It was just zeroing in on the stumps, but he gets the bat down just in time. Hesitation looking for a single from the non-striker Rossington, but I think Kutchi was more concerned the fact that he kept it out and was on the back foot, so the single not taken. Good response.
Yeah, indeed so. So Beldramon's bowled 3 better balls than the one that got Critchley out. I know that's not.
Yeah,
that
that last delivery was a good one.
Yeah.
You got to give him credit for that delivery. Nothing strangling about that. He no balls, and that's just coming back at the right-handed batsman, and he has to play up to bid on, and there is no run. Just late in swing there from Bill Drummond. Maybe I'm doing him a disservice. Maybe he's a better bowler than he appears, but certainly this over, apart from that first delivery, he's been bang on target with every delivery.
Yeah, very much a part-timer. I think for me, he's been a bit underbowled by Kent, I think, in opportunities where certainly they conceded a lot of runs this summer.
He's in no balls to Kushi balls, and that's driven hard up to mid-on, but he won't beat the fielder. End of a successful over. Just the 1 run coming off that over by Bill Drummond, who gets a good hand from this sizable crowd here at Canterbury, and at the end of the over, it's 367 for the loss of 5.
I guess with the more part-time bowlers, you don't get that consistency, do you? So over a 6-7 over spell, perhaps there are going to be a large percentage of bad balls.
Yeah, I mean that's why they're part-timers, because obviously they don't have that ability to be, consistent over a long period. So they will, in many ways you try to get what you can out of them, and I think you've done well so far to get 2 wickets out of him as well. So saying that, I'm sure that he'll continue to bowl, because the team, you're down the fast bowler already.
Yeah,
so
no
it's going to be
doubt,
important that he gets some overs in, change of bowling.
Yeah, it's going to be Harry Podmore from the far end, number 74 from 19 so far. I'll take you through this over. There'll be an update coming for BBC Radio Kent listeners, as well as on this stream with BBC Essex and a 5 Live Sports Extra. And then when I'm done, it'll be Don Topley to join Roland Butcher in the commentary position. Podmore then bowling, it's a wide one from Rossington, but he's given that one the treatment, and just swinging his hands gently through it, and that has raced to the boundary for 4. Rossington, he's broad, muscular, and hits the ball very hard indeed, and that was a loose one for Podmore to start.
Yeah, it was didn't have a great deal of pace on it. It wasn't the worst delivery, but he just hit through the line. Obviously trusted his eye and timed it perfectly. Could easily have gone straight to extra cover, but it just went between the two, so he gets on the first boundary.
Yeah, no foot movement was there. It's reaching away from his body, Rossington, but very solid hit. Podmore to him once again. Oh, playing a miss, most definitely down the 4th, 5th stump line. That's a good reply from Podmore through to wicketkeeper Robinson.
Yeah, nice delivery. Again, the batsman looking to drive, not really in a good enough position to do that. Ball moves away from him, and fortunately for him, it didn't get an outside edge.
Yeah, Rossington so solid in the ball before. He has 5. Kushi has 71. A career high for Feroz Kushi in his 8th first-class match. The middle order batter. Podmore goes back to his mark now. 2 slips in behind Adam Rossington, and Rossington plays forward defensive up to mid-off, and there's no run there. 3-7-1 for 5 Essex. They resumed this morning 3-2-7 for 4. The 1 wicket 2 to fall. If you're just joining us, Matt Critchley going in the previous over. Daniel Bell Drummond brought into the attack by captain Jack Leaning and struck with his first ball, albeit a fairly wayward one down the leg side, but Critchley helped it down leg side, and a low catch by Ollie Robinson, who's standing in for Sam Billings, the injured Sam Billings, behind the stumps. Is Podmore then to Rossington, a little bit uppish. Oh, does it just die on Compton there? Looked like a chance to me. Diving to his right, Compton. Could he have got there, I wonder? They come through for a single. Through extra cover, but definitely uppish.
Yeah, just really, again, not in a good position. striking the ball a bit on the up, and nearly caused this downfall that could easily have gone to the fielder.
Good indeed. So, update coming for BBC Radio Kent listeners on the radio. If that's not a tautology, 372 for 5, 71 for Rose Cushy, 6 for Rossington as Podmore comes in to bowl to Cushy. Defends it into the offside and there's no run. Well, we've got a little bit of a glimmer of light for Kent. Daniel Bell-Drummond, a part-time bowler, has been brought into the attack by Kent and struck with his first ball. It wasn't a good delivery, Jules, and Matt Critchley, who was on 90 at the time, absolutely sickened to see a flick down the leg side caught by wicketkeeper Ollie Robinson. We don't care, of course, from a Kent point of view, how good the quality of the deliveries are if they take wickets. 372 for 5, though, Essex. It's a commanding score already for Rose Cushy, has a career high 71 not out, the young middle order batter. And Adam Rossington has 6. Kent are 2 players down coming onto the field for the second day of 4 here at Canterbury, with captain Sam Billings and bowler Matt Milnes both off with injuries. End of the over. Essex 372 for 5. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. And that is the end of the over. I'll make way for Don Topley, who'll join Roland Butcher.
Yes, and the over completed, so it's 372 for 5, 71 to Cushy, and Rossington, he is on 6. He'll take straight to Bell-Drummond, and Bell-Drummond will pretty much the same field. Looks the deep square leg is coming up, so he's going to go into, just wait and see the position he's going to go into, and obviously he goes into the slip cordon. So there's no 2 slips in the gully, and Bell-Drummond starts his run in now to Rossington, and bowls to Rossington short. Rossington pulls up in the air, he could be out, and he is. And Bell-Drummond has done it again, not with the best of deliveries, but it doesn't have to be, and Rossington really chanced his arm from the first ball, and really I was not surprised to see him go as he skied the ball out to the lone fielder in the deep on this square leg boundary, coming around to mid wicket, takes an easy catch. Rossington goes, and the 6th wicket goes down. Bell-Drummond has got his 3rd on Topley.
Very good morning to you, Roland. Good morning, listeners. Yes, Kent have got a couple of wickets, which will give them a bit of hope, because it was a difficult day, and then to walk out this morning with 2 players less, Billings and indeed Milnes, well, they'll be desperately pleased to have secured 2 wickets this morning. 372 for 5. Rossington's gone, and the overnight man Matt Critchley. To Bell-Drummond, of all players, he came on quite early yesterday morning when they couldn't get a wicket, but as you said, he's got 3 for. It's interesting that Bell-Drummond and Adam Rossington would have grown up together. They played a lot of cricket against each other, a same age, England sort of youth as well as Middlesex and Kent. But they would have played together and toured together as a sort of England 15, 16 and 17s, and played a lot of cricket against and with each other. And I still know they're pretty good friends. So he'll remind him, no doubt, in the pub.
Well, I'm sure he's probably reminded him before he left the field, but it was just a shortish delivery and very impetuous Rossington. I mean, he'd given 2 possible chances before that. He hit the first one for 4 through the extra cover region eerily. Then he just a couple of balls previous to that missed the extra cover. Just diving, couldn't get his hand to it, and on this occasion he picked the lone fielder in the deep, and he's got to go. But Bell-Drummond will take it whichever way, and his figure's now looking extremely impressive. He's now picked up 3 wickets, the new man at the crease, as Bell-Drummond starts his run in, and this first delivery beats him outside the off stump. Ooh, that's the best delivery he's bowled.
He's an all-rounder
and
now.
He didn't get a wicket. So what it tells you about this game, you don't have to bowl a good ball to get a wicket. Perfect delivery, pitching on or about off stump. Batsman going forward, going past the outside edge.
Well, at youth level, Daniel Bell Drummond was schooled at Millfield, played Kent Youth as a England youth age groups as well. And in his county age groups, he would have been a genuine all-rounder. Maybe he is today.
In bowls to Snater, and he's straight at delivery, and he gets very watchful and defends it up to mid-on, and there is no run. I think Bill Drummond now is probably full of confidence, really wondering why he wasn't given the ball earlier. And he's certainly done the job so far today. He's got the 2 wickets to fall, and I think I can just think of a single scored off him as well, so he's done a pretty good job. He's in now to Snater in bowls, and he's fortunate this one down the ground. There's runs here. He's gone for one, should come back for two. Will there? Yes.
Slips in a bowler's end of the nets beneath the Frank Woolley stand.
Yes, so Stuart, who's had to do a lot of work with the ball, had to chase that one down in front of us, and on one of the used pitches. Obviously, it's pretty wet, that area. It fell over.
Now, you enjoy your football.
Lucky not to have injured himself.
You enjoy your football. Where he just slipped on the bowling ends of the practice nets was like the old baseball ground penalty spot.
Yes, so this is driven and not where he wanted to go. He was hitting down the ground, Snater, but he gets it off the outer half of the bat, and it goes down to third man. He'll get a boundary, and moral victory there again for Bill Drummond, because he induced a very, very, I wouldn't say one of the best shots down top.
Fortuitous.
He's really hitting that over the top, and he had the luck with him, so he gets the boundary, and the score now goes on to 378 for 6. And Bill Drummond, with the final delivery in his 8th over, he's into Snater, bowls, and he's working this one out to deep mid wicket, who comes off the boundary. He's going to get a single. He will retain the strike, and at the end of the over, 379 for 6, and he now moves on to 7.
Yes, where we saw Grant Stewart slip in the bowling follow-through areas on the pitches here at Canterbury, the in front of the Frank Woolley stand. Well, it's like a bit of a ploughed field now, but it certainly resembles the penalty spot at the old-fashioned baseball ground at Derby. You know, when pitches were terrible in the 1970s, and it resembles that there. They're going to have to let it dry out a little bit and probably roll it back in. But that is the kind of injury or incident that could cause a bowler like Grant Stewart a groin strain or a hammy or a calf. Very difficult, or even slip over on his ankle. So, you know, you do have to be aware. There was a lot of rain in Canterbury. Thunderstorms and lightning last night.
Were you awake? Were you awake?
It woke me up. It woke me up twice. Yes, very heavy rain. As Podmore comes in, very full delivery to Snater. Snater digs it out with an open face bat and runs it down to the Frank Woolley stand for 4. Snater, I mean, Essex is lower middle order. You have Critchley, Cushy, and then Rossington and Snater. I would tend to say all 4 of those are very attacking batsmen. Snater, who came from Zimbabwe via Amsterdam or Holland, is a very aggressive, low, probably slightly better than a bowler.
But Cushy hasn't played an attacking innings yet. He's
this morning. Played some good shots last night.
He's played a batsman innings.
Proper innings.
Proper innings.
As Podmore comes in, nice and tall, bit down the leg side through to the keeper. Robinson, where there is no run. 383 for 6. We've got a bit of, well, there's blue sky above to our left, above the retirement flats. There's very high grey cloud at the moment. Over to the hospital we can't quite see because of the Frank Woolley stand blinding us. But we are hoped to have a full day's play, certainly to sort of 3-4 o'clock maybe. We hopefully won't be interrupted. Podmore, in he comes, bowling to Snater, who plays across the line, gets a leading edge, and he's been caught at mid-off. I think it's Matt Quinn, I think it is, from the far side of the ground in front of the Les Ames stand. and Snater has to go. And Kent, well, they've got their third wicket of the morning, that of Shane Snater, and the score is 383, and this is very much becoming Kent's morning.
I'm a bit surprised about the way that Snater and Rossington have approached this batting this morning. Really, neither of them have given themselves a chance to get in. They've just played with a lot of risk. You've got the young man at the other end who's been batting extremely well, and these two batsmen should be supporting him to try and get him towards 100. Instead, they've come in and gifted their wickets away with some really poor shots, actually. I mean, he was flicking that over mid-wicket, and he was caught at mid-off. Let's hope that the new man can provide some sanity
Ben
to the innings.
Allison, a young man, is striding to the crease with number 55 on his back.
It would really be unfortunate if Cushy has to remain on 80 odd not out because of the way the lower order have batted. And really, these batsmen should be just hanging around to help him to get towards that 100.
They should. Both these men have come through the Essex pathway. When you look down the list of the Essex players, actually, Brown, Cook, Wesley was from Cambridge but Essex pathway, Lawrence, Cushy, Critchley came through, I think it is Lancashire and Derbyshire. Rossington was through Middlesex. Snater was from abroad. Allison, Cook and Porter. You can see there's a high percentage that have come through the Essex pathway, which is always good to celebrate. So Allison is at the crease, he's taken guard, bat is down, and in comes Podmore from the Nackington Road end. He comes in bowls, first delivery, drags the tail ender forward. He respects it, plays it with soft hands, full frontal part of the bat face, and it was indeed a good ball, Roland Butcher, by Podmore.
Yeah, and I mean, and defended properly, and that's what's required now, really, of the incoming batsman. You can't afford to get bowled out and leave, your main batter stranded at the other end. Somebody's got to show a little bit of fight and hang in there.
Well, Rossington was needed to hang around, really. He is a very positive player, and if he hangs around for 40 minutes, he gets a few runs. Through to the keeper, outside off stump, shoulders, arms, and there is no run.
Yeah, left alone again there by Allison, just watching that one swing away to the wicket keeper. But yeah, those two wickets really were gifts.
Yep.
Two very poor shots. The one trying to pull a ball from outside the off stump, and the other one really whipping it over mid wicket. He's only just come in, really. The ball's still doing a little bit, particularly when it's pitched up.
That's the key, isn't it, Roland? As Podmore comes in, this is driven with an open face, runs down to the vacant third man. They turn for two, but there is not two. Well fielded, well chased by the man at backward point. And that concludes the wicket taking over. And it is now 384 for 7, with Ben Allison on 1 and Cushy, who has played so well last evening on 71, and I think he certainly has impressed you, Roland Butcher.
Yes, he has. I've been very impressed the way he's compiled his runs. There's nothing lucky about what he's done. I think he's shown good method, good technique, and also very good temperament. So they figured in that excellent partnership with Critchley, but he's going to have to watch for the non-strikers then, as Bill Drummond is going to start his over looking for his 4th wicket.
That new Kent all-rounder.
That new, yes. No more an occasional bowler. Because he's now calling the tunes, really. He's not. He's no longer a backup. He's the man. He's looking for his 4th wicket. As he's in now to bowl to Allison. In bowls to Allison. And Allison allows that one to go through. Just moving away outside the off stump. And just being very watchful. And it goes through, and Bill Drummond putting a little bit more effort into that delivery. It's so funny, Don, when you have these part-time bowlers, they just run up initially and just let it go, and suddenly when they get a wicket, they suddenly feel that they've cracked it, and they've now got to really give it a full go.
It's about confidence, isn't it? Eh?
And,
You get a couple of wickets, you can let the ball go.
Bill Drummond in bowls to Allison, and Allison's right forward, meeting that with a full face of the bat. Plays it back to the bowler, and there's no runs.
At schoolboy cricket, Ben Allison was considered a genuine all-rounder. He could bat. So he has a golden opportunity here with the ball. How many overs old? It must be, well, it's probably 40, just under.
Well, I think this is another change ball, actually.
Another change ball.
This
But
was, so it's
well,
only
hopefully it's
at least 5.
similar.
And Bill Drummond's in bowl to Allison, and that's a good shortish delivery, banged into the turf. And suddenly the confidence is there with Bill Drummond to attempt to get some pace off the pitch, and he did. But it was well played by Allison as well. He watched it, just stayed inside the line, taken by the keeper about shoulder height. So
I have to ask you, Roland, in your days when you came on to bowl, and I remember you bowling a bit.
did I get? I can't remember getting you out. did I?
No, you didn't.
No, sorry. Bill Drummond once more to Allison in bowls, and Allison attempts to start. He started to play it, and at the last moment just took the bat away, which means he's actually watching the ball, and it goes through to the keeper.
If people can remember your era, listen, you just asked, did you ever get me out? No, because I'm afraid Wayne Daniel, Norman Cowans or Neil Williams had already been there, to be brutally honest.
Well, how stupid of me to even imagine
I
that.
dreamt of getting to Embry and Edmonds.
Those were the days. Bill Drummond once more. He's got 3 wickets to his name. He's in now. Balls to Allison. Yorker length. I guess Allison digs this one out. Goes to backward point. Can't score. And pressure maintained. Bill Drummond bowling with 2 slips and a gully to Allison. And Allison, in the few balls that he's faced so far, looks as if he's going to try and hang around, which is a very sensible thing to do when you're batting with someone who's been batting as well as Coochie, and who's looking forward to getting his maiden first class 100. As Bill Drummond in now with the final delivery of this over in balls to Allison, and Allison turning this on the onside.
Well run.
He's going to get a single. Have to wait and see whether there's just pad involved. Yes, there was only pad. Over comes to an end. Leg by to the total. The score goes on now to 385 with that last ball. Bill Drummond now has figures of 3 for 29 in his 9 overs, and doing a very good job for his team.
He is. The overnight total was 327 for 4 to recap, and it was a splendid 145-run 5th wicket partnership by Critchley and Coochie before Critchley was caught. Robinson bowled by Bill Drummond for 90, 366 for 5, and then since then we've lost Rossington and Snater, 372 for 6, 383 for 7. And it's going to be Coochie and Allison to continue for Essex, who were asked to bat yesterday morning and did bat well in the first and third sessions of yesterday. Podmore's in, this time drags Allison forward to an immaculate forward defensive, played back towards the bowler. There is no run. 385 for 7 with a bit of grey sky here. The lights are not on, but it's not dark enough to go off.
Not at all. But Don, that's not a shot that we saw you play when you played against Middlesex, because it was never in that half of the pitch when you were.
It wasn't.
when you were there.
No. I was always looking to play back or leave it as Podmore bowls. This is driven nicely on the front foot down the ground, but well fielded at mid-on. No run, 385 for 7. When you look back to your career and the team, the bowlers you had, and we talk about, we talk about Wayne Daniel, wonderful servant of Middlesex cricket, great overseas professional, Neil Williams, Norman Cowans, Simon Hughes, and then your 2 spin twins.
Don't forget Mike Selvey.
Mike Selvey, but going back to Mike Selvey, there was a great fella called Vince van der Bijl, a South African, very tall, honourable man. As Podmore comes in, there's a little bit of bounce, but outside off stump, and the Essex number 9, Ben Allison, is happy to lead.
Yeah,
when you were in the field,
well played.
when you were in the field with that group, you know, it must have been great to have a bit of pace, bit of skill, bit of armoury, and a bit of guile with those two spinners.
Absolutely. I mean, you always felt that you were in the game, that one of those guys could change a game at any time, and invariably they did. You spoke about Vincent van der Bijl. I mean, he was magnificent.
1980.
1980, he played the one season, he got 80 odd wickets.
Podmore at the crease, bowls. Oh, good delivery, hangs back, probably on a goodish length, didn't come right forward, but that's a good delivery that squared up Allison. He didn't nick it, but it's gone through to the keeper, and there is no run.
Yeah, lovely delivery, outswinger, just moving off the seam. But Allison playing inside the line, didn't follow it, which was the important thing. He kept playing the line.
Perhaps a batsman would have followed it.
Probably, and
nicked
be
it.
caught it slip.
That's right, where the tail ender just not quite sure of his off stump.
Yeah.
We often hear about that. Podmore in again, bowls. This is pitched up, driven into the leg side. Probably closed the face slightly as he takes the single out to square mid on. 1 run to Ben Allison, which brings Cushy on to strike. Podmore, for me, is a nice tall bowler. He's very tall, but he also bowls at 12 o'clock, and you can sense, even at this distance, that his fingers stay behind the seam and therefore has the ability to hit the seam, and when it does swing, he'll have the opportunity to swing the ball as well. So it pleases me.
I just wondered whether he could probably be a little bit quicker.
Yeah, possibly. He's coming back, though, from injuries, I believe. This is driven it from leg stump out to mid-on. There is no run, and it's the end of the over. 386 for 7. And this has been very much Kent's morning, having taken 3 wickets since the overnight score of 327 for 4. They've bowled quite nicely this morning, I sense, and certainly Matt Quinn opened up quite well from the Nackington Road end before Podmore took over. You were quite pleased with one of the spells yesterday from Grant Stewart. But
I thought he bowled. He was the best of the seamers yesterday. More threatening. Always, while he was bowling, something was happening. He got good pace off the pitch. He swung it, and towards the end of the day, just his fitness perhaps came into thinking, as this delivery from Bill Drummond is worked beautifully through the onside. That is a top shot. I think Viv Richards would have been proud of that. And we can't see, but it looks as if there's just 2 because
Frank Woolley stands in the way.
It's obscured our vision. My vision is obscured, and yours is even more obscured. But chased down and 2 runs scored. So to Allison.
Lovely shot that. Timed it beautifully. Clipped it off his legs.
Really was a nice shot. As Bill Drummond's in now, ball to Allison short. Allison goes for the hook shot, and he gets it out to deep square leg. So the Tenlander not afraid to go after that short delivery. He gets a single, but more importantly, he brings Cushy on strike. And really, Cushy, if you look back over the last 5 overs, I think he's faced just the 1 ball actually. Yeah. So he could, and you know what it's like when you're not facing strike. You could easily get out a nick because you're just watching. So he's got to reassess, start again.
He's probably got a little bit more confidence to say to Ben Allison, similar standard of players, that you can stay out here with me for a period of time.
And pushes off the back foot and cracks this one down towards the 3rd man boundary for 4.
Proper shot.
That's a terrific shot, just short of a length, and he gets on top of it. There's a man out on the point boundary. There's no 3rd man, so it went behind square and into the boundary for 4. He goes on to 75. And the score now moves on to 393 for the loss of 7. That's a lovely shot.
It really was. It wasn't the greatest ball, and it deserved it being hit at, but it was perfectly executed. It looked a class shot.
Yeah, just getting on top of the bounce as Bill Drummond into Cushy run now, and this delivery is a good delivery, and it finds the edge, but it goes to ground, and the man in the galley does a good stop because that was on its way to the boundary as well. But a good replay there by Bill Drummond. A little bit more effort in that delivery, and the ball just moved away a little from the right-handed Cushy.
Yeah, really, it was a good ball. For me, Roland, I still think there's plenty in this wicket. There's a bit of bounce, there's a bit of swing, there's a little bit of nip as well if you put it in the right area.
Belgium and bowls, and this one's worked away by Cushy through the onside. He's only going to get a single as a diving effort at mid-wicket. Can't stop it, but the man comes off the mid-wicket boundary and does the fielding, so he gets a single, goes to 76. The score now goes on to 394, brings Allison back on strike, who's on 5, who's shown good defence so far. Allison has shown a bit of good method, good thinking in terms of once he doesn't get too excited, as Bell Drummond looking for his 4th wicket comes in now, balls to Allison, and that one's allowed to go through outside the off stump, just swinging away, and for the first time in a number of overs, Cushy will face the first ball of the next over. 394 for 7.
Thanks, Roland. Delighted to bring you live ball-by-ball coverage here on BBC Essex, BBC Radio Kent and 5 Live Sports Extra with Matt Cole, Roland Butcher and Don Topley bringing you the live action. It's delightful to be at Canterbury. It's slightly chillier. I think at the start of play it was 21 degrees. But I know we've got a little bit of rain around the country, but I certainly can't moan too much of the weather of this summer in England. It's been absolutely brilliant, beautifully warm, especially in East Anglia. As Podmore continues, he drags Cushy forward into the off stump where he plays it into the offside, and there is no run. Have you been over here most of the summer?
Yes, I've been here since June 1st, and I can concur with you, Don. It has been an absolutely superb summer weather-wise, and I also was able to had 2 weeks in Jersey.
Ah, yes, you did.
ICC, and the weather there was phenomenal for those 2 weeks.
I'm going to come back to that. Podmore comes in, bowls from the Nackington Road. It's forced off the back foot. I think it goes down to square cover for a single. We're blinded. If they take a single, there's a man there.
Bell Drummond, yeah.
Bell Drummond there. You went to Jersey.
Yeah.
Tell us what you were doing out there, because I'm going to come on to who you met out there.
Yeah, I was commentating in the ICC Men's World Cup qualifiers. There was 16 tournament, I think, between Jersey, Italy, Hong Kong, Kenya, Bermuda, Uganda. And the weather for those 2 weeks was unbelievable. It was just...
Podmore in from the Nackington Road end. He bowls nice and straight, respected by Allison, goes back down to mid-on. There is no run. Who won it?
Jersey won it.
Were they the best side you saw?
One of them, yeah. I think they won it by... They were level on points.
Oh, right, with?
I think Uganda. I think Uganda was second.
Right.
And they just pipped them by...
A run rate?
Run rate.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Really? Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
It was that close.
Who did they play each other in a game at all in that festival? As Podmore's in, bowls decent ball outside off stump, well left by the batsman. But for me, there was the bounce again.
Yeah, they did. I think Jersey played, good cricket. They got a very young side. The first 3 or 4 players are from 19 to 20 or 21, and those guys got a lot of runs. So they deserved. I think they deserved. They deserved it. I think Italy should have been a better team.
Right.
Captained by Gareth Berg.
Oh yes, Northamptonshire and Hampshire.
Had a couple of Australian players.
Podmore's in, bowls nice and straight, well respected by Allison here. Plays nice and straight on the back foot. 395 for 7.
They lost a couple of games that they really should have won, but
right.
But I think at the end of the day, really, yeah, I think. Yeah, it was good competition because Hong Kong was, pretty good side. They're now playing the Asia Cup right now.
But
Kenya played.
Kenya, yes.
Kenya, yeah.
But very important that the game continues to grow in those particular reaches of the world.
Absolutely, it's very important.
Podmore's in. This is driven on the front foot nicely to mid-on. There is no run. And that concludes the end of the over. And it's 395 for 7. Cushy on 77. And with him, Ben Allison on 5.
Yes, Don, and we'll continue this discussion
later.
Hey,
thanks, Roland. And we shall bring in Matt Cole to join us from BBC Radio Kent. And I'm sure you'll have some more news about the recent events overnight. Not all good news, I'm afraid, for Kent, with the injury to Sam Billings, the injury to Matt Milnes, and then the unavailability of Matt Henry and the Indian. Do you pronounce him Senai?
Seni.
Seni,
Yeah.
Seni.
Absolutely right. Yes. Yeah. It looks like Kent may be without an overseas player until the end of the season now. Having hoped that both Matt Henry, the New Zealand quick bowler, and
dare I say, Mr. Billings or Mr. Downton might make a slight inquiry into the South African dressing room, because that series concludes fairly shortly.
Not impossible, obviously, but yes, they are looking. We understand, but obviously there are options are limited at this time of the year. But yeah, no, I like that. I like the cut of it. Yeah, Mr. Abada might want to come back for a spell. Stuart to bowl here to Cushy. Levers that into the offside. Single take and he goes on to 78. It's been a fine innings. 115 balls so far. Ben Allison has 5 from 21.
Do you think you could have it into a player's contract? Listen, Mr. South
Do
African.
an update, and I'll come to that in just a second. If I may, hold that thought. Don Topley. 39647 Essex here. Hello, Julia. It's going okay for Kent, 396 for 7, but that's in the context of what they've had in the rest of this match, I suppose you'd say. They took 3 wickets for just 17 runs, 2 for Daniel Bell-Drummond, part-time seam bowler, but wrapped up the innings of Critchley for 90 and Rossington for 6. Then Shane Snater looped a ball up to mid-off, caught by Matt Quinn off the bowling of Harry Podmore for just 11, but Essex still bossing this game so far. 396 for 7 they are in their first innings, and after Kent asked them to bat on the first morning of the game yesterday, and they've been batting ever since. Injuries have blighted Kent's squad as well. Captain Sam Billings hasn't taken the field this morning, nor has bowler Matt Milnes. At the moment, they're striving to take these remaining 3 wickets of the Essex innings at Canterbury. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. And as that ball goes outside the off stump, left by Ben Allison, 39647.
I wonder if you could have a contract that is front-loaded with should Kent avoid relegation, there is an incentive.
Possible. I wouldn't be at all surprised if the players are on some sort of bonuses all round outside the off stump.
I suppose you could have any contract that
you might have a top 3
anything.
bonus. You might have you might have a championship winning bonus, trophy winning bonus. Yeah, wickets. Yeah, good point. Yeah, wickets and runs.
Just points sharpens the pencil, perhaps, for somebody that coming over.
I see what you mean.
Because the harsh reality is county cricket.
Yeah,
it's a tough gig. Bowlers in county cricket.
Yeah, I mean, Rabada and Notcher, they've only played those 3 games, haven't they? Will have done. So I'm sure they'll be nice and fresh for Hampshire.
About to start his domestic season and a World Cup.
Well, his Stuart to Allison, mere bagatelles outside the Ostaf.
I'm sure the Kent fans or Hampshire fans will be interested.
I'm just trying to avoid any thoughts of reality there. I'm just like the idea that
we can dream.
Sam Billings, he could put a call through to the dressing room. He's do you fancy another go at Kent? Of course you do. Never mind all that. That's all to happen later in the year. The old T20 World Cup and the domestic season.
Well,
come to Canterbury. Is Stuart bowling to Allison. That's a good-looking drive, isn't it? Ends up with the fielder at a cover, and there's the end of the over. 396 for 7. Essex here on BBC Radio Kent, BBC Essex as well. 5 Live Sports Extra, I gather, have left us now. There are other games, of course, around the country as well. But Matt Cole and Don Topley with you right now.
And pleased to give you the ball action from the Sir Lawrence Ground here in Canterbury, where there's just a bit of high grey cloud. The floodlights are not on, and of course that's going to have a consequence with the economics of the country and power. I wonder what next year we'll have in store in terms of floodlighting, how it's going to be paid for.
In terms of the cost, you mean? Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Yes. As Podmore charging in, bowls, good delivery, top of off, which is played very respectfully by Cushy for no run.
We know in non-league football, for instance, that at some levels the leagues are offering clubs the opportunity to put their kick-offs earlier. So kick-off during the winter, kick-off at midday. So you don't have to put the floodlights on. That extra cost for clubs that really are struggling with the extra burden.
What would you do with the T20 blast? Invariably,
yes. Well,
so,
for cricket, that'll be a bit tricky. Yes.
You know, it's going to be next summer, and we are talking in theory that it might be May, June. And what would happen? Would we bring fixtures in earlier, as this is played off the leg stump, down to fine leg for a single? Grant Stewart does the fielding in front of the Lime Tree Cafe, where I had breakfast this morning, and one more run to Cushy, who moves to 79 off 117 balls, and about to face his Ben Allison on 5.
I suppose it depends very much on how much clubs are struggling with the energy costs as they are next summer. We don't know exactly what they'll be, obviously, at that point, but as you say, at the moment it's
very
difficult for many businesses, and cricket are not exempt from those costs, obviously.
Podmore, 2 slips waiting. Ring on the offside, through to the keeper, well watched. Have to say, Ben Allison is playing very responsibly here, possibly a little more responsibly than his predecessors, in particular Snater and Rossington.
Who looked like they had the proverbial buses to catch, didn't they, or trains indeed. They
gosh,
get things all very
an hour of Rossington in this situation could have been very effective. Just needed to just have a tidy look before he started to play 1 or 2 shots. Very capable individual, Adam Rossington, as this time Allison drives into the leg side, angled in, goes down the slope, but well fielded at mid-wicket, no run.
I've got a point to put to you from David, who's an Essex supporter.
Morning,
here.
David.
He says, whatever happened to sporting declarations in the 4-day game? I fondly remember Essex captain Keith Fletcher being a master of the art, tempting opponents to chase a reasonable target in the last innings. Many a time Essex won these matches, and this led to county championship success for the county. You very rarely see this tactic nowadays, says David.
Yeah, there's twofold to that. I'll come on to it after this ball from Podmore. Podmore's in from the Nackington Road end. Bowls, good delivery, played in and respectfully played into the offside, no run. Right, firstly, point to note that those earlier days were 3-day games with Fletcher, where there was more chance of declarations because there was less time. But yes, you're right, it did happen in 4-day cricket too. But I think with the advent of the modern day batsman, people are not prepared to drop anchor as much, so the game moves on quite quickly. So as we often see in 4-day cricket, games finish in 3.5, 3 and a bit, maybe the odd game 2.5 days, but there is less cricket played generally speaking as the ball goes through to the keeper. No run, and end of the over, 397 for 7. So Matt, to answer David's question, I hope I've answered that fairly. There's probably more people are attacking. There's less opportunity to declare. We also got to consider a few years ago, not that long ago, we were complaining about the amount of friendly wickets which made the game harder to bat on, and that has a consequence as well. So together with the wickets, there weren't as many flat wickets, say 4 or 5 years ago.
I suppose 8 points for a draw this season as well makes sides more conservative in that way. But I think I'm reading between the lines. I think the idea of that is they don't want counties producing 2-day wickets. No. So if you put it back to was it 3 points at one point, the draw?
Five was it 5 and it moved to 8?
Maybe was it as low at 3 any time? Maybe not, but it carved into the offside, and there is no run. But I think the ECB were very, but they want to make very certain that that pitches were more batter friendly, put it that way, and we didn't get short games. So
definitely,
that again, with 8 points or a draw, that's going to make it very difficult for a captain to give a very sporting declaration, I would have thought, in respect to the points available.
So I hope we answered the question fairly well on 3 fronts there, David. Thank you for your
Indeed, David.
interaction.
Yeah, thank you for that. Stuart Takushi defends that. Got one from Richard here. Any update on Alex Blake for the one-day cup final? He suggested he'd be okay for it. He'd be very unlucky to miss 2 finals in 2 years. You're absolutely right, Richard. Let's hope it doesn't come to that. But I'm not going to go into the gruesome details because he did tell them to me, Alex Blake, after the semi-final against Hampshire, and he's injured one of his fingers. Taking a catch, actually. It was gruesome at the details. He's hoping so. It's still a ... Watch this space, I think. We're hoping he recovers in time. This ball is a sharp one from Stuart, actually, on a good length, and Kushi treats it with respect. Into the offside, no run. So
staying on a similar theme about the injury and the final coming up, I do notice the Lancashire Action Group and Lancashire have not confirmed as much as Kent has, where Kent have confirmed they will select from the regular squad that has served them so well this summer in the 50 over cup.
Yeah, Stuart to Kushi leaves it outside the off stump, seeming away from it. In fact, Lancashire have now said they will pick their strongest side, whatever, where Kent has said we will pick from the players as much as they can, unless there are outrageous injuries, they will pick from the players that played in the group stages.
And Lancashire have said if there's no tests on or internationals, they will possibly include their international players.
They'll pick their strongest side available.
For Kent members, I'd expect Anderson to get a game Saturday week.
Quite possibly, yeah. Stuart bowls to Kushi, and on leg stump that one, trying to use the swing he's getting through the air, the movement he's getting through the air, driven up to mid-on, and there's no run. Our man Ben Watts has been on this already, and we had an off-the-record conversation with Matt Walker about what it would mean if Lancashire said that, and it's not going to add tremendous strength from what they've got, I think.
Right.
But some may feel, in the spirit of it, that it would be lovely if Lancashire kept the players that have played in the group stages. Pick from them, as Kent are doing, sort of rewarding the players that have got into that position.
It's a lovely romantic notion.
Yeah, I know where you're going with that. On leg stump, it's clipped to mid-wicket.
Honourable.
No run. Indeed, honourable. 1 for 69. But someone quipped to me this morning, well, it's not even a quip, that when you're head coach of Lancashire, you are expected to win trophies.
Correct.
And so honour the spirit of the competition might be one thing, but
don't
at the
remember
end of,
seconds.
Exactly. At the end of the season, if you haven't won any silverware for Lancashire, the coach, the magnifying glass goes on. So maybe there's more to that. 397 for 7, Essex. But I'm very glad. From a Kent point of view, I'm very glad they're going to stick with the squad that's taken them there, and they get a chance to play in the final, those players.
Wonderful day out. Still is a wonderful day out, an important day out in the professional cricketers' calendar. It is.
Yeah, any of those cricketing finals. And Trent Bridge this year, 17th of September. Matt Quinn replacing a bowler at the far end. That was Podmore.
Podmore bowled pretty nicely.
Yeah.
Quinn did earlier. He's back, and there's a play and a miss, but it probably was a loosener rather than a gorgeous delivery, of which Ben Allison has played underneath it as it's carried through to the keeper. No run.
Gary asking about points in 4-day cricket. He says, quick question. What do you think? Do you think it's time for the ECB to think about only giving bonus points for up to 350 runs? Because let's face it, how many times do we see 400 within 110 overs? And it may improve 4-day cricket, he says.
Maybe. I don't know if it's worth cancelling it. It's always an option. It's there. Outside off stump through to the keeper. No run. I mean, funny enough, I would probably promote the idea of more points for winning. But the nightmare for that is that counties might then produce lesser, poorer wickets.
Yeah.
I would like to see more points for a victory, because I think a victory is certainly this summer has been particularly hard to achieve.
No, I'd agree, and particularly at this end of the business end of the season, counties might be encouraged for those 2-day pitches, take a gamble on a green seamer.
Outside off stump and well left on length, nip back down the slope over the top of the stump through to the keeper. I have to say that's well bowled. Don't want to go any shorter, but Matt Quinn has bowled nicely this morning in his opening spell from the Nackington Road end and is back for his returning over now.
Is that balance, isn't it, in terms of points you give and in terms of what the instructions you're given for pitches? It's a delicate one, isn't it, between the balance between batting and bowling and the incentives given for draws and wins.
As Quinn is in, bowls, and this is nicely played by Allison with a straight bat. Looking every bit an all-rounder, actually. To his credit, he's batting nicely with a straight bat, responsibly, being watchful. As we said, not all his teammates have this morning, but he has, and he's still undefeated out there with a small matter of just 5 runs. But he's with his partner at the other end, Kushi, who has made a fine 79 run innings over last night and this morning. 2 slips waiting. He's in, bowls outside off stump through to the keeper. No run, 397 for 7. And we've had how many total overs? 119 overs.
Yeah, we're coming. Well, it's 12 minutes till lunch, isn't it? I'm still a little bit out of step with the slightly earlier start, but it's a 12:30 lunch, isn't it? So coming towards the end of this first session, and Essex started it at 3:27 for 4. So they put on. Well, they've done.
He's in, Quinn, bowls and nice and straight, drags the man forward, concludes the over as he picks up the ball, fields it on his follow through, 397 for 7, and the Kentish and men of Kent here, or ladies of Kent, that are in evidence this morning here at Canterbury applaud his returning over. That was a pretty good over, and I do honestly think he's bowled nicely this morning.
Yeah. 70 for 3 was what I was trying to get out there in terms of the session this morning. Yeah, so those 3 quick wickets for Kent. They took 3 for 17 at one stage, 2 wickets for Daniel Bell Drummond, and 1 for Podmore. Stewart continuing. Aaron Butcher's been very complimentary about Grant Stewart, about what he's done with the ball so far. He's moved it more than any other bowler, certainly. 1 for 69 from 27. Getting through a lot of overs. All these Kent bowlers. No Matt Milnes today. Has a back problem. So Kushi facing a 79. Goes for a wide one from Stewart. Gives it the treatment. Cover drive. Zooming away. And no chance for Joe Denley, who's at point. One's around the clock from him, so that will be 4 runs. Struck beautifully by Kushi, taking advantage of a loose delivery from Grant Stewart. 83, 17 away from what will be his maiden first-class 100 for Rose Kushi. He's already in career high territory for first-class cricket. 2 slips and a gully for Grant Stewart to bowl 2. A little bit of movement in the air. Kushi comes through for a quick single, nicely judged up to mid-on, and Essex onto 402 for 7. Kushi has 84.
It's remiss of me. I had a tweet earlier from Neil Price, who asked us, sad that these last few rounds of Championship cricket have no play on weekends. The clubs can't be happy with it, as increased attendance on Saturday, Sunday means that they would take more money at the gate and bars. Possibly. Sometimes football has an impact on county cricket.
Yeah,
it does. Yeah. It does, genuinely. But I do sympathise that there is no weekend cricket.
Stewart to Allison, leaves that. Gets a bit of movement off the pitch, Stewart, but always going away from the right-hander through to wicketkeeper Robinson. And there's no run. Do you have a feel about? Well, I guess it could be started on Sunday. I think you're right about football. I think trying to compete, because a lot of cricket fans or for sporting fans in general might go and see their football team on a Saturday, but perhaps on a Sunday.
If I could mention the 100 the other night, and I'll wait till after this ball, the 100 under the last game of the proper group.
Stewart to Allison, turns it the onside, no run.
Which was between the Manchester Originals and the Oval Invincibles. Winner takes all in that to qualify for the eliminator. But that was the very last game in the league. It was on the same night. Manchester Originals versus Oval Invincibles was on the same night as Manchester City had a home game. And they were wondering why there were a few empty seats in the Old Trafford cricket.
I wonder how much crossover there is between the two. But Stewart to Allison, straight back at the ball, one bounce and caught. And I suppose Man City do say they are the club from Manchester. With Manchester United to have fans from all over the country and all around the world. But I wonder.
You know,
the prices are a bit different, aren't they? I think.
I would have thought so. Yes.
Might be somewhat.
What do they charge these days at Gillingham? Would you know?
That's a good question. I don't know what the. Yeah.
I'm interested to know.
I'll find out in a second for you. But it's.
Anyone know? Tweet us in, please.
Allison drives it down the pitch, and that will be 4 runs. In fact, past a despairing grasp of Grant Stewart, trying to get it one hand, one bounce. He's gone for 9 in that over. Is he just looking a little bit leggy now, Grant Stewart? Wouldn't be a surprise if he is. 406 for 7. Roland Butcher was saying that his body language, Grant Stewart, after some hard yards yesterday as he came off the field, looked weary, but still bending his back, still trying to do the business. But Kushi on 84, Allison 9 are the batters in at the moment. Essex 406 for 7. I'll find out. There we go.
I'll be interested. I know
it's a bit like that pint of milk question. If I get it wildly wrong, I'm going to be in trouble. So I'm going to look it up officially.
I know in the T20 Blast, Surrey had a game when there was a rail strike, and it did affect their attendance. Certainly. I mean, T20, Surrey are able to offer kids a quid because they have the capacity. Quinn is in. This is a decent delivery, which I think comes off pad and bat into the offside behind square, but there is no run. Good searching delivery from Quinn. You know, counties like Essex, Sussex, Taunton, Somerset probably can't afford to do kids a quid because they need full adults paying full price. You know, that's the harsh economic reality. Surrey can afford it because they have the capacity of 29,000 people. Quinn's in, bowls, and this is forced by Kushi off the back foot, but alas, he gets a bit of an inside edge into the floor. Wasn't quite executed. Give the bowler credit. There was a bit of momentum, or there's bowled a heavy ball, does Matt Quinn. So Kushi probably hasn't had the amount of strike he would wish for this morning. He's been starved of it for no other reason, and he's probably remains and has to be patient here. On 84 not out, a super knock here for Essex. Quinn is in, bowls. This is a bouncer, good bouncer. And Kushi goes for it, but it was a bit of a swat. Didn't get quite close to it. I only feel that the bowler should be congratulated on bowling such a decent head-high bouncer. But it went through to the keeper, no run.
There you go. I'm actually going to come out of this because I think I'm about to book a seat at Gillingham, so which is not... It's not a bad thing.
Was that
at the Rainham End for the Mansfield game?
Out for the evening.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Would she enjoy that?
I'm just going literally through the ticketing system to see what it would cost me to sit in the Rainham End against Mansfield. But I'll actually be at Trent Bridge for the cricket, so I won't be able to do that anyway. But
he's in. Bowls. Decent ball played into the offside. There's a vacant backward point because he is on the boundary, and Kushi collects a single. That's his 85th run. And the score moves to 407 for 7.
So there we go. With no membership, with no deals on that. If you're just like me, a casual supporter, and you're going to go and sit in the Rainham End, it's the behind one of the goals. So that'd be £22. There we go. That's
£22.
Yeah.
May I ask what it is for Kent for a T20 game here?
For T20,
roughly.
Liam, can you answer that? Liam in the office. I hope he's.
Will he be listening?
Of course.
Of course, they have it on in the office, do they?
You going to ask me any more questions I can look up financially for you? Is that
Outside off stump through to the keeper. Well bowled, but well left alone. Good disciplines here by Ben Allison and Feroz Koushi this morning. They're having to be patient. It's just before lunch, but it's good cricket, good testing cricket being bowled here, certainly by Matt Quinn this morning. Been very impressed by him.
I don't know how much a Manchester City season ticket is before you ask me that.
No,
and actually, one-off tickets you probably couldn't get anyway because you'd have to be a member to.
No,
there'll be a full house there every time, I'd imagine. But
yeah, I would have thought so. I'm just interested, that's all.
Yeah.
As Quinn bowls, outside off stump, well bowled, good delivery, good over, end of the over, 407 for 7.
If there's no answer in the office, and Liam actually might be doing some proper work rather than listening to us at the moment. But you're a Kent fan. What's it cost you to go and watch T20 this summer?
And what's the kids' prices?
Obviously they've done ticket deals as well as the football teams will have done as well. But
they normally work very well for 7 home games. How many of your home games T20 were at Beckenham? Can you remember?
T20.
Was there 1 or 2?
I think just 1. If they had 1. I think.
Was that Surrey?
I'm trying to. Yeah, I think it was. There was a game against. Well, a 4-day game against Surrey at Beckenham. Certainly.
It's about £33 for a ticket at Essex, and I think it's 15 for a child.
Stewart runs away from us. Probably the last over before lunch, whipped away with some force by Koushi back to backwards square, and that's fielded by Matt Quinn. And there is no run. Perhaps I'm having selective memory loss here. As one gets older, these things happen. 408 for 7.
I'm so sorry for asking very searching questions.
I think T20 wise it would have to be an afternoon one, as they have no floodlights there. So as Stewart bowls, rising delivery. That's good as well. Allison is just going to leave that one. And there is no run.
Well, for Koushi opened up this morning on 46 not out, and he scored 40 runs in his session this morning. And it's probably unusual to him, but Roland Butcher, as you said earlier, he's been devoid of some of the strike this morning, and he's had to be patient. It's probably been a very good education for the young man.
That's defensive, back at the bowler, and there's no run. So this is no good. I think I might actually concentrate on the cricket for a moment, if that's okay, rather than looking things up on my phone, Don. 408 for 7, 86 for Koushi, 9 for Allison. We're coming up to lunch. There's plenty of time to do things then. And will this be the last over? It's probably going to tick over very shortly. And so Stewart then bowling on leg stump to Allison. Again, defends very stoutly. He's playing an anchor innings with Feroz Koushi playing some shots. 9 for him for 45 balls, but Essex, I would imagine, obviously they're hoping this bat big, bat once is, or bat once, bat big even. And hoping they can bowl Kent out twice on this, but 408 for 7. As Allison faces Stewart now, and that's defended once more. Looks like they're happy to go through to lunch at 408 for 7. So 3 wickets to 4 this morning. Critchley caught, Robinson bowled, Bell Drummond for 90. Bell Drummond also got rid of Adam Rossington, caught Canterbury bowled Bell Drummond 6, and Snater caught Quinn bowled Podmore 11. These two came together at 383 for 7. So they put on 25 so far. And is Stewart. Will this be the last ball of the second morning? Again, very classically correct forward defensive. Umpires come across. Fielders coming to this end. And that will indeed be the first session over here on BBC Radio Kent, BBC Essex. Thanks for joining us so far. Thanks for all your emails. Do get them in during lunch. kentcricket@gmail.com, or tweet at ToppersSNR, as in senior, or at BBC Kent Sport. We'll be with you in round about 40 minutes. Update to come from BBC Radio Kent's radio listeners very shortly. But otherwise, it's a fond farewell to you for the luncheon interval even, and you'll hear from us in round about 40 minutes time.
Hello, we're the Aspinall Foundation, a charity devoted to conserving endangered species and returning them to the wild. Our work is only possible thanks to the generosity of our sponsors. You could help us to protect 1 million acres of pristine habitat in Congo and Gabon, or operate a gorilla orphanage in Congo, or monitor and protect critically endangered lemurs and their habitats in Madagascar, or rescue, rehabilitate and rewild langurs and gibbons in Indonesia, or undertake emergency animal rescue operations in South Africa. We protect precious animals in the wild and, wherever possible, return captive-born animals to their ancestral homelands. Thanks to your support, the Aspinall Foundation is one of the only charities actively rewilding animals in this way. Will you support the Aspinall Foundation and help us to protect wildlife today? This makes a world of difference to animals in desperate need. Thank you.
Warm welcome back to Kent County Cricket Ground here in Canterbury, the St Lawrence Cricket Ground, for the second day afternoon session that is between Kent County Cricket Club and Essex County Cricket Club. 4-day cricket, bringing you live ball by ball action here on BBC Radio Kent, BBC Essex. And we have Matt Cole, Roland Butcher and myself, Don Topley, will welcome you all. Good afternoon, Matt.
Hello, Don. Yes, decent session for Essex, I suppose. I feel a bit honours even, perhaps, this morning.
Very much so.
But the match situation has Essex ahead.
Of course, but you can only play session by session. I think Kent did quite well. I think they bowled quite well as a unit this morning. And Essex had to... they tried to be positive. They got themselves out in a bit of a mess. Okay, the odd strangulation down the leg side. Daniel Beldrummond picked a couple of wickets up, but I do think Kent were competitive with the way they bowled this morning. So well done to them. They're trying to drag themselves back into the game. 408 for 7 represents still a good score. I think Essex will be disappointed if they don't now go and get 500, because I think that was on the cards. And, I do think there's still a little bit in this wicket, to the extent that, I'm being honest, not at the age of 58, but I would have fancied bowling on here. If you pitch it up and you aim at top of off and you drag them forward, that's the order of the day.
4 words for you. Still do a job, Don Topley, I'm sure.
Not at the age of 58, but I will leave you in the capable hands of Matt Cole, together with Roland Butcher.
That's very kind, Don. Thank you very much. And both of them still looking very fit, to say. No, Don's shaking his head. You do yourself an injustice. As it'll be Quinn to take the ball for the first over of the afternoon session. Matt Quinn to Feroz Kushi, plays it straight back at the bowler. And there is no run. So... resuming 408 for 7. Feroz Kushi has 86 from 131. Ben Allison 9 from 47. And whereas a couple of the batters, certainly in the mid-innings, Roland, Adam Rossington and Shane Snater seemed in almost an unnecessary hurry to get on with their innings. Ben Allison has played a sort of anchor role at the other end from Firouz Kushi, who's at 86 from 131 here. Wide ball, that's cut away. Daniel Bell Drummond fields on the offside boundary. So it looks like Allison's batted pretty well to me. They're not going on at a great lick, but to build a big first innings.
Yeah, good afternoon to you, Matt. And yes, I mean, Allison has played the perfect innings. You know, Rossington and Snater really gifted their wickets away. I think they misread the situation and their role. And Allison has played that role perfectly, which is really to escort Kushi, who's in search of 100. And Allison has looked very, very comfortable and compact at the crease. He's played the perfect innings.
That's Quinn then from the Nakita Road end, coming down the slope here at Canterbury, bowling to Allison, rising delivery, but copes with it well. Keeps the hand soft and guides it down through third man. They come back for a comfortable 2 in the end. Allison on to 11, 87 for Kushi. Bit of weather around, we think, this afternoon and the next couple of days. So from an Essex point of view, I suppose, even more just batting once will be the key, will it? And then obviously if Kent are on and off during the resulting times, or can he not think like that as a captain? You have to...
I think certainly they've got to the stage now where they've got to look to bat once. You can't think of batting the second time.
As Quinn bowls to Allison, right forward on that one, damping it out towards extra cover, fielded by Ben Compton.
And as Don said, you know, and he's absolutely right. You know, if you put the ball in the right place, there's still things happening on this pitch, even though it's good for batting. You just got to be consistent in hitting those areas and good lines and lengths. If you do that, you know, there is something there. But, you know, at this moment in time, 400 on the board, that should put you really in pole position.
And Quinn then to Allison, leaves it, going away from the batter, just back of a length outside the off stump. Wicketkeeper 2 slips in, there's a point, extra cover, that's Ben Compton there, mid off and mid on, and at mid wicket, Cadry's just in front of square, quite near umpire Burns actually, and then at long leg we've got Grant Stewart. Is there a deep third man? I think that accounts for everyone, doesn't it? Yeah, I think that is it. Just be out of our sight third anyway, with the overhang of the balcony of the Frank Willie stand. That one again just back of a length, left on length as much as anything I think by Allison, and goes through to the wicket keeper harmlessly. 4-11 for 7. Kushi 87, Allison 11. Firouz Kushi obviously young in his career. I think this is his 8th first class match. What have you made of him as a batsman?
I've been very impressed. I like the way he's approached this innings. You know, on the pitch he's coming at a time when he really needed to get his head down. He's done that, been part of a couple of good partnerships, and in between, you know, he's played some very good shots. His technique looks good, temperament's good, not afraid to take on the short ball, and I think the signs are very good. I'm being very impressed with his innings, and I'm really hoping that he'll get 100, because that'll also give him some more confidence, and you know, he looks a bit of a find. Yeah,
it does indeed, doesn't he? Comes through the Essex pathway, as Don was telling us at lunch, and Podmore will come from the pavilion end.
And this first delivery is down the leg side, and no strangulation on this occasion, as he tried to flick it down the leg side. It goes through to the keeper, taken by Robinson, and there is no run.
I was just laughing because that's exactly how Daniel Bell Drummond got Matt Critchley out of 90.
Exactly, an absolute loosener down the leg side, and he just flicked at it and got it very fine. Slip and gully in place. Extra cover mid off, man on the cover boundary, onside field, mid on, mid wicket, and a long leg. As this delivery now brings him forward and drives handsomely up to mid on, but cannot beat the fielder there. It goes straight to him. Return to the keeper's end. Stays on 87, Kushi, and he's really batted exceptionally well. He's been, you know, he came in yesterday, battled away. This morning he's played some lovely shots, a couple of extra cover drives, just straight out of the. On the change in field now, there's a shortish mid-on catching. Maybe they believe there's a glitch in that area, but it also exposes the long-on area as well, as this delivery is down the leg side and he flicks, misses, and It's taken cleanly by the keeper. 4-11 for the loss of 7.
Yeah, a little bit ragged to start this over from Podmore.
Yeah, he's bowled a few overs, Podmore, so he's.
Yeah.
I'm sure he's feeling it. As we said before, Kent are a bowler short, so the load is really had to be spread amongst the remaining bowlers. As Podmore, with number 1 on his bat, starts his run in to Cushy in now, bowls to Cushy, and that's a good delivery and brings him forward, and he's right forward. Shows the full face of the bat, and the ball goes back along the pitch. Mid-off comes across, does the fielding, and there's no run. He stays on 87, and with him Allison on 11. I think Allison has been a very good partner. He's left the ball well, which has forced the bowlers to bowl straight at him, and then he's played pretty straight as well. So Podmore now searching for this breakthrough. He's in his 25th over as he's in now to Cushy. In, bowls, short, and Cushy's off the back foot and forces this one out to deep cover point. He's only going to get a single because there's a man in that region. The return comes in. He gets a single, goes to 88. 412 for 7.
I think it takes a big character to claim the number 1 shirt, which Harry Podmore has done. Talked to him about it before, and he said very simply, well, 23 wasn't available because Daniel Bell Drummond has that one, and I asked what other ones were, and they started at 1, and he said, and shrugged more or less and said, well, I'll have that one then.
A very scientific approach to
Yeah, I was going to say.
choosing his number.
Very practical.
Yes, as he's now going to bowl to Allison. Same field, apart from a straightish mid-wicket now. Bowls to Allison, short. Allison's off the back foot and gets a single here. The return comes in, and there's going to be an overthrow. So 2 to Allison. It went to extra cover. Throw at the stumps. Missed. Backed up down at the long on boundary. So 2 to Allison off that final delivery. And the end of the over is 414 for the loss of 7.
Yeah, a bit loose in the field. A sub-fielder there. Just trying to see who that is. We've had George Elam and Jaden Denley, 2 with famous surnames in recent games. Out of the second 11 to act as subs. Of course, George Elam from the Elam dynasty, now grandson of Alan and son of Mark. A long line of great cricketers. 414 for 7, Essex. Cushy will face on 88. Comes Matt Quinn in. Swept down on his left wrist, bowling to Cushy forward. Played to Ben Compton at extra cover, and there's no run. Moment the sky is looking clear enough, I would say. A little bit of brightness to our right, and I think that's where the clouds are coming from, or certainly that's the wind direction. So talking about any threat of rain will come later in the day, maybe from 3 o'clock onwards, but as you were saying, Roland, yesterday, the ground staff were poised for midday for showers that never came, so let's hope they avoid it once again. Up on his toes, and that's forced backward of square for a single for Cushy. Again, an attractive shot, hit with some pace.
Yeah, just getting on top of the bunks. He's quite a tall man,
Yeah.
Cushy, so that ball made good height, but he's up on his toes and just punched it. There's a man on the boundary obviously saving the 4, so just got the single.
A conversation between Harry Podmore and bowler Matt Quinn. Podmore is at mid-off. Ben Allison takes a while to settle. So playing the anchor role, 13 from 52 so far. As Quinn bowls to him, bouncer, good one as well, and Allison thought about taking it on, it ends up just turning his head away through to the wicketkeeper, and there's no run.
Yeah, and equally well played. Obviously shaped as if he was going to go to the pull, but kept his eye on the ball and just allowed the ball to go harmlessly over his head.
I was talking to John Shepherd yesterday about batting helmets and the sort of technique, I suppose, that it encourages. Certainly the ramp shot, no one was playing that before they had a helmet on, were they? But in terms of short deliveries as well, keeping your discipline, as you say, Alison watched that absolutely until it was almost between his eyebrows. That's a dot ball there. But do you think it has changed technique significantly?
Well, what helmet has done is it's given particularly tail enders a false sense of security, because you find tail enders will try to hook fast bowlers now, where when there weren't helmets they didn't even entertain that thought at all. They try to get out of the way, so they don't necessarily can play the shot well.
As Quinn bowls to Allison, left outside the off stump, no run.
Yeah, they're not necessarily play the shot well, but they'll still try it because they have this sense of, if I miss it, it's only going to hit the helmet. So, it has certainly helped the lower order batsmen, because they've become a bit braver. In Topper's time, he would just back away and push it to gully. But these days, if Toppers was wearing a helmet now, he would look to hook and cut, because he feels empowered.
Talking earlier about the as Quinn bowls to Allison, I think he withdrew the bat from that. It's good judge, through to the wicketkeeper, and no run to end the over. 4:15 for 7. Kushi has 89, Allison has 13 here on BBC Radio Kent, BBC Essex. And Don was mentioning earlier the amazing attack that Middlesex had during the time you were with them, with Williams, with Cowans, with Wayne Daniel as well, and of course the two spinners spinning the ball either way. Yeah,
we were very lucky to have really covering all departments. We had pace, we had spin. If it was just a little medium pace double, you had Mike Gattin, who was very effective doing that role. As Podmore comes in now to Kushi, he's in the ball to Kushi, outside the off stump, and it's wide. Hardly reached that ball, but it comes off the bottom of the bat as you try to hit it through extra cover. Goes out to extra cover, and there is no run. So we were very fortunate to have, just all-round good bowlers, and not just, very good bowlers in pace, medium pace, spin, and we had some very good backups as well. When people like Simon Hughes and those guys came into the team, didn't weaken the team in any way at all. As Podmore's in now, balls to Kushi, that's a good delivery, and he has to defend, and he defends well. As he gets right in behind it, pushes it out with the offside, and there's no run. So it was very comforting when you took the field that you knew, in any condition, that you had bowlers capable of bowling the opposition out, even on good pitches. And then, when you also include the likes of Vincent van der Bijl and Jeff Thompson, that makes you quite a formidable bowling lineup. As Podmore's in now, Kushi bowls to Kushi, and a good delivery again, shows a lot of respect as he goes in behind a shortish delivery and just defends out on the offside. Extra cover does the fielding, and there is no run. Good little battle going on here between Podmore and Kuchi. He's just biding his time. He's got plenty of time. He's 89. There's no rush. He can take his time. He can just go about it gently, wait for the bad ball, and when it comes along, just put it away. But it would be so good if he can get to that 100. As Podmore is in now once more, balls to Kuchi outside the off stump, and he shows good judgment. Comes forward, allows that one to go through, just bouncing before it gets to the wicket keeper. But again, very patient, not pushing anything. Quite often a lot of young players will get to this stage of their innings and see 100 before it's really there, get a bit nervous, play at balls they don't have to. But what I've seen so far, this young man, he seems to have a very, very good head on his shoulders, very confident. As Podmore is in now to Kuchi, in bowls to Kuchi, and he has to defend a good delivery, and he does defend well, showing good judgment again, right in behind it, full face of the bat, plays it to that man at that shortish mid-on position. Cannot score. 4:15 for 7. Kuchi's 89. Allison on 12. He's played his part, Allison, and must be given a lot of credit for the way he has escorted Kuchi along the way. As Podmore is in now to Kuchi, in now, bowls, and that's a lovely shot as he stands up straight and plays it off the back foot out to the fielder at cover point, gets a single, will maintain the strike for the start of the next over. 416, he goes into the 90s, he's exactly 90, and it's 416 for 7.
I suppose, as you say, it's a mark of a particularly a young batsman, how comfortable they are not scoring, if that makes any sense. He doesn't look at all. In fact, Ben Allison doesn't either, doesn't they? They don't look like they're being bogged down here. It looks like they're comfortably taking on the balance.
Which even makes it more surprising, the approach of Rossington and Nata. I was very, very surprised how they played. When there was, I think Allison's done exactly the job he's supposed to do, and in the meantime he's also helping his cause as well.
416 for 7 then Essex. Kushi goes for that one. It's a thickish outside edge. He goes on the drive. There is no third, and that'll be 4 runs. Matt Quinn's down on his haunches. Not happy. No bowler's going to be happy with that, are they? Despite
not,
you'd have to have a whole cordon in for that one, but
the problem here is when you've got 2 slips, no third man. There's a huge gap between the man on the point boundary. It's better to go 1-on-1, split fielders, gully, and perhaps have the third man in between the two. But if you have a very, very wide gully, so he's almost like a backward point, you're much better. But nice healthy edge, and 4 to the total.
It was a pretty thick one there, and no chance for the Kent fielders as Kushi is a little bit hurried by that one, but plays it defensively to the offside. And there's no run. It's a decent delivery from Quinn, that one. Kushi on 94 now, 6 away from a maiden first-class century. 420 for 7.
Yeah, and you always remember that first one.
I was going to ask you about yours.
Yeah, my first one was against Gloucestershire at Bristol, and it was very satisfying. The first one, you always remember that.
It's Quinn then to Kushi. Those 2 slips in behind him. Goes on the drive. Attractive looking shot up towards mid-on. Using his feet as well, but along the ground to Denny. Doesn't quite time it. So it's another dot ball. It looks like he's trying to get after Quinn a little bit in these last 2 deliveries perhaps. Or
well, the length that was fairly full, and obviously just looking to drive, but a little single now would just get him up the other end.
Yeah, takes guard now. 3 balls gone of this over. Bouncer going down the leg side from Matt Quinn, and whereas Kushi does the right thing, just bends the knees, gets underneath it, through down the leg side. 420 for 7. Essex, 4 batting bonus points for them. Kent just with a 1 bowling point in the time available. And as Essex, well, they're on their way to batting Kent out of any chance of winning this game, you'd think. Certainly if there's any reduction in the number of overs for weather as we go through the days. But you never know. Is Quinn to Kushi up on his toes there, and muscling it into the offside, off the back foot. That'll be a single. And so just 1 ball for Allison to face. 5 off the over, 421 for 7.
Yes, and Kuchi just inches a little bit closer, 95. Just really relying on Allison to keep this ball out.
So Quinn will take it from Podmore once more. He's bowled accurately for the most part, Matt Quinn. Just a ball shy of 30 overs, 1 for 84 with 6 maidens so far. A little adjustment in the field. Ben Compton comes into mid-wicket from extra cover. Daniel Bell-Drummond moves round to a sort of deep backward point, and the 2 slips are spread. It's more or less a second slip and a gully there. Jordan Cox and Jack leaning, and Allison just on a full delivery just pushes that up to mid-off, and there is no run. So 95 for Kushi, 13 for Allison, 421 for 7. You're listening to Matt Cole and Roland Butcher with you here. Don Topley will be coming in shortly to replace me. And just after an update for BBC Radio Kent, Podmore continuing has been the more expensive of the seam bowlers so far, about 3.5 and over. No Matt Milnes today, out with a back injury. And we haven't seen Kent captain Sam Billings either. A soft tissue injury, we're told.
Podmore will continue to bowl to Cushy. One slip and a gully in place. He's in bowl to Cushy. Cushy flicks this one out to mid-wicket, and he's going to get a single as the mid-on fielder Stewart comes around. Does the fielding. He gets one, goes to 96. And brings Allison on strike. Score now moves to 422.
And no problem,
For
obviously.
7.
Sorry, obviously no problem with confidence in the man at the other end either. He's taking a single off the first ball, and Allison's shown that he's very confident of defending the ball. He's going off for a little bit of a wander. Checks his pads, does Allison. Podmore's ready. Allison readies himself. Podmore comes into Allison. It's a play and a miss after all that, though it's going away from him, keeping fairly low as well. He was down well inside that. A little play at it. I thought I was about to do an update from BBC Radio Kent, but the traffic news is going on for a while, so we'll hope you're all right out there. Listening to this, you might be in the car yourself at this point, so it certainly was a bit of traffic on the roads this morning as I came in, but the schools are back. Always adds an extra element of fun. So update coming for BBC Radio Kent's listeners now. Here's Podmore to Allison down the leg side. Allison helps it on, glances it down to fine leg, and he'll take himself a single. He's on to 14 now. Yes, out of lunch now, and Essex have put on another 15 since the end of the interval, and they're batting on 4-2-3 for 7, and they're not far off a position where they're batting Kent out of any chance of winning this game. They may be holding on for a draw for the remainder of the time. Feroz Kushi, fantastic innings from the young Essex batter. 96 not out he is. He's never scored a century in first-class cricket. It is early in his career. It's just his 8th first-class match as Podmore comes to bowl to him now. Kushi cutting that one away. I wondered if that might be the one. No, he goes on to 97. Ben Allison has been very patient at the other end. 14 from 59 balls. Earlier, Matt Critchley was out for 90. One of 2 wickets for Daniel Bell-Drummond, 1 for Harry Podmore. 3 wickets taken by Kent in the first session, but they are really struggling to make a breakthrough after lunch here, and are 2 men down, both injured. Sam Billings and Matt Milnes not taking the field for them today. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. And Podmore continues.
Yes, and Podmore comes in now, balls to Allison, and Allison's edging this one, has he? No, he went flashing outside the off stump, and very annoyed with himself, went through to the keeper. Was looking towards the third man area, certainly looking to play the ball in that direction, but doesn't get a touch. And Robinson takes it cleanly behind the stumps. So I think there's just one delivery left in this over. 97. Kushi is on strike. He's on the non-striker's end, so if he doesn't score off this ball, he will retain strike as Podmore in bowls, and he's going to get a single as he works this ball into the mid-wicket area, and the fielder has to run back, gets an easy single, so the over comes to an end. He stays on 15, and at the end of the over it's 425 for the loss of 7.
I shall duck out now. Here comes Don Topley to join Roland Butcher on commentary.
Yes, and Don Topley comes in just on the cusp of Kushi's first class 100, and if he certainly gets it, it would be a deserving one. I think he's batted extremely well. Obviously not finished yet, because Allison is showing that he too can bat. Good afternoon to you, Don.
Good afternoon. Sorry, I'm not in. Good afternoon, Butch. Great to see you again. As Critchley, as Allison pulls it, he gets a top edge. It goes down to, well, fine leg, but they're not taking a single. That was quite bizarre, that, wasn't it? Did he get pinned?
Must have hit the helmet.
Did he get pinned? Yes, he's called for the physio. It was a full-blooded hook, but clearly we thought he hooked it, top-edged it. It didn't. It came off his helmet. It was interesting. It was one of the shots he's played this morning as a full-blooded hook, eh?
Well, Matt and myself were talking about that a couple of minutes ago, that how the helmet empowers tailenders to play that shot. As I said, Don Topley would have been on his knees to that delivery. He wouldn't be playing the hook shot. He would be ducking because no helmet. But I'm all in favour of helmets because I think it saved a few careers. That if I had worn a helmet, I think I would have probably had a better career.
Tell me, but when you got hit, if you don't mind me talking about it, when you got hit at Lord's, George Ferris, were you wearing a helmet? No, not at all, nothing. No. Because there were some cricketers who enjoyed wearing a helmet but no visor. In your day, there was the plastic visor.
Yeah, at the beginning they had the plastic visor or just the side piece. You remember, obviously, Gucci would bat a lot with a side piece.
Yep. Most
people would bat with the side piece because those early visors were not very good. So
they weren't really transparent, were they?
Well, you couldn't see properly. Yeah. I mean, and obviously, if you're going to face fast bowler, you need to see the ball clearly. So those early visors, I think, I certainly found it not very comfortable.
Yes, I can understand that.
And I mean, the times that I did later on in my career wear a helmet, obviously, I couldn't afford to get hit again because I had multiple fractures under my left eye, which caused me to lose vision in that eye.
You're not missing any cricket, ladies and gentlemen. We've had a potential helmet change and just to check the concussion with Ben Allison. He is okay. The medical people are going off the park. He's returning to his bat and gloves. Roland Butcher's talking about the incident that happened many, what year?
83.
83, where he got hit badly.
Yeah, and really, it was my fault. I guess it was a bit of overconfidence. I'd been batting well that whole weekend. I'd got runs on the Saturday, the Sunday. This was a Monday afternoon. I was batting again. I was in the 20s. I just hooked a couple of deliveries for 4 and then tried to hook another one. I was a bit early on it. And as I completed the shot, then the ball just hit me just below the left eye. Where I had multiple fractures, had to have, I think, 2 or 3 operations, lost some vision in the sight, in the eye, missed, really didn't come back until middle of the next year.
In comes Quinn on his way round the wicket to Allison, who makes a very tall stride forward, does Allison, having just been sconned on the helmet. Good to see that he's okay. The ball is left alone. He shoulders arms through to the keeper, dot ball.
Yeah, Allison not perturbed by that short delivery. He's still, if the ball's up, still looking to get forward. And yeah, Don, that was it. Obviously, I'm a big advocate of the helmet because, as I said, that certainly affected my career internationally.
As there's another good delivery, which, there's an element, he shapes up to play it, but seems to drag his bat away at the last minute.
That's a great leave.
Good leave, isn't it?
That's a good leave. I mean, by a tail-end batsman as well. I know better players would have even played at that. That was a very good leave.
I suggested prior to lunch on air that at schoolboy level he used to play very much as a batsman. But the next level, the challenge is facing pace bowling. That's what really separates the men from the boys in my book. As Quinn is in bowls, outside off stump, he plays with soft hands and it goes through first slip and second slip all the way down to the netting area at the Frank Woolley stand for 4. So well bowled, Matt Quinn. He's got his hands on his hips. He's not very happy, but I have to say well bowled, sir. 429 for 7.
Yeah, that one went all along the ground. Just ran off the outer half of the bat. No chance of a catch whatsoever between those slip fielders, and gets himself another boundary. But yeah, I mean, you could see the way that he's played Allison. You can see that he's had some idea about batting. His judgment.
Tall man, very tall man.
He plays when the ball is straight. He plays straight. So
In comes Quinn around the wicket again, drives into the offside. There's a gap. They're encouraging him with the 2 slips there. They take 2. Bell Drummond can't stop. 2 in front of the old hospital on the square boundary on the offside. So good cricket again from Allison, but also not a bad delivery from Quinn, I must add.
Yeah, well, nice shot. Getting onto the front foot and just punching it through the offside. So this partnership now really looking quite dangerous, actually. It's score 431, so I think another short ball's coming down.
Maybe, as Quinn comes in, and according to, if you've got a radio mic connected to the bowler, because Roland Butcher predicted, you should have been a captain, Roland. You predicted the bouncer, and it was the bouncer, sailed through. He just dropped his knees, so watched it go through to the keeper for the end of the over. 431 for 7, and we've got Feroz Kuchi on 97 not out, and with him Ben Allison at the other end watching on 21 not out.
Yep, 431 for 7, and I'll stand up now because I'm getting ready to applaud this young man's 100, and what a good one it would be.
Yes.
It would be thoroughly deserved, and he would have done what all the others couldn't do, which was to continue their good start. As Podmore comes in now, Bosta Kushi, and it's a good delivery, and it brings him onto the front foot, and again showing good temperament, gets right forward, defends the ball on the offside. Very solid in defence, and it goes out to extra cover.
Just a little bit of shape there, Butch. I'm still encouraged. There's still a little bit of shape in the bowling.
There still is, Don. If you find the right lengths, you know, there is still something happening, and we've noticed that the pitch is quickened up anyway because, you know, the shorter balls have gone through quicker than it did yesterday. Podmore's in now, balls to Kushi, and Kushi's off the back foot and punches to extra cover. Can't beat the fielder. Just short of a length. It's like the movement into the right-handed batsman on that occasion. And he just stood up straight, played off the back foot. Just really looking for something a little bit over pitch or a little bit short on the offside end. Sun's out now, and very pleasant afternoon here in Canterbury as Podmore runs away from us with number 1 on his back. In now, balls to Kuchi, balls, and he's driving sweetly up to mid-on, but again he can't score as the fielder is positioned very straight at mid-on. That one just shaped again, a little bit of outward movement, but played with a straight bat. He stays on 97.
There's a slip and a gully. There's a mid-wicket catching, I suppose, slightly quite tight there, but mid-on, mid-off are quite straight. You've got 2 boundary fielders, one defending on the offside in front of the flats and one in front of the old hospital on the leg side.
Podmore balls, and a good delivery again, just outward swing again. We're in the perfect position here to see that ball just curving out, but it's met with a full face of the bat as Kushi comes well forward and just defends it out on the offside. So score stays on 431. He's 97. While all that's been going on, Allison has moved nicely into the 20s. He's on 21.
How many balls does he face?
I would think at least
67.
60. At least
67.
60.
Listen,
Yep.
It's been a patient, disciplined knock by a number 9, hasn't it?
Yes, and Podmore once more to Kushi. Now he goes wide of the crease, and Kushi drives. And
Lost his shape a bit
again,
there.
perhaps trying to hit that ball just a little bit too hard. He realised it was in the slot and just tried to cream it past mid-off. Ended up just hitting it straight to mid-off, and there is no run.
You could just sense that he felt that was a scoring opportunity.
Yeah, it was right in the slot, but he just lost his shape a little bit and trying to hit it too hard instead of timing it straight down the ground. But time is not the problem. He settles in once more. Slip goes down. One slip and a gully as Podmore is in now, and he goes wide of the crease. Ball short outside the off stump, and that's cut away. Straight that man down on the point boundary. He's only going to get a single, but he goes to 98. He'll also retain the strike. The over comes to an end. 432 for 7.
Yes, he's going to keep strike on 98. Needs 2 more, this gentleman from Walthamstow, through the Essex pathway. Played for the age groups right the way through the system. So there'll be many eyeing this up, watching and listening to us, perhaps family, friends, people perhaps associated with this young man's cricket career in his early days. And they'll be celebrating with him, I'm sure, if he can get 2 more runs.
I think, Don, he's going to have to hook one of these balls, because I don't think Quinn's going to want to be driven.
Well, there's a man back just in front of square on the leg side, down the slope.
Just moved
even fine legs moving squarer. You might be right. There's Daniel Beldrum in front of the hospital. You got Slip and a Gully, that's it. It's going to be Quinn from the Nackington Road end. Cousey's bat is aloft. He's on his way in, and it's clipped it into the leg side where he will just take the one, and he will only take the one. It was quite interesting. They both ran quickly. You could sense they were looking at the 2, but they chose right, Roland Butcher.
They certainly did, and no need to take any chances, because Allison is very capable. The 50-run partnerships come up, so that's a very, very important innings for the team. And the sun is now blazing down Duntopley. We talked about how the weather's been this summer. We haven't had the finest of weather down here in Canterbury. It hasn't been cold either, but now it is absolutely magnificent.
It is. As a slip in a gully and a leg slip comes in for Allison, who certainly tries to get behind the ball. In comes Quinn from around the wicket this time. It's driven into the offside. There's going to be 1, there's going to be 2. It's going to go across the boundary line at the Nackington Road end. It was a glorious strike, well executed for 4.
That's a lovely shot for someone who's been struck on the helmet, still prepared to get forward. And there's no mid off, and the timing was very, very good, and he just timed it past mid off and up to away from our commentary position for a boundary. So he now goes to 25 and looking very comfortable.
Again, what length will this be? Quinn around the wicket. And it's short, it's tucked, and it's tucked very fine. It's going to run away for 4 at fine leg, because fine leg has moved squarer. They've put in the leg slip, but it's avoided the man at leg slip. It's gone finer than him, so very productive for Allison, who gets into line over to sort of middle stump, off stump, because the bowler is bowling around the wicket, and he executed that and played it very comfortably, Roland.
He played that very well, actually. Didn't panic, just got inside of it. He's quite a tall man, so it probably was around the rib area, and just really glanced it very fine. There was a man in a catching position there, but no chance of even stopping that.
They've avoided the man now at fine leg. He's moved and he's coming over the wicket, and there's a genuine bumper, which is quite high, especially to this tall batsman that is Ben Allison.
Yeah, and he just ducks under it, and again, keeping his eye on the ball, not just turning his head away, as a lot of tail-end batsmen would do when the short ball comes along. He's kept his eyes firmly on the ball and just ducked under it.
Most of Brentwood Cricket Club, around Chelmsford where he went to school, Newhall, and indeed at Colchester, all know about the Allison family, as the bowler comes in, and Quinn bowls a short and wide ball, which Allison is very, very happy to leave.
Yeah, he must have thought perhaps of going after that one, but thought better and just allowed it to go through. And really, it's been a tough couple of days for Kent in the field, really. Won the toss, put the opposition in. Late afternoon on the second day, they bowled 131 overs.
This is worth 53 runs, 58 runs this, what am I saying, 48 runs. 58 runs this partnership as it goes through for the end of the over, and that is 441 for 7 with Feroz Kushi on 99 not out.
Yeah, I think the 50 partnership came up in the last over there.
Yeah, it did. So it's 58 then.
Yeah. And another bowler looks as if he's struggling.
Podmore?
Yeah, he's limping away as he runs, so...
Gosh, he is, isn't he?
Yeah, he's not. He doesn't look too good. So really, with two bowlers 2 players down already. If you lose a third one,
Denley into the attack. Who did you get your maiden 100 against? You said Gloucestershire. Who did you get your 100th run off? Sid, Courtney?
no, Procky was playing then. Was it?
Procky, Mike Proctor, was it?
It
So
was Proctor and Brian Brain.
Brian Brain, yes,
Was
remember
the
him,
attack.
Gloucestershire, yeah.
I can't remember actually
Really?
who I got it off.
Really?
Can't remember. Yeah. Well, I mean, there's been a few years in between then and now, Don.
I would have thought that would have been quite an emotional moment. You
It was.
often go to sleep with it.
It was. Denley will continue now, and this first delivery is cut away,
There it is.
parried away, and a very good 100 by Cushy. He punches the air in delight, and so he should, because he's played an excellent hand here for his team and for himself. 100. He has 160 balls. He's hit 14 fours and 1 6, and what a marvellous innings he has played for his first 100. And he will remember this as he goes down on his knees and puts his head on the ground, really thanking the heavens for this moment. And so he should, because he's really played well.
His previous highest was 66. He'd been averaging 20 in first-class cricket. He has had a century against Glamorgan and Northamptonshire in one-day cup.
That delivery by Denley's tossed up and met on the forward defensive by Allison back along the pitch.
But he's never got 100 in first-class cricket. What an emotional moment for the man.
But he has now. Denley bowls to Allison, and that's a good delivery. And he comes forward. Ball comes off the outer half of the bat, goes to backward point, can't score. Slip in place, a short extra cover, short mid wicket. Then a ring of 3 fielders as Denley leg spin in bowls, and that's smashed through the offside for 4. Allison getting hold of that one, a tossed up delivery, throwing his hands at it, middled it to the left of mid off, can't stop the boundary. The ball goes to 4, and really. That was a good shot. He goes now into the 30s. He goes to 32 as Denley comes in once more again. Bowls to Allison, and he's off the back foot, cutting away. He's going to get a single as the extra cover fielder has to move to his left. Cannot prevent the single, so it brings Cushy back on strike. Cushy's in exactly 100, and I think when we really discuss and analyse this 100, we will see just how good it was. As Denley's in bowls, and Cushy drives up to mid-off, and he's going to get a single once more and maintain the strike. The over comes to an end. At the end of that over, Cushy's moved on now to 101, and it's 448 for 7.
Well played, Feroz Cushy. Brilliant. There'll be people in the Kent crowd who will respect this chap for his endeavours last night and his patience this morning. As you highlighted, Roland Butcher, there was times where he was he couldn't get the strike, or he was devoid of strike, but he did play some wonderful shots last night, and super to see. And those over north of the River Thames will be ecstatic. All the coaches within the pathway, his family, his friends, his schoolmates from close to Walthamstow, where he was educated, will all be absolutely chuffed. And I'm sure his phone, his WhatsApp tonight will be busy, and he will be the one I'm sure I'll be interviewing, which this time Leeming bowls, so 2 spinners on. Feroz Cushy plays into the offside off the back foot and collects the single, and the right-hand batsmen rotate. 449 for 7.
Yeah, Don, I mean, Allison has played his part in this partnership. There's no question about it. He hasn't just hung around. You know, he's played his shots when the ball's been there. He's shown good judgment.
Leaning in, driven down the ground. Bowler fields on the leg side on his follow through. No run. Sun is out. Lovely sight. Not too windy down here in Canterbury. Leaning bowls. This is played off the back foot. Played into the offside, goes well in front of square, where Drummond does the fielding deep on the cover boundary, where he has to move the best part of 30 metres to collect the ball. 2 runs to Allison. Allison has now moved to 36, but the score, importantly, is 451 for 7. And he comes again. Slightly quicker ball driven into the leg side, no run. Canterbury slightly concerned now with 2 spinners on, 2 seamers off the park. This time's played off the back foot by Allison, and both these two are very aware, as you could see with Denley coming on last over. There's an opportunity just to get a couple of runs now as well. It's, without the seamers on. Mid-on goes back to the boundary, and this is driven into the offside, looking for a quick single. They do take it, so Allison goes up to the Nackington Road, where he will retain the strike. 452 for 7.
Yeah, nicely played there by Allison, just onto the front foot, and there's a long off in place and just pushed it up to a long off. Gets himself a single, and Podmore not moving very well at all, Don, is he? He looks
stiff and sore.
He looks an old tired man. He's had a long spell, and obviously I guess the break in between the last championship game and this one
has been considerable.
And he wouldn't have. As Denley is in now, balls. Oh my word! And I'm not sure the judgment there, but it worked out for him. It looked as if it probably was a googly, and he left it alone. And fortunately for him, it didn't spin enough to clip the off stump. Denley's in now again to Allison, and Allison is forward, and he's going to looking for a single initially, and then change of mind.
He's got his radar a bit closer this time. He bowled a little bit outside, as his looseners were outside off stump last over, but this time he's bowling a little bit straighter.
Yes, Denley's in now, ball to Allison. Allison's off the back foot and cracks this one out to point. Deep point, that is, and he gets a single. Brings Cushy on the strike. Score is now 452 for 7. And the field changes for Cushy. There's now a long off as Denley bowls to Cushy, and he drives handsomely through the offside for 4. That's a glorious shot, over pitch delivery, and Cushy showing the full range of his driving. Just strokes this one to the right of extra cover and out to the boundary for 4. He now goes to 106, and with that the score now moves on to 457. Yes, 457. Kent won the toss, asked Essex to bat, and they're really paying dearly for that mistake, as Denley's in again to Cushy, balls to Cushy, and that's down the leg side, and he tried to turn it. Cannot score. Keeper comes around, does the tidying up. He stays on 106. As Denley's in once more again, ball to Cushy. Cushy drives powerfully out to long off. There is a fielder in place. He'll get the single. He'll also maintain the strike. So as you said, runs just coming a little bit quicker now. He goes to 107. At the end of that over, it's the 134th of the innings. Score now 458 for 7.
As you will only know too well, Roland Butcher, for the bowling figures, well, Quinn, 32 overs, 1 for 99. Milnes, who hasn't been on the park today, is injured now with a bad back, 14 overs, 0 for 44. Podmore, 28, 1 for 96. Stewart, 29 overs as leaning bowls. This is played back to leaning where there is no run. So Stewart, 29 overs, 1 for 79. Drummond, 10 overs, 3 for 37. Leaning, 16 overs, 0 for 57. And Denley with 6 overs. So you can tell that the bowling has to be shared out a bit more. This is driven all the way up to the man at long on for a single, and Allison comes down to face the bowling of Jack Leaning. The Cushy has 108 now, Allison 38, and you can just tell how the overs have been shared out with their seamer down. As Allison comes forward, plays it into the leg side, no run. Always difficult to share those extra overs out now between a man off the park.
Yeah, it's a lot of overs to be shared.
as Allison faces and allows this to go through from Jack leaning through to the keeper, Robinson. There is no run. 5 around on the inner ring now, really patrolling as this is driven into the offside. That's going to be 1 run as it goes towards the boundary on the old hospital side here at Canterbury. And Cushy comes back on to strike on 108 runs. Allison 39. A partnership that is worth an impressive, I'll work that out at the end of this over. Cushy takes a single and will keep the strike as Denley will come across to bowl another over. And last wicket 383, so it's now worth 678 runs. Is that the end of you? Are you finishing?
I'm afraid so, Don. I'm going to leave you in your capable hands.
Lovely. Well, enjoy yourself with a cup of tea and a sarnie and a packet of crisps I think you've got there. So anyway, we'll see Denley bowling to Cushy. Cushy then forces it into the offside off the back foot all the way down to long off where he takes a single. Ben Allison takes his guard again, makes his mark, walks away, touches his pads, comes back and he's ready. Denley bowls. This is played into the leg side and there is no run. Good afternoon, Matt Cole.
Hello, Don Topley.
I hope Podmore's all right.
Yes, quite.
He popped off for a bit, limping. Denley in again, bowls. Little bit quicker, shorter. It's forced off the back foot. There's a pad first onto bat, but the umpire isn't interested. He's declared it not out, but it was a confident shout by Denley and the keeper.
Yeah, Paul's back on in front of us, isn't he, in the sleeveless jumper now, so... but wondering if that knee is troubling him, just the...
Short and wide, cut out to the boundary. Fielder at cover boundary. There is 1 run.
You know how it is once you've opened a...
Yeah.
I mean, he's grazed the skin off the right knee in the game against Hampshire in the One Day Cup, and I think it's probably that. He landed heavily on it yesterday. Might be just a bit of maintenance.
Denley in, driven. Good delivery, pitched up, driven down the ground to long off where there is a single. 464 for 7. In the sun, here comes Denley. Denley bowls a decent ball. Respected end of the over, 464 for 7.
Hard yards for Kent in the field today. Took 3 wickets in the first session, but this partnership has been mighty effective. Standing at 81 between these two now for Cushy. For Cushy, I should say. What an impressive innings this has been. 111, 170 balls.
Got a couple of hundreds in the Royal London One Day Cup, but not first class. So just huge day for the young man. Huge.
Just the composure. No sign of any jitters at any point, even when he's not scoring runs or can't... as he works the ball away into the onside for a single. Just shows great composure to me. As you and Ruddle know much more about it than I will, but it just feels like it's not been an issue getting to 100. Does that make sense? He's confident, he's calm. As Allison, as leaning falls over in his delivery stride. Doesn't usually happen to a spinner, does it? You're not coming in with quite that force, but single into the offside. Essex 4, 6, 6, 4, 7. Cushy on strike here, very much looking the part. His maiden first-class century. Update for BBC radio listeners right now. I'll try and get the words out, that'll be handy. Looking for a run into the onside, but the side against it. Backward square. And I'm afraid for Kent, it's Essex's day once again. 4, 6, 6, 4, 7. They are now batting on and on as they did through the first day and for the first session of the second day as well. For Cushy, fantastic innings by the young Essex batter. 116 not out now. His maiden first-class century, aided and severely abetted by Ben Allison. Batting at number 9, 41 from 92 from him. It's been a fantastic stand between the two. 80 plus they put on together now for the 8th wicket. Kent did have a flurry flurry of wickets in the first session. Daniel Bell-Drummond took 2 and Podmore 1, but that's all there's been for them so far on what's looking like a batting-friendly pitch, certainly when Kushi's batting. He goes on to 117. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app with Essex 4-7-1 for 7 in the sunshine now at Canterbury. And last ball, leanings over. I'll take you through this one. So Don Toppy gets a hole over, defended by Allison. A little push back and a little nudge to the bowler. End of the over. 4-7-1 for 7. Kushi 117. Allison 41. He's crept up as well, Ben Allison, hasn't he? He's played a great innings.
Well, 41 off 93, and I have to say he scored a lot more in the last 20 or 30 balls, whereas it was a very patient, disciplined, supportive knock for a number 9 to play. Rossington didn't, nor did Snater. They chose the other option and perished, where it's been of a great knock by Allison. This time, Kushi comes forward, smothers the spin from Denley. It's well played, well bowled equally by the... I think he's the whole of the Denley family. His father played at Chesfield and Whitstable. This is played out to backward point where there is no run. Played with a spin, allowed the ball to bounce and just opened the face of the bat and ran it off. Denley, as I said, father was a decent club cricketer in this parish. This is cut off the back foot. It goes all the way out to deep cover where there is a man in front of the retirement flats just looking into the balconies. I can see there were 3 balconies being used yesterday, maybe just the one today. As Denley comes in, just a slip waiting, and this is driven straight down to mid-on where there is no run. 472 for 7. Kushi 118, and with him facing Ben Allison on 41. This is driven down the ground. They're looking for a single, but mid-off is tight enough to prevent that single. Alas, it's a dot ball. In comes Denley. Man goes further back. There could be a single to him now. This is cut out to the man where he is fielding in front of those retirement flats again. Square of the wicket, 1 run, end of the over, keeps the strike. 42 to Ben Allison and 473 for 7.
Yeah, it's a big old partnership now. As I said, they came together at 383.
So 90.
So 90 exactly, between these two.
Gosh.
That's just...
that's productive, isn't it? Down
indeed,
at, what partnership is this? The 8th wicket.
Leaning to... Allison on the back foot, driven back to the bowler. There's no run. And it's gone a bit quiet out there for Kent, hasn't it? Finding it difficult. As you say, Podmore's just feeling his knees there, and already a seam bowler down with Matt Milnes. As this one's flicked up to along the ground to mid-on, fielded by Hamid Kadri, and they'll take themselves a single.
No captain, Billings.
No.
Obviously, he's very much Kent's leader.
Yeah.
So...
Leaning to man on the field at the moment, taking those duties. Just nurdles against the pad, down the leg side, no run. And it
must be difficult for you in that position, for Jack Leaning, because he'd be looking around the field. Who can I bowl? Well, Milnes is off. You've bowled 30 already. Podmore's struggling.
This one is off the back foot, driven by Kushi into the offside, and Daniel Bell-Drummond field single.
Yeah, you're looking around the field, who can I bowl? So he's brought on Denley, he's bowling a few, but you are searching for people to say, who's fit and available to bowl.
It's your brain's trust on the chairs down to our left. I don't know if you've noticed this, but Matt Walker, head coach, Simon Cook, as he says, the dot ball, bowling coach, Sam Billings out there as well, captain.
Yes.
Deep in conversation a few moments ago. It's an appeal from Jack Leaning. Felt a little bit late and half-hearted, going down leg maybe. 475 for 7 anyway. Umpire's not entertaining it. 119 for Kushi, 43 for Allison.
Good
Essex
spot
batting
that.
on.
Good spot that, Matt Cole.
Right.
Because they're all down there, they're watching, and probably I know. Look, things are not particularly fair just at the moment. It's a challenge, but they'll be looking for people to hold their hands up to bowl when needed. Right now, Denley bowls. This is driven back at Denley on, collected neatly on his follow through, no run. As you know, Podmore's struggling a little bit. Milnes is off. And I do say Quinn has done my man for the day so far. This is driven squarely into the offside, but straight to the fielder. Not necessarily, I have to say he's catching, but he's not saving one. He's closer than that. As this is a full bunger, it's in the air, it's gone in the air, and it's fallen just short of Jack Leaning. That was a bit of ugly cricket all round. It was a genuine full toss, quite high, probably around hip high, of which Kushi obviously eyes lit up and he mishit it, and it would have been a dreadful way to get out despite his 119, but he got away with it. It was a horrid bit of cricket. This is now driven by what was the non-striker that was Ben Allison. He's now facing. They did get the one for Ferozi, but it was a poor bit of cricket all round. That would have been a death. Eh?
It would be. Another loose delivery and possibility of a wicket.
Leg spinner bowls again, driven down the ground, back to the bowler, no run. That's the kind of dismissal you'll probably see by Albert Sludgebucket against Albert Longhop in the 5th 11. Somewhere in the around Kent and Essex, and this is played into the leg side with a thick inside edge, but they take a single. Bell Drummond can't stop it, and they rotate the strike, and the score moves to 477 for 7. Kushi 120. Allison getting closer to a 50.
He is indeed, and I'll be very pleased with that, and good value as well as Essex bat on here. And there we go. So I'm just corresponding with the Kent office, making sure the identity of one of the other subfielders is Joey Everson, who's at mid-wicket at the moment, as Leaning bowls. Onto the back foot goes Allison, 45 from 104 balls now. Wondering what his high in first-class cricket would be. Has he been to 50 before? He has. 52 is his highest score, I gather. Ben Allison, and this one is driven by Kushi up towards long on, and they'll take a single.
I think this is his first game of the season, actually, in Championship cricket.
Gotcha.
I'm going to have a look. What else has he done?
It's Leaning just aborts the run up there. Just got his feet wrong, perhaps. Yeah, it looks like it is.
Top score is 52.
Yeah, 52, yeah. And that's worked away on the offside by Allison. They'll come back for 2, will they? No thought about it, but Daniel Bell Drummond gets round the offside boundary and they decide against it. So singles off the first 3 deliveries of this over.
Only got 150 previously, but I said to Roland Butcher, at schoolboy level, he was a very competent batsman.
Looking at today as well. Flicked off the pads by Kushi from a full delivery from the off-spinner Leaning, and it's another single, so one's all the way so far.
I can't remember if it was last season or the season before, but he got a lot of pugnacious knocks later in the innings. You know, defiant dozens.
Playing a miss there from Allison outside the off stump. Got an oon and ah from the wicket keeper and bowler respectively. Patient
20s and things like that. He's a very capable, organised cricketer.
As Allison, that's in the block hole. He scoots that away along the ground, played off his toes, fielded by Podmore with his feet actually, and that will be no run at the end of the over. 481 for 7 Essex. Just looking at the BBC Cricket Live page, always good to keep up with what's going on around the country. I see that Hampshire have lost another wicket. Keith Barker's out for 14, but Hampshire 273 for 7 a few minutes ago. Better news for Kent is that Somerset 74 for 3, or at least they were, up against Gloucester's 343, with George Bartlett getting out, playing no shot to a ball from Tom Price. But wandered into your over. I do apologise. That's a single by Kushi off the first ball from Denley.
Yeah, just driven down to Leaning. Leaning's just deep enough to get the single at mid-on, so well played to these two batsmen. Denley's in again. This is driven back to Denley on his follow-through, quite powerfully, but no run. So that's interesting. Gloucestershire sort of lost a few wickets then late in the morning.
Yeah, 343
all out. Played into the leg side, no run. They look for a single. They call late and they get in as the throw came from the man at first slip, who had to move a good 5 metres behind on square on the leg side to pick the ball and shy at the stump. So there's an applause here, because these two, who are probably very good mates that have grown up together, have got 100-run partnership. Coochie 52 and Ben Allison has 46 of them. This time Coochie drives to the deep jack leaning down at long on, where he takes a single. Easy cricket for Coochie, just rotating the strike and picking up the singles. 124 for him. Denley in again. This time it's driven down the ground straight. Allison also wants it, but the fielder dives. He misses it. It rolls away down the slope to the Frank Woolley stand, and that is 4 runs. But importantly, the cheers and the announcer, if you heard it, has announced and congratulated Ben Allison for his 50, 110 balls, and he's got, I think, 11 boundaries in that 110 balls. A patient, an effective and a most disciplined innings for him. Forced off the back foot into the covers. There is no run. The end of the over, 488 for 7. And please listen to this if you're an Essex fan. Coochie 120 for not out, and Ben Allison 50 not out.
Yeah, beautifully done. Beautifully described. And Ben Allison on 50 now. Coochie 124. And they really are batting very well, these two. Kent, a weakened attack, it might be said, but what's the old cliche? You can only beat what's in front of you, can't you? And they've looked calm, unhurried, but moving the score along. 488 for 7, trying to ensure they just need and just will bat once now, and putting Kent under pressure in terms of the mental tiredness as much as physically as well. This one's leave it away, this first ball from leaning into the onside by Coochie. He's on to 125. Allison has 50 exactly. 2 more, or 3 more I should say, to get his career high, so the 2 of them could. And sharing in this 100 partnership for the 8th wicket. Frustrating Kent after taking 3 wickets in the first session. Deliberate he played outside the off stump by Allison, opening the face. They'll run back for 2, might even be 3 as Jordan Cox goes to the boundary to grab the ball, throws that back in, and good running and applauded by well, a few fans there, maybe the Essex dressing room as well. They go on to 492 for 7. Impressive stuff this by the visitors. And Kent surely in the back of their minds must know they'll be batting to save a draw in the remaining time, unless something extraordinary happens. That's hit hard by Coochie, and well fielded, as you say, by Daniel Bell-Drummond, diving around the boundary there. That's saving 2.
That's what your senior management think tank will be thinking. They'll be looking around for people to keep fighting for the badge here this afternoon.
So leaning bowls, hit straight back at him by Coochie. Bit of a juggle by Jack Lean as he gets the ball back, but lights back in his right palm. So looking for a bit of character out there, is that what you suggest? As leaning bowls, gives that one some air, flighted in towards Coochie, who tries to take it on. Doesn't quite get all of it though, and it's back with the bowler along the ground as he tries to drive it. Last ball of Leaning's 21st over. He'd be hoping not to bowl so many. I know part-time bowlers love to bowl, but frankly this might be exceeding a little bit. And this is thumped up to long on to Hamid Kadri, single taken by Coochie. He'll stay on strike. 128 for him, 53 for Allison here on BBC Radio Kent, BBC Essex, and online by the BBC Sport website and app, of course, and on the club stream as well, on your visual platforms, if that makes any sort of sense. 495 for 7.
Matt, you're right. You're talking about character. You do look for people with character out there to keep the boys going, those who want to bowl, but it's going to be Denley from our end, the pavilion end. It's driven down the ground. They're going to take a quick single, and they get in before Jack Leaning can pick the ball up. Yeah, you'll be looking for characters. You'll be looking for people to don't hide in the field as a bowler. You know, if you want me to bowl skip, I'm happy to keep going. You know, that it really is a very difficult place to be, especially when you've got not out there going down the leg side there from Denley. You're looking for people to stick their hand up and say, I'm with you, I'm with you. And you're minus your leader as well, which is a difficult place to be. This time there's he's bowled him as it's gone through, or yorked himself, and it's knocked the middle pole out. And well bowled, Joe Denley. There's not too many celebrations with the veteran cricketer, the leg spinner, that has indeed played for England, but the 8th wicket goes for Essex. Allison has been bowled by Denley for 53, and I hope he gets a decent applaud back to the pavilion, because he's played very well for the away team today.
Yeah, and that's a partnership 113 between these two, and there will be applause as he comes in. I think, as you say, the appeal wasn't the shout wasn't very loud, and perhaps this crowd as well have got a bit soporific during the afternoon, but there is a applause for Ben Allison. He comes in. That's a really good innings from a Kent fan's point of view. Obviously, they'd rather it hadn't happened, but 113 between Allison and Cushy as he finally goes. And out next is our former co-commentator, well, for half an hour at least. Sam Cook comes out with number 16 on his shirt. Essex 496 for 8 now.
Yeah, he's no mug, actually. He's capable, but interestingly, how they approach this. You've got Jack Leaning and Joe Denley bowling, so you know, you can afford to manipulate the ball a little bit, but you've got to be smart and sensible. But you're playing for the gentleman that's out there, has got his maiden century, and that is of Feroz Kushi, 129 not out. He's had sort of a, you know, perhaps when Roland's back on, we could ask Roland Butcher, former England and Middlesex and Barbados cricketer, that you know, how he's had to play this innings today. This time it's going to be Cook. Cook faces and comes forward, plays the leg spinner into the leg side. There is no run. You know, he had to be patient. He was devoid of the strike for periods of time, and he had to be patient. All of the challenges of batting as Denley bowls a decent ball. It's driven back down to the bowler on his follow through. No run. It's not a straightforward, easy job batting. You're not going to have it all your own way. People are allowed to bowl well, and sometimes you just simply have to play a quiet role, slip into a slower stream, and just respect it. Driven out to mid-off where there is Podmore. He went down in stages, it would be fair to say. And that concludes the end of a wicket taking over for Kent. 496 for 8.
Indeed, so loads of emails have come in just after lunch and into the this session as well, so I'm going to try and get through a few here, Dawn. Here we go.
Yeah.
Steph, thank you very much for your email. I've attached a 2022 Ken Fixture card with details of ticket price, so we might get to that one later, because I know Dawn was talking about so Steph, thank you for that. Comparisons. David on email, lifelong Essex supporter, now living in Seaham on the coast of County Durham, as a single taken by Cushy off the bowling of Leaning. Lovely part of the world. So they're walking last year indeed. Watching the current Kent Essex match, this is my first sight of Cushy, and I have to say I agree with all the comments made by those commentating. He exhibits a technique and patience which is to be commended in one so young. A player to watch for the future. There was also this mention, says David, this morning, of Keith Fletcher, who I'd only the opportunity of briefly meeting on the occasion, as this one is well, a full-length delivery, and Cook has managed to block it out. There's no run. Had the opportunity of briefly meeting once on the occasion of an Essex benefit dinner, says David. This is back at the bowler, and there's no run from Sam Cook, the batter. I do remember it's just after Fletcher had lost the England captaincy, and I was quite struck by his unassuming attitude and his quiet, courteous, gentlemanly manner. correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe he had the nickname of the Gnome bestowed on him by Ray East. There we are.
Correct.
It's a single for Sam Cook. He gets off the mark. The shot up to wide mid on. Paul, Kent fan, only just caught up with the commentary. What's happening with Billings? Assume Kent already one down rebatting, or could he bat if needs be? Well, Don Topley is from the horse's mouth. Was talking to Sam Billings this morning, who had asked the match referee when he was allowed to bat. So it may be in case of emergency, it may be that he's expecting to. He has a groin injury. Poor prognosis, not looking great, we gather from the Kent coaching staff, but we'll see if he does indeed bat. Matt Milnes has a back injury. I would say from the indications I got, less likely to see Matt Milnes again in this match. A single to end the over. Essex 499 for 8. Is the pitch flat, or have the bowlers not bowled in the right areas enough? What Kent would give the bowler in the commentary box yesterday, and I mean Topley, let alone Cook. There we go. Well, the two of you wouldn't do a bad job, would you, Sam Cook and Don Topley? What do you think?
Sam Cook, vastly better than me, and I do think he will bowl nicely on here. We will see. We will see. Denley in. This time it's played with an open face. Plays it late off the back foot, does Cushy, but he doesn't get it past backward point. There is no run.
Gary saying Kent's over rate is once again slow. Will they worry about that just in case of points deductions? I'd imagine they will, Gary.
This is driven powerfully into the covers, where there is a man on the drive that does the fielding. That's Ben Compton, who he's going to be examined later. Joe Denley bowls. This is short, played out to Compton, who has to move to his left this time to stop any singles. That's well played, well fielded. Cushy looking to be positive here. Denley bowls. This is driven in the air, all the way to mid-on, long mid-on, over the boundary, where the umpire, Michael Burns, signals 6. I think that's the first 6 of the day, second 6 of the day, and let me tell you, that was a lovely execution, a lovely sound, and a lovely strike that was for 6.
Yeah, it's bigger than the other one, which I think from memory Cushy pulled over mid-wicket, but yeah, that was a huge shot, that one.
Again, this time he plays the forward defensive as the score moves to 505 for 8. You talked about a point deduction, didn't you, just now?
Well, possibly for slow over rates.
Is there?
Yeah.
Okay, I've got something for you, which is quite interesting, which has just come up. This is driven in the offside. There's going to be just the one run as it goes towards the Lime Tree Cafe. And there is the end of the over. How do you fancy this then, Mr. Butcher? Mr. Cole? Mr. Emerson, our distinguished colleague.
You might call him that.
I have to. He is at Derby.
Right.
And he has an issue at the ground in Derby.
Well,
Nick
that doesn't surprise me. Oh, right, okay.
Plays
sorry,
for Victoria, plays for the Melbourne Renegades, opening batsmen. Bat won't fit through the umpire's bat measurement gauge, and it has to be replaced. Hassan Adnam is the umpire. The match referee has come on to take the bat away, and that is likely to be a 2-point penalty.
Jack leading to Feroz Cushy, driven up to long on. We've already had one of those, I think, in one of the competitions this year.
Really?
It may have even been another Derbyshire batter. I'm not sure, but I'll look it up. Yes,
that's Durham versus Derby today at Derby.
Yeah. Already had a deduction, I believe. Leaning to Cook, just into the onside, no run.
I always thought when I bowled at Roland Butcher his bat looked a bit wide, but I didn't have the confidence to have a word with the umpire.
A bad workman blames his tools, I would say, Don Topley. Could it have been the sort of stuff you were bowling at him? You just made his bat look wide.
Yeah, it might have been. That's
very cheeky of me to say so, but
might have been.
I think there's certain players who make everything look a little bit easier, don't they? Unfortunately, for us lesser mortals. That's the ball on the back foot. I'm just teasing, Don.
I know
you're a very fine cricketer. So the ball into the onside.
So my mum said so.
507 for 8. Well, if your mum can't support you, who can? 507 for 8, and leaning, giving this one actually a bit of a flatter delivery. A dot ball there will. Get one more delivery to come from Jack leaning, but there must be some cricketers as Cook runs a single up to a long off, 508 for 8. He goes on to 2 for Eskushi on to 139. There must have been some batters, I mean, almost joking apart, that you just felt you were never going to get out. I mean, I'm sure those that bowled at Brian Lara, well, I was going to say in his pomp, but probably at any time in his career, he must have been one of those. Were there batters like that you bowled to and just thought, I just don't see how this is going to happen? Or you must have always had hope, I suppose.
If I may, some of the older gentry will remember something. If I said to you Jimmy Cook,
right,
who played South African, who didn't play much Test cricket, was readmitted into Test cricket at the end of his career with South Africa. They went off to India. He played out there. He was a marvellous player of fast bowling. But ask Roland Butcher what he thought of him. I didn't get. He got hundreds against me, and I just felt he used to take the mickey a little bit. I move him straighter, he hits him squarer. I move him squarer, he hits me straighter. He was a fantastic player, Jimmy Cook, scored a lot of runs for Somerset. And the other fellow who I struggled with was John Wright, the New Zealander.
You were saying left-handed.
Some of your Mike Gattings, Ian, but I actually got a few of those out. Maybe they just felt relaxed against me. But we're going to see Stewart back into the attack, who bowls a shortish ball, played into the leg side. It runs out to deep square leg, where there is just the single. A diving Daniel Bell-Drummond stops the ball going for 4.
Talking about another batsman who's, well, it's out there right now. John, more praise for Feroz Kushi. Looks like a natural success as an opening batsman to Alistair Cook, says John, when he decides to retire. At present, he might even keep Paul Walter out of the first 11, John thinking.
Well, Feroz Kuchi is playing because of Paul Walter failed a fitness test. He probably deserves his go, but there's competition in the Essex lineup as Stewart comes in. This is short, forced off the back foot. There's going to be 1. There's going to be 2. No, there's not. Yes, there is. Brilliant fielding by Joe Denley. I looked at that and thought 4 all over it. And he just got his fingertips diving along the green lush grass and parried it back to prevent it going over the boundary. Super bit of fielding. And again, the think tank here at Kent will be looking at that thing. Oh, that's great to see that at 511 for 8. Brilliant by Joe Denley. In comes Stewart, played into the leg side. They look for a single, but there's a Kent fielder at mid-wicket, no run.
Also setting an example. Denley's in his mid-30s. He's played international cricket. Could say he owes no one anything here at Kent, but he's still, as you say, herring around the boundary, chasing a lost cause. Gary's saying, will Essex declare at 500? Evidently not, Gary. I know you said that you put that earlier, but I think they're just trying to bat once here, aren't they? They'll probably bat on. They may well bat a few overs, perhaps have a go at Kent tonight.
Have you got the score from the beginning of the season? That was an interesting game. This is driven it off his legs into the leg side, goes out to Daniel Bell-Drummond beneath the hospital side here, where there is 1 run, just the 1 run. If I remember rightly, Essex batted slowly. Scores?
Where are we? 514. Essex played 581 on that occasion.
Yeah,
and
it was
684 in the second innings. It was.
Yeah.
It was dull. There's no dressing it up. I think we said so at the time.
These two are scoring, so that's the important thing. This is driven back to the bowler on his follow through. There is no run. So I would be tempted to see how these two carry on. Let them carry on. 132 for Kushi, 2 to Sam Cook. As long as Kushi's not wasting or eating time into the game, I think it's worthy keep going. If he gets out, possibly give it away then. That's my thoughts. Grant Stewart, away from us. Slip in the gully waiting. Bowls, short, played into the offside, looking for a quick single. It goes to backward point. There is no fielder there. 1 run.
Update for BBC Radio Kent's radio listeners. It's not great news for Kent. Well, I can bring you the good news that Kent have taken a wicket since we last spoke, Pat, to Joe Denley removing Ben Allison, but for 53, put on 113 with Feroz Kushi, a young Essex batter who has his maiden first-class century, has 142 not out so far. No sign of him stopping anytime soon. He has been brilliant. We like to be even-handed about this when we see greatness, especially from a young player, and Kushi has been wonderful. No consolation for Kent's bowlers, though. They're a man down in the bowling attack with Matt Milnes injured with a back injury, and they're a captain down, Sam Billings, with a soft tissue injury. Neither of those have taken the field today, so Kent really struggling. They'll be tired as well, as that one's launched over the bowler's head for 4 more, this time by Sam Cook coming in at number 10. He's now on to 8. Essex 517 for 8 on day 2 of this county championship match. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app.
What's interesting here at Canterbury is Denley swapped ends, and Critchley, the Essex leg spinner, will be asking the batsman. This is then played and missed, and well taken by the keeper. What's interesting is the Critchley will talk to these two boys about which end's turning more for the leg spinner. This time Denley bowls, it's driven up to mid-off. They look for a quick single, they take it, they call quickly, decisively, and get through for another single. 518 for 8. Denley now bowling from the Nackington Road end. He's bowled, this is his 13th over. Stewart has bowled 30 now. Quinn's bowled the most, I think, of all the Kent bowlers. In comes Denley, a little bit quicker, played into the leg side. There's no fielder at backward point or point because he's on the boundary, so they take another quick single. So Essex are rotating these singles quickly. 143 to Kushi, 9 to Cook, score 519 for 8.
Aiden's got some stats on Kent, and they're not great ones from a Kent point of view.
Denley in, decent delivery. Cook respects it, plays it into the offside, no run.
Saying they're averaging 51 per wicket so far in the county championship. He says that that shows that Kent, how weak Kent's attack is, but we have had some flat old pitches this summer as well.
Denley in on the back foot this time, played into the offside. There is no run. End of the over, which was negotiated the last 2 balls by Cook. Essex have 518 for 8 with Kushi on strike on 143 not out.
I would say, Aiden, that certainly that the final analysis at the end of the season will be where Kent finish in this division in comparison, both batting and bowling. And obviously they have a couple of victories so far, but they are struggling against Essex. They are a bowler down here. They've not had a good season for injuries, and they've not got a massively deep squad, though that might sound like excuses from the club, but sometimes that's the way things go. 519 for 8.
We've had 150 overs, I think it is, as this is played into the leg side. There is no run.
Only 10 more for
just crept up on you, that.
Yeah, only 10 more for another new ball.
Yeah, that's right.
There'll probably be 3 or 4 of them by the time we're through.
I did that occasionally in 2 or 3 times in South Africa in their heat field for 150 overs. It's seriously hard work. You are jaded mentally, physically, emotionally. You know, it's a difficult call. Grant Stewart in. Sorry, I've taken your delivery.
Not at all. No. I'm listening with pleasure.
As it's played into the offside, driven. They look for 3. They're going to take 3 as Kushi gets back. Good shot from Kushi, and they will. It was a good bit of fielding as well, but a nice shot on the up against Grant Stewart.
Even Ben Watts has come out to praise Feroz Kushi. There we are.
Has he?
Our colleague, without wishing to make a habit out of praising Essex players, he says. Feroz Kushi bats well.
He's here tomorrow?
He is indeed, yes. Yeah.
With our Paul Newton, I think it is.
That's right, yeah. Paul Newton, Nicky Chowdhury as well. Surrey women's cricketer. Will be the trio tomorrow and Thursday. Possibly taking you through to the conclusion of the match. Cook pulls that one away. It's in the air for a bit. In fact,
long way.
It's in the air for long enough. That's 6 runs. I'm afraid I lost it behind the overhang of the woolly stand to our right. But yeah, he pulled that one excitingly into the onside, and 6 runs now, and both of them look like they're they are on the look for attacking shots at this point.
They are. That's the Essex senior bowler who has just smacked the Kent bowler for 6. He's dismissed him. That was a lovely shot. Just dragged it down a little bit.
Indeed so is Stewart, and he goes for one back of a length, and that'll be 6 more, and that'll go behind square, in fact down towards fine leg. Watch out in the crowd there. Is everybody all right? There's some late reaction, I think, probably people having a little bit of a doze there at fine leg, and Sam Cook has definitely woken them up. That's consecutive 6s from the Essex bowler turned batsman.
It is. Maybe he fancies himself as an all-rounder, but listen, really difficult. You've been in the dirt now for 150 overs, and this is difficult, and it's hurting and it's painful, and from a personal pride, this is where it's going to hurt your bowling figures. He's on 99 is Grant Stewart, and this time it's whipped into the leg side, in the air, it's safe, it falls just short of Daniel Bell-Drummond. 2 more runs, and in the old-fashioned terms from a bowler's point of view, as Roland Butcher will know, Grant Stewart has now got the gallon up, which means he's gone for 100.
He'll be tired as well, Grant Stewart.
Bowlers normally put those bowling figures when the scorer comes into the dressing room. He hands them to the captain. They're all there. Normally, if you've had a bad day, we used to put them in the medical bag, hoping that they might get a bit better. We did. Generally, John Lever used to say, "Give them here," and he'd chuck them in with the deep heat and anything else, the plasters and everything. This time it's bowled very nicely, pitched up, but he comes forward, sees out the end of the over, allows Kushi to face the next over, and the score is 536 for 8.
And I think it's time for Roland Butch to rejoin us. So my rota tells me. It could be wrong. There's no surprise about that. Yeah, I think Roland for Dawn. If you'd both like, I don't mind. Obviously, I'm not Nick Leadhill here. I'm not ruling with a rod of iron. I'm just going for the rotation there. But give the listeners the benefit of Roland's experience now. I've already asked him about Feroz Kushi a couple of times, but he goes on and on, does the young man. 146 not out. Cook has 23. Don will rejoin us after 3 o'clock when you'll hear the two former greats together. Well, they're still great, but they're former cricketers, obviously. This one's worked away. Single taken by Kushi. 5-3-7-4-8. They certainly went after Grant Stewart in the last over here on BBC Radio Kent and BBC Essex. I do wonder if perhaps they're thinking of declaration, of just punishing the bad ball, maybe, as Cook faces Denley. He's on the back foot, playing it back to the bowler, and there's no run. Run of welcome back, and we saw Sam Cook, the number 10 from Essex, going after Grant Stewart in that last over, hitting consecutive 6s. Not something that bowlers of any type like to see, is it? The tail enders smashing the balls for maximums. Single taken by
Yeah, you're
Cook.
absolutely right. Cook joining in the party. I must say there were a couple of tired short balls from Grant Stewart, and he put them away well, but not a lot of venom in them, and you wouldn't expect it after over 150 overs in the field with a bowler short.
Yeah, Denley is over the wicket then to Kushi, driving back at the bowler, taken by Denley, and there's no run. All part of the game though, isn't it? You want to demoralise the opposition, I suppose, as much as anything else.
Yes, especially when they put you in, you've got to take full advantage.
Denley to Kushi, just nudged off his pads, and that'll be a single into the onside. Joey Everson, the fielder, with the sun hat on, out towards our left as we look from the pavilion end. And they take one more. Ball to come of Denley's 14th over. He has 1 for 62 so far. As he bowls to Cook, just blocks that one out with soft hands, dead bats it. End of the over. 5-3-9 for 8 Essex. Denley has the 1 wicket to fall. In fact, in the second session, Ben Allison bowled for 53, and you're just piling on the runs now. Yeah, I wonder whether it was a deliberate tactic, whether they were batting towards a declaration, but they're just punishing the short ball perhaps at this point to move things along.
Yeah, I think obviously it would make sense certainly batting up till tea time. There's no point in thinking of declaring before that, but in the meantime, if you can cash in and get a few runs, the better. Field well spread now as Stewart will continue. He's right in front of us, number 9 on his back, starts his run in now to Cushy in, and this delivery goes for the pull, and does it go for 4? And 150, first 100, now his first 150 to Cushy, and a very well played 150 it has been, and he gets a round of applause from everyone here in this ground, included all St. Kent supporters, because what they have seen is a magnificent innings by this young man. He's the only one who's been able to continue. There have been some good performances. Cook, Wesley, Critchley all did well, but he has gone on and cashing in at the end of the day. So he's 152. Stewart is in now, balls, and this one is smashed out to deep point. He's only going to get a single because there's a fielder station in that area, but he now moves on to 153. It's 544 for the loss of 8, and Cook, who was very severe on Stewart in the last over, now comes into the take strike. Stewart really, he's bowled his heart out, but he's gone, I think, over 100 now, and let's see what happens now. He's in now to Cook, in bowls to Cook, short again, and Cook pulls and misses. That one goes over the top of the middle stump. Didn't bounce, but he was anticipating the ball would be short, banged in by the bowler, didn't get up, and Cook certainly not holding back on that shot.
Grant Stewart looking increasingly leggy out there, isn't he? He's got a slight limp as he comes back. He's obviously very tired. That'll be a concern as well for Kent's coaches, making sure they don't bowl him to exhaustion here.
Stewart in now, bowls to Cook, and Cook is hitting this one high in the air. It's coming out towards the long off boundary. Is it going for 6? Just one bounce in front of us here. One bounce into the boundary for 4. So another boundary for 4. The 50s come up in 48 balls, and Cook has certainly played his part in that half century. No, 52 is the partnership.
Yeah, he's not hit the ball very hard. Run a ball 28 so far for Sam Cook. 9 off the over as well. And Grant Stewart is not looking excited about the prospect of delivering the ball at the moment.
Yes, mid-on's now going back to long on as Stewart is into Cook, bowls to Cook. That really should have been a wide, but it was not called a wide because in the red ball game, those type of deliveries down the leg side not called wide, but that was a slower delivery. It was really wide, and I think Cook would be very disappointed that he missed out on that one because that one had boundary written all over it. Instead, it goes through to the keeper. No addition to the score. Stays on 548 for 8. Non-striker Cushy 153 not out. He's going to sleep well tonight. He's going to remember this day for the rest of his life. As Stewart is in now, balls to Cook, and Cook drives powerfully up to long off. He's going to get a single. He's also going to maintain the strike. That was the final delivery of the over. It's now 549 for the loss of 8. With that single, he goes on to 29, and Cushy on the other end, he's on the non-strike. He's in 153 not out.
Yeah, you were mentioning that he'll sleep well tonight. I imagine one or two of the Kent bowlers will have nightmares about him probably for a few nights to come.
The only difference is that Cushy will be smiling while he's asleep. The others, I don't think they'll be smiling too much, the bowlers, because it's been a hard, long day and a half really for them. It's won the toss, you're hoping to bowl the opposition out. Coming up to tea on day 2, you're still at the field.
Yeah, 7 overs to go until tea. Denley bowls to Cook, swing and a miss from him, straight into the wicketkeeper's gloves, and there's no run. Harry Podmore, I think, called for bowling boots. I think he's just lacing them up as we speak. Spent a little time off the field, but he's a backward square at the moment. Watch those laces, Harry, as this one's played on the full up to long on. Denley bowling, single taken, 550. That is, I think, for 8. We're going to get applause for that. And the scoreboard has stalled. Well, one of them has. The manual one is working absolutely fine. As driven by Cushy up to long off. And there's a single taken there. This is coming from the Essex 550, which was the previous ball. So 551 now. Smattering of applause. The crowd's working at about the same speed at the as the scoreboard at the moment. Here's Denley, given that lots of air, thumped by Sam Cook. The umpire takes evasive action at the far end, and a dive. Is that from Jack leading? Yeah, he's can't stop that one going for 4. Sam Cook's having fun out there. Lovely as a bowler, isn't it? 30 from 32 he has, and slammed away for 4, I think. Oh, I'm not sure what the scoreboard's doing now, but yeah, that was definitely Sam Cook with the 4. They got him back on strike. Yeah, 34 he has now, driven into the offside, but stopped by Ben Compton at extra cover. 5-5-5 for 8 now. Essex batting on, pouring on the pain for Kent. I was saying to Don as this one's run up to long on, Kent might have another new ball in a minute. I'm not sure how fit any of the bowlers are to take it. Probably Matt Quinn's run himself into the ground. Grant Stewart looks like he can barely move, and Harry Podmore's been off the field getting treatment as well, but he comes back to take the ball from the pavilion end.
Yeah, it's been tough. It's been real tough going for the bowlers. I think they'll be thinking to themselves, why didn't he bat yesterday morning when he won the toss? 154 overs and you're still in the field, and no sign of the opposition calling it a day. Just really looking to inflict more damage on the fielding side, as Podmore will take up the bowling, and he's going to be bowling perhaps the first time in the game with no slip, nobody in a catching position, just 3 fielders saving singles on the offside, as Podmore is in now to Cook, bowls to Cook, and he gets a thick inside edge, hence the stopped appeal for LBW. Pitched that delivery, and he's just looking to drive edge onto the pad, goes out the point. No run. 556 for 8. Yes, 556.
That's what I'm saying again. It's a big old total.
He's moved very nicely onto 35. Cook. He's facing Podmore now as Podmore's in, bowls to Cook, and that's a lovely on drive. It goes out to wideish long on. He's going to only get a single, but brings Cushy on strike. 154 to his name. And yes, we were talking about sleeping well tonight. Yeah, he's going to sleep well, and there's going to be a big grin all over his face, because he would have known that his contribution has made sure that Essex find themselves before tea in an excellent position, as Podmore will come into Cushy, and he bowls to Cushy, and Cushy has to defend, but he's going to get a single as it goes up to mid-on. The bowler in this follow through cannot prevent the single, so he gets one more. It goes to 155. Score moves to 558. Brings Cook back on strike. Cook is on 36. He will also be eyeing the half century. You saw Allison play a very good knock. Different type of knock, contrasting knock. Allison's was very calculated, risk-free. Ray Cook has been very, very aggressive, as Podmore's to Cook, and he flashes outside the off stump, doesn't make contact, goes through to wicketkeeper Robinson.
Yeah, a little bit loose by Sam Cook. I think he can be forgiven. He's probably thinking, or half a thought on bowling at Kent as well. And we talk a lot about scoreboard pressure. I suppose from Kent's batter's point of view, they've got to get that out of their mind, that the opposition have 500 plus on the board at this point. Yeah,
Cook's innings is about enjoyment now. The platform has been laid for him to actually play like this, and he hasn't disappointed today, as Podmore comes in now, balls to, and he's down the wicket and drives, and diving stop there by Stewart. You certainly see his 4 runs coming across from that mid-off position. He's actually deeper than mid-off, really. He's halfway to the boundary. That one was struck down the ground, and he had to dive full length. Having bowled 30 odd overs, still got the dive in and restricted them to a single.
Impressive effort, isn't it? He's clearly very leggy, not physically enjoying himself out there very much, but putting in the effort.
He now takes a breather as he goes on his haunches. as Podmore comes in now, balls to Cushy, and Cushy's off the back foot. He won't score, it goes straight to extra cover, and there is no run. The over comes to an end, and score 5-5-9 for the loss of 8. Cushy is on 156, and with him Sam Cook, who scored a very breezy 37.
Yeah, Podmore 1 for 99 now, one away from the ignominy of 3 figures on his bowling analysis. Denley will take the ball once more. 5 overs to go until tea now on the second day. It's like Kent, well, they might get close to bowling their overs in the right time here. Denley bowls to Cook, and a gentle drive up to long off by the right-hander. He takes a single, 560 for 8. There's a pause there. I'm missing something. Quite possibly. Quite probably, I'd say. That's on the full to Cushy, and he's dealt with that, and that is slammed away. I've lost the flight of it. It's only 4, says the umpire through cow corner near the new lime tree. And that will be another boundary for Cushy onto 159.
Yeah, that was a real gift of full toss. He had acres of space to hit it into, and he chose the longest part of the ground, but just falling short of the boundary, so he only gets 4.
Denley, third ball of this over. Keeper up, no slips in anymore for Cushy. Drives that up to long off. Matt Quinn fields, and they'll come through for a single. So 4 overs after this one. In fact, we're going to get 160 overs, is that right? Actually, as we hit tea, I think. My maths is terrible, though, so it's probably nothing like that. Denley to Cook, he lifts that. Will this be caught in the boundary? Joey Everson is underneath it. He does catch him, rocks back to make absolutely sure, clutches it to his chest, and Sam Cook trots off the field. He's had fun, though. 38 from 41 balls, and goes eventually caught by subfielder Joey Everson and bowled by Denley, who takes his second wicket, the second wicket to fall in this session, his second in a row. 2 for 75 he has, but Sam Cook feels like he's done his job to me. Roland, 565 for 8.
Yeah, he's added a bit of impetus to the proceedings. He hit 3 4s and 2 6s in that 38, so he's done his job. I guess he would have liked to have batted for these 5 overs before tea, but he's got to go. But he just added just that little bit of acceleration to the innings, so still 565 is still a massive total. When Kent start their innings, they'll know that first of all they've got to get past that follow-on point, and then after that, but that would be the first target, and even before that, I guess getting to close the play without too much damage being done is going to be paramount.
So 565 for 9 as Joey Porter comes out to join Feroz Cushy at the crease. Cushy has 160 not out. His maiden first-class century, and more or less chanceless from what I can remember.
Yeah, it's been a very, very good innings, very mature innings by someone who very early in his professional career. So I think this is only his 8th match, so he's very, very young. Previous score, highest 70 odd. So he's gone past the 100, he's gone past the 150, not finish. And
I guess the umpires could take it on here, couldn't they? Because they're 9 down. Beyond tea, which will be at 32 overs remaining, so 4 and a bit. Obviously that, notwithstanding the fact that Kent might take the final wicket in the meantime. So 565 for 9, getting ahead of myself here. As there is a slip in for Jamie Porter. Denley bowls to him, straight back at the bowler by Porter. 44 on his back, last man out, last man in, I should say, for Essex. Feroz Cushy has 160. Be interesting to see his attitude now, whether he'll go more on the attack with Porter at the other end than with Cook. But a ball to come of the 156th over, and wrapped on the pad. Denley liked it, umpire didn't. He's the important one. 565 for 9 at the end of the over, then 4 overs to go until tea.
yeah, another successful over for Denley. He's had to do a lot of bowling today, perhaps a lot more than he would have needed to, because there haven't been much in this pitch for the spinners. There's been no turn, and really he's had to bowl obviously because of the injury to one of the faster bowlers, so his workload has been perhaps more than it should have been, but he's picked up 2 wickets, as the part-timers really have picked up 5 between them of the 9 wickets. So Cushy will take strike as Podmore will come into bowl to him and feel well spread as Podmore's in now bowl to Cushy, and is showing respect to a foolish delivery, comes forward, defends it along the pitch the bowling is followed through, does the fielding, and there's no run, comes down the wicket just to have a little chat with his partner, perhaps to discuss with him later on in the over what happens in terms of how many balls I give you. But the ball is with Padmore. He's in now and bowls to Cushy, and he's flicking this one off his pads pleasantly up to deep mid wicket, just the single, turns it over to Porter. So it's Porter yet to get off the mark. His field comes in off the boundary. All of those boundary fielders come in. The only one that's going to be perhaps left, leaving 2 in the outfield actually, a deep long leg and a deep square leg. There's 1 slip. Ring of 4 fielders now going to be on the offside, which is a short third man, cover point, extra cover mid off, all saving the single and a mid wicket and a mid on. Those are the other 2 close to the wicket fielders, as Podmore is into Porter, bowl to Porter, and Porter is there's going to be a chance that we'll run out here if he hits, and it's a mix up, but he gets back. And really poor cricket there by Porter, because once Cushy had called him for a single, he had to go, and Cushy literally got down to the other end, had to come back to his end, and ball missed the stumps, fumbled by the fielder, and he got back. So
yeah, real mix-up as you say. Porter didn't move a muscle there, did he? The striker's end.
As Podmore in now, balls to Porter, and Porter allows this one to go harmlessly through outside the off stump, and taken there by Robinson. So it's 566. Porter gets to get off the mark. 161 to Cushy.
It's a non-striker's end now. Could easily have been run out and to about face.
Yep.
Turn on his heels.
It's Podmore once more. Just 2 balls remaining in this over. To Porter. And now balls to Porter. And Porter gets this one down to flying leg. He's going to get 4 runs. I don't think he was aiming in that direction, but he gets enough bat on it, trying to turn it on the onside, and gets it down to fine leg. There's nobody in that region. He gets off the mark, and 270 now, 570 for the loss of 9.
Yeah, you could see what Harry Podmore thought of that. Kicking at the ground. Double teapot. I think there's a bit of cricket news there. I'm not sure if they're coming to us. Oh no, they're coming to us in a minute, but there we go. But, there's the news of Matt Henry there just telling us on BBC Radio Kent on the radio. Getting the feed through. So Podmore to Porter. Full toss that one. Trying to float it in, but Porter's just defended it back past the bowler. Podmore gives it the double teapot, so we say, hand on hips there. Not impressed. Might have been glanced for 4 from the delivery before. 570 for 9 Essex. Cushy 161. Porter has 4. Feels like we are at the end of this innings. Though, as I said, I think the umpires will extend. I'm sure Kent won't be particularly happy about it, but we could extend this for another half an hour to allow the 10th wicket to fall, should it happen. I mean, just more hard yards for the Kent bowlers. They could do with a tee up and a cup of tea. Feet up and a cup of tea. Tee up even.
Unless Essex declare.
Of course, they might do. 570 for 9. Updating Radio Kent listeners right now. Well, you took the words right out of my mouth, Pat, to paraphrase a Meatloaf song. 57, if only it were. 570 for 9. Take the 0 off, it looks a lot better. Feroz Kouchi has 161, his maiden first-class century. He's been brilliant, the young Essex batter. Jamie Porter out there aiding in him with 4 not outs so far. Sam Cook, one of the Essex bowlers, enjoyed himself, hitting a couple of massive sixes in his 38. Earlier, Ben Allison went for 53. Both of those out via Joe Denley, part-time bowler. Canterbury bowler down, injured. Matt Milnes with a back strain. They're without their captain, Sam Billings, who has a soft tissue injury as well. And Essex are racking up the runs here at Canterbury. They may declare at tea time, which is coming up fairly shortly. They may just bat on to keep the pressure on and tire Kent out even further. But it's very much the visitors who've held sway throughout this game so far. 570 for 9, Essex on day 2, coming up towards tea time. And the commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. Well, indeed. I'll present to Pat Marsh not liking it from a Kent point of view, and Kent fans not either. 571 for 9. And 2 balls to come. I might just swap with Don Top because I think you might be in for a bit more here. I'm not quite sure. I was going to stay on until tea. Perhaps we'll wait until tea time and see if they extend half an hour, Don. How about that? Roland and I will stay together. We'll go for that and see how it goes. Particularly as Kent are on the attack now, Roland, with Joe Denley. Oh, sorry, they just put 1 slip in, is all I was trying to say there. Denley to Porter, straight back at the bowler. High front elbow as he defends it. No run.
Yes, right forward and just pushed it back to the bowler.
Interesting to see their tactics here, Essex, whether they will just flat delivery from Denley. It's racked him on the pad. Umpire Debenham not interested. Joe Denley, I feel like there was as much in hope as expectation. Just put his hands to his head. They just love that last wicket, Kent, to get off the field. Kouchi 162 not out. Porter has 4. Denley leaning the opening pair. Compton and Robinson, of course. Well, no, they have plenty to do in this match in terms of batting.
Yes, and Podmore will continue. Really looks completely worn out. That facial expression says, do I have to bowl another over? He's coming in now to bowl to Kouchi. Short, and he's off the back foot and hits this one back with a square. He's looking for 1. He won't get a second as the return comes into the keeper on the bunks. Gets just a 1 run, and perhaps Kouchi didn't want to get the single so early in the over, but it brings Porter on the strike. Porter just with a 1-4, the boundary to his name, which was a tickle down the fine leg. Fielder comes in. Those 4 fielders on the offside comes in to save a single with 1 slip, as well as Podmore comes in now, ball to Porter, and Porter defends a ball bang on the middle stump, plays it up to mid-on, and there is no run. He's on 4, 572 for 9, and yes, play could be extended because Essex are 9 wickets down, and that really would be more to the advantage of Essex. I don't think Kent would want to spend any more time in the field than they have to. It's been 2 pretty tough days at the office, as you would say. As Podmore in once more, he passes the umpire right now, bowls, and this one again brings a defensive stroke out of Porter. It goes out to extra cover, no run. Porter just settled into his position right now as number 11, really suggests play the supporting act, and doesn't call for any bravery, just keep the ball out and let Kouchi do the scoring.
I think that's definitely from an Essex point of view. You'd like to have Kent out an extra half hour here, wouldn't you? Just keep them tired.
Yep, absolutely. As Podmore comes in, no balls, and this one is flicked up to mid-on. Possibly a single there, but batsman deciding very early that they weren't going to go for the single, as the fielder from mid-on goes to his right. That's the fielding. And is no run.
Is it times like this when, as a batsman, you're in the field thinking, I'm jolly glad I'm not a fast bowler at this point. I'm running in for another delivery.
Yeah, I mean, I can just imagine what Podmore's thinking right now. It's gone over 30 overs he's bowled. It's been hard work. He's in now, ball to Porter, and Porter's flicking this one through mid-wicket. It should be a single there, but Kushi says no, because I think there's just one ball remaining in this over, so Kushi perhaps not backing himself to pick up a single or take a chance off the final delivery. Has more confidence in Porter keeping this one out, and then he will start as the striker for the next over. So the field comes in. There's a short extra cover looking for a catch, just mistimed drive. Also there's a squarish mid wicket, also looking for a mistimed drive on the onside. As Podmore comes in now, and this delivery is driven up to long off. They won't take the single because it was a final delivery. Job done. Over comes to an end. 572 for 9.
Indeed so. So the new ball, my maths was about right, it will be available in an over's time. Goodness knows whether they'll take it or not, Kent. I suppose Quinn hasn't bowled for a while, so they could bring him back into the attack if they wanted to use it after this over.
And the question will be, who bowled the other end?
Well, that was, yes. So I got to Quinn, and that was let's stop that. What is Daniel Bell Drummond loosening up at this point? They're going to because Stewart and Podmore look absolutely out on their feet, don't they, at this point?
Yep, they've had some very hard work.
Yeah.
As Denley comes in, no balls, and that's driven firmly up to long off. He's going to take the single off the first ball, obviously having more confidence now in his number 11 batsman. So he goes now to 163. Score moves to 573. Again, the field changes for the number 11 Porter. Much more attacking in terms of run saving. Just 3 men in the deep, really. There's a deep square leg, there's a backward point. You've got long off 3/4 of the way to the boundary, long on 3/4 of the way to the boundary. Just one slip as Denley into Porter, bowls to Porter, quicker delivery, and Porter's on the front foot and just plays it up towards mid-on. Then he comes across, does the fielding. Can't score. 573 for 9.
So Andrews tweeted us to say, is it time to bring on some really filthy bowling? Jordan Cox or Ben Compton, maybe?
And this one brings him onto the front foot, and a very solid defensive shot pushes it back down the pitch. And Denley in his follow through does the fielding, gets back to his mark very quickly. Joe Denley wants to get off this, and this one is quicker delivery, skids onto the batsman who goes onto the back foot, does enough to keep it out, goes to mid wicket, can't score again. He stays on 4. Comes Denley again, and this one is tossed up and it's driven sweetly to extra cover, but there's a field in that position. He can't score. Denley rushing through his overs. Just one ball for Porter to survive. As Denley is in, bowls to Porter. And Porter cuts and misses. Goes through to the keeper, taken cleanly by the keeper. End of the over. And another good over by Joe Denley. 573 for 9.
I think they were staying on, and I think they will here, the umpires. Yeah, 9 down. So, yeah, Podmore's going to have to bowl again. With 9 down, they can take an extra half hour here for the final wickets to fall, or else we'll have tea at 3:42. So I'm going to make way, and Don Topley's going to come in for me to join Roland Butcher to take you to, well, either to tea or 3:40. I suppose it'll be one or the other, won't it, at this point? So I'll come back actually at 1:30 for my update anyway. But who knows what the change in commentary will do? It may bring a wicket. And Roland Butcher will be joined by Don Topley very shortly.
Yes, Podmore once more. Field well spread. He's into Kushi. Tired stays, bowls, and Kushi tries to flick down the left side. I think that's an appeal more in hope than conviction, as he tried to flick that down to fine leg. Doesn't get a touch. And both bowler and wicketkeeper going up in unison, really more of hope that the umpire would deem that to be a caught behind, which he didn't, so he's got to go and come again, as he's now into his 32nd over. Podmore, he's running with number 1 on his back as he's approaching the umpire bows. No, and this one is hit high in the air, is it? There's going to be a collision here. Has he taken it? I think he might have taken the catch, but there could also be an injury or two. And Coochie finally goes.
Jack Leaning and Grant Stewart, is it?
And it's ended up being a very good catch. I had visions of a collision, of a much more substantial collision, but fortunately the fielder dived in the end, which meant that he was not in an upright position. Otherwise that could have been quite nasty. And they collided, but while all that's been going on, really this young man has played a marvellous innings. He got out just before tea, Coochie, as the final man out for 164. And finally, Kent have bowled out Essex late here in the afternoon on day 2 for 573. They've been in the field for 160 overs. There'll be some weary bodies on top leave as they go into the pavilion, particularly with an injured bowler and a couple looking as if they want to be injured because it's been a long day for them. And my God, they're going to hope that their batsmen can now go out and do the job.
Well, the most important thing is Kent have got to bat well. We hope that the likes of Billings are going to be able to bat later, but also, indeed, the two men who collided, that was Jack Leaning and Grant Stewart, that we sincerely hope that the pair of them are okay. We're going to have tea, but on 573 all out, we're probably going to have a 20-minute break, and then we'll be back with the new ball with Essex and seeing how Kent, the opening batsman, can negotiate the decent new ball pairing of Porter and Cook.
Hello, we're the Aspinall Foundation, a charity devoted to conserving endangered species and returning them to the wild. Our work is only possible thanks to the generosity of our sponsors. You could help us to protect 1 million acres of pristine habitat in Congo and Gabon, or operate a gorilla orphanage in Congo, or monitor and protect critically endangered lemurs and their habitats in Madagascar, or rescue, rehabilitate and rewild langurs and gibbons in Indonesia, or undertake emergency animal rescue operations in South Africa. We protect precious animals in the wild and, wherever possible, return captive-born animals to their ancestral homelands. Thanks to your support, the Aspinall Foundation is one of the only charities actively rewilding animals in this way. Will you support the Aspinall Foundation and help us to protect wildlife today? This makes a world of difference to animals in desperate need. Thank you.
Ooh. Fortunately for Kent, Essex have finished batting, Pat. Unfortunately for Kent, Essex racked up 573 in a day and 2 sessions. A century for Feroz Kushi today, the young batter. 164, was last man out, applauded off the field by everybody in the ground. A fantastic innings, his maiden first-class century. Kent were a bowler down and a captain down as well, with Matt Milnes and Sam Billings injured in this match. They're now going to have to bat probably for the rest of this match, or very nearly the rest of this match, to avoid defeat here, Ken. Once again, and we've said this so many times this season, they are up against it, trying to bat for a draw. That after winning the toss yesterday, let us remind listeners, and putting Essex in to bat first. Doesn't look like the greatest decision now, but as Ollie Robinson and Ben Compton come out, Kent hopes rest on their batting lineup to save the game for a draw here. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app after tea.
Welcome back, everybody, to the St Lawrence County Ground here at Canterbury, where Essex have finally been bowled out for 573, and what an opportunity and a monumental knock there by Feroz Kushi. Brilliant knock. Everybody is pleased, and everyone is pleased, and everybody was impressed, in most notably Roland Butcher, who will be joining me in a moment. But to start, it's going to be Jamie Porter from the Nackington Road end, and he is bowling to Ollie Robinson, and Ben Compton is with him as from the Nackington Road end. It is in the air. It's just avoided deep backward square and square leg, where Porter has bounced Ollie Robinson, and Robinson takes the single. It's a top edge for 1 run, slightly fortuitous. Interesting that he didn't really have a look at it, he went straight after it. Good afternoon, Roland. That was an interesting bit of cricket.
Yeah, good afternoon to you, Don. I think it was a bit of a surprise delivery. I doubt whether he was looking for the short ball and just got into the shot early, and he was very lucky he didn't hit it any better. It would have gone straight down the throat of a long leg.
That would have summed up Kent's luck. And a dismissal like that. Anyway, 573 against 1 without loss. Ben Compton, the left-handed opening batsman, plays with the full face of the bat as he walks into his shot coming forward. There is no run.
Right, Don, perhaps when the slips settle down, you can tell me a little bit more about this new type staggering of the slips and how close they are to each other. I mean, they're so close together. I mean, the space that 4 slips are taking up there, really.
No gully, 4 slips waiting as Porter comes in to the left-handed Compton. Compton comes forward, again walks his shot slightly, comes forward, plays it out to mid-off. There is no run.
Yeah, I've noticed all this summer that the slips seem to be, there's no distance between them.
Yeah.
They're really on top of each other, and
Well, we've had to have a change of personnel here because we've had to have. There's no Simon Harmer who has bucket hands. He really has.
I'm not worried about. I'm talking about the format.
Yeah. As Porter's in, and it's played into the leg side, tickled round the corner. They're going to take one, goes down to deep square leg, fine leg for a single at the Colin Cowdrey stand here, which is squarer than the Frank Woolley. I see what you're getting at. I mean, again,
What I was saying is you've got 4 guys really occupying the space of 3.
So are you suggesting that could take each other's catches?
I'm suggesting they could interfere with each other, not take each other's catches.
Well, it's Cook at first slip. And this is played beautifully off the back foot. Good control. Porter just dragged it down a slight, and the right-handed Ollie Robinson's going to pick up 2 into the vacant covers. There are 2 out there. We've got 4 slips for both batsmen, in effect, not a gully. Normally, Nick Brown would go to gully. I think it's Dan Lawrence at third. And we're going to see Critchley at second. Normally it would be Harmer. Harmer covers a long area. He's a big, strong chap who covers a lot of ground. No. So that's where we've got a change of personnel. No Harmer, but Critchley in the slips. Porter bowls, played into the offside, where backward point fields well, Ben Allison. And that concludes the first over of Kent's innings, bowled by Jamie Porter, and Kent have got 4 without loss.
Yes, that last delivery bringing the batsman onto the front foot. And I think that's where you need to bowl more balls up to the bat.
Which was a criticism from us in the commentary box about the Kent's opening morning yesterday.
Yesterday they really failed to trouble the batsman in terms of pitching the ball. They're a little bit too short and too wide. And as you said, I mean, there's still something in the pitch if the ball pitches in the right area. There's something happening. And Cook will continue. I know, Don, you're very number 16 on this bat. I know you're very sweet on Cook. He's going to bowl to Compton, and with those 4 slips in place, as his right arm over the wicket to Compton, bowl to Compton, and Compton comes forward, plays it back along the pitch. Cook is followed through, does the fielding. There's 4 slips. There's a cover. There's a mid-off, leg side field on. Mid-wicket, mid-on, man on the fine leg boundary. So very attacking to start with, and why not? You've got a huge total on the board. Just really 1 session to go in the day. As Cook runs away from us now to Compton, bowl to Compton, and he's coming forward to a ball that comes into the left-hander, just defends it on the onside. Straight to mid-on, no run.
I think you'll enjoy the patience of Ben Compton. He's probably not seen a lot of him. He's got quite a lot of runs this summer. He's one of these dependable cricketers who plays with responsibility. He's not necessarily going to play a lot of shots, but he's a difficult customer to remove.
And this one's allowed to go through outside the off stump, just judging the line. Compton on this occasion goes through to the keeper, not making a great deal of height off the pitch, but it's very early in Cook's first over, so he's not warmed up as yet.
Very similar to our day, you have to get rid of the lacquer or the little bit of polish on the ball before it starts to sort of buff up and swing. And do you remember that used to flake off in our day? Do you remember that?
Yes, and Cook bowls, and this one he's looking for a single, and he will get it as it's just played gently into the offside. Immediate response from Robinson, and they get a single. So he now, with that single, Cook, he goes on to 2. It's 5 without loss.
Left-hand, right-hand combination for the bowlers to negotiate. They're going to have to get their lines right as well as their lengths, and I'm confident these Essex lads will. Porter and Cook are a known, good partnership of opening bowlers.
Cook now bowls to Robinson, and he's struck on the pad as he's on the front foot. Maybe a little bit of edge on that one. It's a strangle appeal. Doesn't go through with it. Score stays in 5 without loss.
So, Ollie Robinson kept, it was about tea time yesterday, Billings went off, wasn't it? So he kept a session and 2 sessions today. And Matt Cole was interested to know whether he would open the batting, and he has. So well done to him.
Yes, in comes Cook once more now. Bowls to Robinson, and there's appeal for loud appeal for LBW, and not out, says the umpire. And that was the final delivery of the over. So good first over there by Cook. At the end of it, it's 5 without loss.
Indeed. That's what you're going to see from Cook. Porter was just a little bit short this last over, the first over of Kent's innings. And I don't know if we've had an LBW yet, have we? I don't think we have. I don't think we had an LBW in Essex's innings. I'm pretty sure about that. I'm going to just check it. Essex's innings, not one LBW. Caught 2 subs as Porter's on his way in, 4 slips waiting. Bowls, this is quite straight, he's bowled him. The left-handed Ben Compton has been bowled, and I'm trying to work out which stump has been dismissed, whether it's off or leg, I don't actually know. Leg stump? So whether that was an inside edge or whether he's just missed it. Roland, thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, there was a bit of a delayed action which suggests that perhaps the ball was played into the ground, into the stumps, but it happened so quickly, and also we're not really in a position to follow the ball from the bowler's end because we're actually behind the batsman. So maybe someone who has seen it live can actually tell us what happened there, whether the ball went straight into the stumps or whether it was played into the stumps.
Either way, it is 5 for 1, and Kent have lost their first wicket. That of Compton is for 2. He's gone 5 for 1 in my scorebook. Well, Daniel Bell-Drummond's coming to the crease. He's an experienced opener. He's almost opening the batting now in the 3rd over of their innings. It's going to be a really interesting. Whilst we're commentating on the Kent streaming, we don't have the luxury of a replay or indeed the footage, and we're still trying to work out, because we're blinded if you think about how the ball moves towards the batsman. The batsman is at the pavilion end, and it's quite difficult to see which stump was removed, but we think it was the leg stump. We've now got 2 right-handers at the crease. It was leg stump. And do you think there was an edge, Mr. Cole? Our chief researcher, not only on membership or football tickets, but he is our chief researcher.
5 for 1. Sorry.
Porter is on his way in, 4 slips waiting. Good line there against Bell-Drummond, who plays on the front foot with the full face of the bat to mid-off, no run. Yep, very talented individual, Bell-Drummond, an all-rounder these days after his 3 wickets, eh? What was your best bowling figures, Butch?
I think I got two for not many.
2 for not many.
Yeah.
And did you have a rabbit at all? Did you get someone out?
Of course I got someone out.
No, as in someone of good repute. Porter on his way. Coming in. Bell-Drummond plays out down to 3rd man, where he will take 4 runs. Shorter boundary down to the Colin Cowdery stand, and he collects 4. And Ben Debenham signals 4 to the scorers, 9 for 1.
He certainly wasn't playing it in that area. The ball ran off the outer half of the bat. There's no 3rd man in place, so it's all downhill. And picked up 4.
I do think these 2 Essex bowlers, even if they get their length slightly wrong, they will still bowl particularly straight. That's their nagging accuracy that Essex can offer. Porter on his way in. Bell-Drummond waits, bat aloft. It goes. They're going to go for another 4. This time, is it off his pads or the bat? And it is off the bat, courtesy from Ben Debenham's hands, actually. He signals the 4. Bell-Drummond's got 8 off his 3 balls he's faced, and Kent moved quickly to 13 for 1.
I just got the feeling, Don, that ball was fairly straight. You know, Been interesting if he'd missed that. I just feel because he moved across. He moved across.
He is an LBW candidate. I would suggest that, as this time Beldrummond forces off the back foot, stands tall, hits it out to Snater at mid-off. There is no run. Yeah, he does shuffle across, but he's a very watchful player, Beldrummond. I've known him since playing age group cricket for Kent, London schools, since the age of, if I said to you, 11. Watched him annually through the pathway system. Good man. This time it's forced off the back foot, straight up to mid-on, where there is no run for the end of the over. 13 for 1, and that's after 2 overs from Porter and 1 from Cook.
Yeah, successful over for Porter, getting the wicket of Compton. That's where this game can be so cruel. You're in the field for 2 days, and then you get the chance to bat, and the innings come to an end rather quickly. And you're asking about my wickets. I mean, I did get a ex-Kent player out, and also Surrey. I don't think he would mind me saying, but I think Clint's one of my own.
Graham Clinton, formerly of Kent.
And Surrey.
And do you know, I think he's involved in London schools in some capacity.
Well, one of my wickets, as Cook will bowl to Robinson, bowls outside the off stump, offers no shot, goes through to the wicket keeper. 4 slips in place, just waiting for an edge, and there's a cover point and mid off. That's the offside field. On the onside there's a mid on, mid wicket, a man down on the long leg boundary. Yes, Clint. Jeremy Lloyd's,
Somerset or Gloucester?
He was at Gloucester at the time. That's another one. But we won't talk too much about my bowling. Then Cook into Robinson, bowl to Robinson, and he struck on the pad. There's a loud appeal for LBW.
I can't give that.
And that Don Topley in his position says not out.
Just didn't look quite right to me.
The bowler really didn't bother too much apart from the initial appeal, just turned and marched back to his mark. Nobody else really paid a great deal of attention, so it's possible there was probably a little nick on the end of it as well, as Cook starts his running once more. Fast medium in bowls, and he straightens this one up, and the batsman gets in behind it, plays it up to mid-off. There is no run. Good testing delivery there to Robinson, and Cook just looks a busy sort of bowler.
At you?
It reminds me a little bit like, may remember Paul Jarvis.
Yeah, Yorkshire's. Well, Yorkshire, Sussex, Somerset, wasn't he? Played everywhere.
A bit like Jarvis, just buckles in and then with a quick arm. He's in now, and this ball to Robinson, tickled down to fine leg for 4. Again, it looked straightish, but Robinson gets enough on it, and the fine leg fielder far too square in my estimation, Don Topley, and that's something I've also noticed most of this season. They tend to have more of a long leg than a fine leg, and I find that particularly when they're not going to bowl short. As Cook bowls to Robinson, and again he gets an inside edge. It goes down to fine leg. Fielder comes around. He's going to get a single though. Score goes on to 17, and with that he now goes on to 18 actually with a single.
You talk about the chap down at fine leg is a little squarer for both bowlers at both ends. Do you know what I would have for Beldrummond and indeed Robinson? I'd have a bat pad in, especially for Cook. The way Cook bowls, I fancy the inside edge.
As he faces now, and they allow this one, Beldrummond, to go through outside the off stump. That's the end of the over from Cook. At the end of it, it's 18 for 1.
I really would enjoy a bat pad, but it seems to be a redundant position these days. We might say we saw him for Jack Leaning. We had Ben Compton in under the lid when Essex were batting against the off-spinning bowling of Jack Leaning. But other than that, we haven't seen. And there is the occasional ball that does bounce, especially if you're a tall bowler. And I just think, Roland, batsmen play differently if there is a bat pad under the lid.
Yeah, there is, and also you try to put into the mind of the batsman that something's happening, even if it isn't happening.
Porter in, and is played into the leg side up to mid on where there is no run. Porter's got the slope with coming back into the right-hander, where Cook is bowling from the pavilion end, where the slope helps it swing away just down the slope. So there is a bit of a slope here, like at Lords, like at Canterbury, you know, around the country, even Chelmsford to a degree, which on the pavilion side at the HQ. And there's a play and a miss and a good delivery, but alas, it's also a no ball, so he's going to have to bowl it again. But that was a very nice delivery. Yeah,
gathered good pace off the pitch. Really surprised the batsman there. Was beaten all ends up by a good delivery. And Don, I can't help keep looking when I look at your wicket keepers, and maybe you can tell me if this is a deliberate thing by Essex, but I think of I'll come back to that in a minute.
As Porter is on his way in from the Nackerton Road end, he bowls, forced off the back foot into the leg side. Good looking shot, running away down the slope, and that's powerfully hit. It goes across the remainder of the square, which, to be honest, is almost to the boundary here at Canterbury, and that is a good looking shot for 4.
Yeah, nicely tucked off the hip. And obviously there's acres of space in that area. The timing was good, and he picked up 4. Just you might have to help me out here, Don, but the keeper looks in the mould of David East and Neil. Remember when
Smith?
Neil Smith.
Yeah.
Reminds me of
Essex days there. This time another good delivery, which doesn't come down the slope. It stays up on the slope, goes through. It's playing a miss by Robinson. Well bowled. Jamie Porter through to the keeper Rossington. Now Rossington stems from Middlesex, and there was a time when, as he was going through the pathways, everyone thought he was very much similar to Gatting, but he moved to Northamptonshire because he couldn't get a regular spot, and then he's come across to Essex. But you're right, similar shape to Smith and David East. This time it's forced into the leg side by Robinson. It's moved towards the square leg umpire, but there is a mid-wicket. He cannot prevent the single. One more run to Kent. Kent move to 25 for 1.
Yeah, I can certainly remember those two when I played. There were similar shapes. In recent times, well, James Foster.
James Foster was Adam Wheater.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we had Mike Garnham after David East towards the end of my career. As Porter is in, and there's a shout, but he's not interested, is Ben Debenham. Porter was interested, the keeper was interested, but again, I will say this, I've seen Bell Drummond over the years commentating and in a variety of cricket. He does shuffle across and he does get in front, so, you know, left armers, I'm very aware that they angle and look at Bell Drummond as an LBW candidate, because he will shuffle across, and maybe if he doesn't play particularly straight, then you're in the game as a bowler. But he is normally he would play very, very straight, would Daniel Bell Drummond. Porter's on his way in again. 4 slips waiting, bowls outside off stump. There's an ooh and an ah, but Bell Drummond was equal to the task. Allows it to go through for the end of the over, 25 for 1.
Yes, and a good over there by Porter. A couple of excellent deliveries went past the outside edge. And yes, Bell Drummond looked to shuffle in. So perhaps when you bowl at him, you bowl a little bit straighter than normal. And Cook will continue, and he's going to bowl from the pavilion end in front of us here with 4 slips. And Robinson, Cook starts his running now, approaches the umpire now, bowls, and he beats him outside the off stump with a good delivery that just moves off the seam. And Robinson drawn into the shot. Again, for him, fortunate not to get an outside edge. That was very, very close. Good area there by Cook. And it goes through to the keeper. Robinson stays on 12 Drummond on 8.29 for 1. The man out, Compton, who was bowled by Porter, as Smith gets into his delivery stride now, and this one comes back and gets the inner half of the bat, goes out to mid-wicket. There's a field in that position, so he cannot score. And a bit of pressure being built here by Cook.
There's pressure on the batsman here. I was going to ask you what it's like to be in this situation, but your Middlesex team won so many games. Were you ever on the back of a spending 2 days in the field and staring down the barrel?
Well, it's a no-win situation for the batsman, actually.
Yeah.
It's much easier for the bowlers. Cook comes in on bowls to Robinson, and he gets this one off the inside edge. It goes down to fine leg. He's going to get the single. And again, he was on the front foot, but this one finding the inside edge. Return comes in, it's a good one. And Robinson goes to 14. And with that, the score goes on out to 26 for the loss of 1 wicket. And just to answer your question, really, it's a no-win situation for the batsman. You have been in the field for a long time. The team has amassed a massive score. You now have to bat out the last session. Bowlers fresh, keen to run in and bowl. Smith, and this one is edged into the slip cordon. It's fielded there at 4 slip. Again, the length, a good length, bringing Drummond forward, and not enough to carry through to the slips at a catchable height. It's fell before it got to the fielder.
If the slips are a pace closer as well for Essex, maybe I'm imagining that.
Yes, I think they've learnt from yesterday, as Cook is into Drummond, and he's edging, and that's gone between 3rd and 4th slip and down to the boundary 4-4. Not a very good shot there by Drummond, just feeling outside the off stump, and really the luck going with him there. That could have gone to any of those fielders there. He was never in control of that shot, but he gets the boundary, goes into double figures. He goes to 12. Score to 30 for 1.
Does like to play the shot where he drops his hands and runs it through 3rd or through gully, but not in control that time.
Well, he settles down over the bat, and Cook is in, bowl to Drummond, and he's flicking this one down to fine leg. Much more comfortable in that area. He'll get a single, and that was the final delivery of the over, so he will maintain strike. He's on 13, 31 for 1.
An email from a good friend Philip Bailey, as statistician extraordinaire. I'm not sure if this gives some hope for Kent, but here we are. We've now been inserted the opposition 5 times this year in the Championship, with the opposition score being 514, 438, 673, 145 and 573. Only one so far, though, has resulted in a loss. There we go. Is that the good news? I'm not sure.
Well, maybe there was a plan. Maybe there's a plan there to try and draw the game.
So Porter charging into bowl to Drummond, pulls that away, a shortish delivery, and that should go for 4. It does indeed, through square, and with the hands through it, got it away, and he's moving along quickly as Drummond. He's on to 17 from 12 balls. Robinson has 14 from 18. Obviously Kent have all sorts of time here, but these batsmen getting on with it. Philip also saying only one so far, as I said, as a result of the loss. The 145 by Lancashire, that was, when we forgot the cunning plan of taking time out of the game by not taking wickets. There we go. There's a strange sort of logic to that.
Yeah, a little bit too short really to Drummond. He's got to bowl straight, and he's got to bowl full, straight at the stumps.
That's Porter then, from the Nakita Road end to Drummond, squeezes down that one to point, and that'll be a single into the offside. So no ball as well. Jamie Porter just overstepping. He's an experienced bowler. I'm sure he's bowled here many times by now, Jamie Porter. Sometimes the slope down and away can make it difficult for bowlers the first time, I guess, here at Canterbury. Just upsetting the rhythm, can it?
I mean, obviously he wouldn't have had a lot of bowling of late. Particularly with the red ball, so it'll take a bit of time.
But 1 for 26 so far. Bowling to Robinson now. He's on top of that one. No, he's caught! He's caught at point, working it away. A good low catch that was as well by Ben Allison. And now Robinson has gone attacking that ball from Jamie Porter, and he's gone for 14. Kent 38 for 2 in all sorts of trouble here. Compton going the first man for 2. Robinson now goes for 14. As I said, Kent now 38 for 2. And a good catch by Allison, but uppish, I suppose, to point.
Yeah, a little bit of extra bounce really, and he was forcing off the back foot. He's a short man. Robinson really couldn't get on top of it to keep it down, and it carried to the man at backward point, who took a smart catch because it went quite quickly and low. So Allison continuing his good day. Half century, now he's taking a good catch, but you know, we spoke earlier, really the batting side they're onto hiding for nothing really in these situations. More often than not, this sort of thing happens where there's a massive score, you've just got a limited time to bat, and you just get under pressure by losing early wickets.
Absolutely. Update coming now for BBC Radio Kent listeners. It was bad when Essex had 573 all out on the board, having batted for a day and 2 sessions. It's worse. Kent are 38 for 2. They've already lost 2 wickets. Ben Compton, who's been so prolific this summer, bowled his leg stump cartwheeling out of the ground. Jamie Porter taking that one. The Essex bowler now has 2. Ollie Robinson steering the ball to point. A low catch from Ben Allison, but it was a brilliant one for Essex as he took it low. 38 for 2 then Kent, in reply to Essex's 573. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. Say some Kent fans now listening from behind the sofa. I don't know if that works. Porter to Denley, 4 slips in for him and deflects it into the offside, and there is no run. So 6.5 overs gone. Kent 38 for 2. Denley has been in decent form since an injury interrupted season. Bell Drummond's batted well as well, but they need all of their experienced batsmen now to stand up and be counted, Roland, I suppose. As in charge is Porter, 2 for 26. 2 Denley. Back past the bowler, just defensively on that one. And there's no run. You're looking at Denley's form in the Championship. Got a big score against Warwickshire in their win there, 141 in the first innings. Got himself a 50 against Lancashire away as well, as they were beaten there at Old Trafford. In charge is Porter to Denley. It's really busy as he runs in. As Porter straight back at the bowler from a full-length delivery, and there is no run. Bell Drummond has himself, I believe, 4 centuries this season. The last of those, one in each innings against Surrey away from home. He also got himself 50 against Lancashire, but they did lose that game, of course. 2 experienced batters need to stick around for Kent. Porter to Denley. Ooh, hits him amidships there. And that sent back his Daniel Bell Drummond at the far end. End of the over, 38 for 2. Talking to Matt Walker last night, he thought perhaps on this pitch 300-320 was a more par score. They've let Essex, I say let Essex get 573. Cushy batted really well, a number of them did, Roland Butcher, but Kent 38 for 2 up against it now.
Yeah, I think the key thing really for Essex was that they got partnerships together. You know, the opening partnership set the platform, then the others came in, Wesley, Critchley, and then Cushy came in, and of course Allison, then ensured that it was quite a miserable time in the field, as Cook now will bowl to Bell Drummond. Bell Drummond is on 18, and Cook comes in now, ball to Bell Drummond and beats him outside the off stump on the front foot, and the ball just carrying low through to the keeper, but the line was a good one, just drew him into the shot. And I think perhaps Cook can bowl a little bit straighter at Bell Drummond. I think I would, with this new ball, he looks to play around it a little bit, bowl straight, just bowl straight at the stumps, and with the natural action where the ball is going out. something will happen as Cook once more into Beldrummond, bowls, and that one's on target, keeps a little bit low. On this occasion, Beldrummond is very watchful, gets down low, keeps it out, goes out to extra cover, and there is no run. I think more deliveries in that area to him. As you said, he's a bit of an LBW candidate, so you know, you just keep him quiet, don't give him width either side of the field, just nice and straight. As Cook is into Beldrummond, in now on ball to Beldrummond. That's a good delivery, bang on the stumps. He comes forward, doesn't play it where he wanted to, comes off the inner portion of the bat, out to bid on, and there's no run.
Yeah, want these two to stick around, Kent, obviously. Needless to say, don't know why I said it really, 2 for 26 for Porter so far. Cook's been the more economical, but they've got the ball to beat the bat, which Kent didn't really manage to do very much at all today on the first day, particularly not, I suppose, in the first session.
Yeah, what they've done is bowl a little bit fuller as Cook into ball to Beldrummond, and that's a good delivery, and it's jagged back at him again on the stumps. And this is good bowling by Cook, not giving him any room at all, just keep it wicket to wicket. And one of those balls, just all it needs to do is keep a little bit low, and certainly you're in the game with an LBW. So pressure mounting here. 38 for 2. Win over number 8. And Cook yet to register a wicket, but he will love to do one as he's into Beldrummond now, in ball to Beldrummond, and he comes forward and guides it into the gully area. It's mopped up by the backward point coming around, and there is no run, just dragging him forward. And the length, it's a good length, just come a little bit straighter. And what didn't happen yesterday, Matt, was that the use of the new ball, particularly by Kent, they were just a little bit too short. I didn't bowl enough full deliveries. You know, take a chance on being driven. You may get hit for 4, but there's chances of something happening. As this delivery, he tries to work into the onside. Not a particularly good shot, that by Beldrummond. Never really got into a position to play it. He just went on the back foot and just tried to pull it. It's a pull help, really. It wasn't a full-blooded pull. But it landed in front of the mid-on fielder. The over comes to an end at the end of over number 8. 38 for 2, Kent in reply to 573.
I don't know if Don mentioned it, but that second wicket, no, he would have done actually, because it was Robinson. I was on the commentary. So that's Jamie Porter's 400th first-class wicket. He has 2 in the match, so a landmark for him. On BBC Radio Kent and BBC Essex, the Essex fans will be much the happier of the two with proceedings so far. It's Porter from the Nackington Road end again. 2 wickets already under his belt. Driven back at him by Denley. Porter stops it with a combination of I think left hand and chest there. Drops to the ground. Shane Snater tosses it to captain Tom Wesley, number 21. It's a chief ball shiner. As a goal flies in front of us here. And Aaron Butcher seems to have seen the showers off again. I don't think you believed in them yesterday, and you didn't believe them today either, when we said they might arrive at 3 o'clock, and lo and behold, they haven't. It's Porter to Denley, worked off his pads, but it's fielded smartly by Kushi at mid-wicket. You did say, didn't you? Because I said the ground staff, they think it's going to be around midday, lunchtime. You said, well, we'll see. That didn't happen. They were looking at 3 o'clock today, and so far, we're set fair, so I imagine some of the Kent players would like to have their feet up at this point, but it's working out well for the game of cricket. As Porter bowls to Denley, leaves that one, always leaving him as well. Perhaps just short of a length, and wicket-keeper Rossington takes it in front of second slip, a 4-man slip cordon. Alongside Rossington is Alistair Cook at 2. I think it's usually... Oh, Brown is at 4, actually. Beg your pardon. I'm going to work out what that is in a second. I'll get my scorecard out. It's going to be easier with the numbers. So Porter coming into Denley. And up on his toes is another no ball for Porter, so one to add to the over. So it's Alistair Cook certainly at 1. It's Matt Critchley at 2. It's Dan Lawrence at 3. That would make sense. Nick Brown at 4th slip. Then round 2 point. It's Ben Allison we saw taking the catch to dismiss Ollie Robinson. A mid-on, mid-off for as Cushy, as I said, is at mid-wicket, and there's a long leg. That's at Sam Cook standing there. 4 overs, number 12 for him. Porter, after a bit of a delay, comes in for this next delivery after bowling a no ball. To Denley, plays and misses outside the off stump and just comes back towards wicketkeeper Rossington, but keeps low. And that's a definite player miss by Denley, just outside off.
Yeah, lovely delivery, good line. Just drew him into the shot. And instead of running along the slope, it actually came up. Unfortunate, didn't get a touch, but another good delivery by Porter.
Again, 44-2 here. Deficit, a meagre 533. Here's Porter to Denley, gets back behind that one. Same sort of line from Porter. Perhaps a little bit short, I don't know, but played into the onside. And Cushy Fields. Ground pretty quiet here, as you'd imagine. Predominantly Kent supporters and their team on the end of a very difficult day and a half so far. As Porter turns now, the Nackington Road end. He's number 44. Comes in spiritedly towards Denley. Plays into the offside. End of the over. 40 for 2. Kent then 18 for Daniel Bell-Drum, and Denley has yet to score off 11 balls. The men to go. If you're just joining us, Compton bowled Porter for 2. Robinson caught Allison bowled Porter for 14 earlier in the day for us. Cushy ended up with 162. The young batter. In fact, am I undercooking that? Is it 164? I do apologise. I've taken it down wrong, I think. But certainly his maiden, he does 164. His maiden first-class century. Fantastic work from Feroz Cushy.
Yes, he did play really well and thoroughly deserved that 100. And a very important 100 it was, because the team needed it, and he got very good support from his lower order. As Cook will now continue, and Bill Drummond will take strike. As Cook comes in, approaches the umpire now, ball to Bill Drummond outside the off stump, allows that one to go through, dies off the pitch, perhaps a slightly slower delivery, just offering up the drive, but Bill Drummond on this occasion just allow it to go through to the wicketkeeper, and there's no run. He's on 18, and Denley yet to get off the mark. 40 for 2, we're in over number 10. Just to remind listeners, Essex made a very imposing 573 as Kent replies late in the day, as Cook will have to go and come again. He gets 3/4 of the way through his run-up. Bill Drummond pulls away, and I suspect someone was moving behind the commentary position as Cook now gets to his mark. He turns. Bill Drummond now settles into his stance as Cook starts his run into Bill Drummond. In the ball to Bill Drummond, and that's a good delivery. Bang on target once more. And it's met with a stout defensive shot back along the pitch. And there is no run. Yep, keep those deliveries there. Test him all the time. Don't give him anything to hit. And nice tense cricket taking place here. I think the benefit of having such a big score allows the fielding side really to be much more aggressive and attacking in their approach, as Cook to Bill Drummond, he edges and is out. Caught behind, that's the delivery. Just get it in front of him and something will happen. Bill Drummond goes forward, gets an edge, and a good diving catch by the wicketkeeper. So he goes, caught Rossington, bowled Cook for 18. Cook gets his first wicket. The third wicket goes down with a score on 40. And very good ball in there by Cook. Just kept it didn't give Beldrummond anything to play at. No shots offered up, nothing with and eventually it told where he got an outside edge and was well caught by the keeper diving away to his right, one-handed.
Yeah, certainly Daniel Beldrummond not looking entirely comfortable through that innings. Not allowed to settle by the Essex bowlers. And Rossington, I don't know if he saw that slightly late. He might have just been on the wrong foot, but it was ended up as a very good catch, didn't it? Looked like he dived late and got the glove underneath.
Well,
it.
I think the ball carried quite slowly. Actually, it was dying on the pitch. It didn't go through at a good height. So he ended up, and perhaps it was a bit of a late movement as well because it went away from the batsman, got an edge, and. Right, so is that Leaning coming in now? He's...
Yep, Jack leaning in next, yeah, at 5.
So everything going the way of Essex right now. Axe to bat, amassed a big score, and now, late in the day, the bowlers are doing the business. They picked up 3 wickets so far. And Kent really going to be up against it. There's a real battle to get through this evening, first of all, and then come back again tomorrow. And I think Essex in the dressing room would have had a chance to, over the last day and a half, to see how they should bowl on this pitch and how not to bowl, and they would have seen what Kent did certainly yesterday, where they were just not full enough. And Don Topley spoke about it quite often because he would have liked to bowl on this pitch. He would just keep it in front of the batsman. But tails are up as Cook comes in now to bowl to Leaning in, and this first delivery he's working on the onside. He's looking for a single, but he won't get it as the mid-on fielder comes around to his right. Straightish delivery, played slightly across it, but straight off the middle of the bat. So once again Cook going straight at the stumps, and I think that's the way to bowl on this pitch, really. Bowl straight. Don't give the batsman a chance to leave a lot of deliveries. I mean, batsmen, when they first come in, they like to have a good sighter, like to leave it alone. As Cook is into Leaning and bowls to Leaning, and he's solidly in behind this one. Comes off the middle of the bat, goes up to mid-on, can't score. So Cook now in his 5th over, and really these 2 openers have done a pretty good job so far. They've kept pressure on the Kent batsman, not giving them anything to hit for. They're having to work, and that's what you're asking your opening bowlers to do. Make sure the batsmen have to work for their runs. As Cook, with 1 ball in his 5th over, now to bowl to Leaning, bowls, and that one's a good delivery. He's going to get off the mark though as he pins it into the onside and picks up a run. He gets off the mark at the end of a successful over there for Cook. It's 41 for the loss of 3.
Yeah, Allison would be the obvious... Allison and Snaith would be the obvious change in the bowling when these two have exhausted themselves. But with Cook just having taken a wicket and Porter having taken 2 so far, I've seen Porter bowl long spells. Quite possible I'll just keep the pressure on now. Shane Snater goes up for a conversation with Jamie Porter, with Kent 41 for 3. 10 overs gone, so the run rate's healthy for Kent. The rate of loss of wickets most certainly isn't. In fact, Snater is coming on now. Well, there we go. I feel like I've talked that into existence. Aaron Butcher. But Snater comes on to replace Porter. Wesley, the captain's got the relative luxury here. He can think about rotating his bowlers, keeping them fresh as well, with Kent up against it. 41 for 3 in reply to Essex's formidable 573. Snater then to Leaning, who does just get forward, but bat always up, leaves that through to Adam Rossington. And yeah, everything so far has gone pretty much planned for Essex, and not only for Kushi's 164, but other notable contributions in that innings from Alistair Cook, 78 yesterday, a century opening stand with Nick Brown, who got 45, Wesley got himself a 50, Critchley 90, Ben Allison a career best 53, and even a career best for Sam Cook today with a 38. Enjoyed himself more or less a run a ball with 2 big sixes off and over from Grant Stewart. Snater then taking away a slip for leaning. He just gets forward and gently into the onside for Eskushi with the Essex cap on. Fields at mid-wicket. So 3 slips, point. Extra cover as Nick Brown's come out of the slip cordon to field there. On the drive for leaning. Mid-off, mid-on. Kushi is just forward of square, but mid-wicket effectively, and long leg. And Sam Cook there. Snater turning in. Bowls to leaning. Gets the bat down on that. Inside part of the bat. Deflects out towards Kushi, who fields square on the leg side. That's another dot ball for Snater as he opens up here. Just looking around the other country. Have been games delayed or interrupted by rain today. They're off at Taunton with Somerset 146 for 4 in reply to Gloucestershire's 343 all out. They're on at Old Trafford, Yorkshire 105 for 3 in reply to Lancashire's 276, left by leaning. Yeah, Yorkshire, his former county of course, through to wicketkeeper Rossington, and there's no run. Hampshire, a mighty score in the end, 404.9 declared. Northampton now batting at the Ageas Bowl, 33 for none. Into Division 2, Nottinghamshire 311 for 5 in their second innings, already leading Leicestershire by 419. They bowled out the visitors at Trent Bridge for 93 today. Oh, it's an inside edge past his stumps from leaning. Seems to be a bit of a late reaction. It was just back of a length from Snater there, deflected past his stumps, none too confidently by Jack Leaney.
Yeah, luck went with him there. That could have easily have gone onto his stumps, got him the bottom edge, trying to just push the ball into the offside. So a little bit of luck there for the batsman.
So Leaning composes himself again. 5 dot balls so far for Shane Snater. And bowls now. Leaning drives into the onside. Attractive shot, that one. Much more secure. They'll come back for 2. He goes on to 3. Denley still yet to score, as watching that over from the non-striker's end. And Kent 43 for 3. Minimum overs remaining today. 20 still for them to get through. Essex 573 in their first innings. I'm Matt Cole. Also having Roland Butcher, Don Topley in on commentary today as well. Day 2 of Kent against Essex here.
Yes, 43 for 3. Essex looking to make further inroads into this Kent first innings. The luxury of 573 on the board as Cook will bowl to Denley. He's in his 6th over now, and he comes in now and bowls to Denley, and Denley's working this one nicely off his pads, but he can't beat the fielder at mid-wicket, and there is no run. That ball very much on the stumps, and Denley just coming across and working through the onside, but there's a fielder at mid-wicket. So Cook has got supporting him. He's got 4 slips in place. He's got a backward point, got a straightish mid-off. Obviously there's a gap on either side of him, traditional mid-off and extra cover. Now the square leg has been brought into short mid-wicket catching as Cook's into Denley, bowls to Denley, and Denley's feeling for this one outside the off stump and plays a little bit early, gets it on the inner half of the bat, and that man who's been brought in at short mid-wicket, he comes forward a few yards to do the fielding. So it's 43 for 3. Denley yet to get off the mark. He's been there for a little while. Pressure mounting. They bowl pretty well at him. Just bowl it quite straight. Don't give him any room as well not to play. As Cook will bowl to Denley once more. In to Denley bowls, and Denley respects a good delivery as he comes forward. Plays it back along the pitch. Cook in the follow through does the fielding. No run.
Yeah. Kent struggling at the moment, but just trying to Let's play some shine off the ball at this point. 43 for 3. I suppose concentration is key for them here, is it? Just
Yeah, I mean, you're
playing
gonna,
up time as well.
they're going to need a little bit of luck as well, because once or twice you're going to get balls you're going to get beaten by. As this delivery squares them up somewhat. He's looking to play on the onside, but just has the presence of mind to straighten up, play the ball back along the pitch. Mid-off comes across, does the fielding.
It's a little shower at the moment. Some of the spectators just putting on jumpers and maybe umbrella, but it's very bright here, so I can't see the umpires bringing them off at the moment.
Yeah, there's the odd spot here on the window,
Yeah.
but nothing to worry about just yet, as Cook comes in and bowls, and he's met on the 4 defence. The ball goes up to mid-off, and there is no run. Is there 1 ball remaining? Yes. Most of the players thought it was the end of the over, but it wasn't. Cook knew it wasn't, so he's marching back to his mark. Denley yet to get off the mark. Really, he's been under great pressure. I think they bowl well at him. They've kept him in check, as Cook will come it down to Denley. Bowls to Denley and say Yorker, and he comes down hard on it, digs it out, comes back along the pitch, and there is no run. The over comes to an end, and at the end of the over it's 43 for 3.
Indeed so. Greetings to Steve on the emails. Istanbul Steve, he says. Expat Essex supporter, he says. Fantastic effort from our boys. Pretty the tough work for the Kent bowlers. Afraid the Essex bowlers might do well on this surface, he said. This was a while ago, Steve. I'm just catching up with this. You were absolutely right too. They are doing very well on this. And Ronan Butcher's just making way for Don Topley. To join me, Matt Cole, on the commentary. Bit of rain in the air right now. P.S. he says that the round of applause early was for Sam Cook's highest first-class score of 38. Thank you and Philip both telling me that one. High on the bat there for Leaning. Just plays it into the offside, but none too securely. What's the weather forecast for the next 2 days looking like, says Istanbul Steve. I hope you're not nervously saying that, but there is some rain at the moment. But as I said, it's very bright. It feels like fairly high clouds, so I don't think we're going to come off at the moment. The umpires haven't even consulted us yet. I think umpire Burns just looking at the trees at the Nackington Road end just being buffeted at the moment. But Snater comes in, he'll bowl to Leaning, 3 slips behind him, and Leaning just goes forward, deliberately plays it up to mid-on. There's going to be an update for BBC Radio Kent radio listeners shortly. Few news headlines, bit of travel on the Pat Marsh show. Then often try and squint to see the raindrops, but you're better off watching the crowd at this time, I think, because when the rain's coming down, to see how perturbed they are by it. Played onto his pads by Leaning, getting forward. There's no run as it runs out to the offside, and the supporters don't look like they're getting very wet, so I'm assuming that this is just almost a brief shower.
They're all the Essex supporters. They know what they're trying to kid the umpires. It's not raining.
You see that they're being absolutely drenched, are they? But they're not reacting.
Lights are not on at the moment.
No, that's true. It feels bright, doesn't it? But there has been some rain in the air, but no more than that, I don't think.
Correct.
Snater comes in to Leaning, playing a miss, was it? He's tucked the bat in next to the pad, so should we give the batter the benefit of the doubt? It was a good delivery, though, from Snater, no doubt about that, through to Adam Rossington, and no run. I'm just the bringer of bad news, really, to Kent listeners on BBC Radio Kent at the moment, but you just have to tell it like it is, I suppose. Updating Pat Marsh's show right now. Yeah, it's not getting any better, Pat. They've lost another wicket, Ken. They're 43 for 3 now. Daniel Bell-Drummond never really looked secure at the crease, particularly under the opening salvo from Jamie Porter and Sam Cook, the opening bowlers for Essex. Cook it was who cleaned him up, edging behind. Good low catch by wicketkeeper Adam Rossington. So Kent are miles behind. Well, 530 runs behind, in fact. Essex with a mighty total of 573 in their first innings. Feroz Kushi finishing off his first first-class century in his young career. 164 for him. Fantastic innings. Kent have already lost Compton and Robinson for 2 and 14 respectively. Jack Leaning has 3. Joe Denley has none. On their shoulders rests an awful lot of responsibility to trying to get Kent out of this one with a draw at the end of the 4th day. A long time to go, and that means a long time, unfortunately, at the moment for Essex to try and bowl Kent out twice. A maiden for Shane Snater there. Kent 43 for 3. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app.
Well,
It's great news for Essex, though. Obviously, for Kent supporters, it's not particularly rosy, but they've bowled really well so far, and they're getting something. Istanbul Steve was on the emails and saying he thought, and this was an hour and a half ago, he said he fancied Essex's bowlers on this, and they've done well, haven't they?
I did, and I mentioned that to you, but also Roland Butcher. If you saw a pitch map, Essex have made Kent play a lot more deliveries with the new ball, both pitched up and straighter than perhaps Kent did yesterday morning, and that's been quite crucial. And we're seeing a change. It's going to be Ben Allison from our pavilion end running away from us as he bowls his first delivery quite straight. This is a chap that you won't have seen much bowl before, because what's different about him, he's very tall. He bowls quite upright. In fact, he possibly goes over the perpendicular in terms of he bowls from sort of 11:30, not 12 o'clock. And it'll angle in, and you just have to be careful. And if as he grows with maturity and becomes a better bowler, he will use the crease better, I'm sure. You just have to be careful of his angle in from his bowling action. This time it's driven into the offside to Shane Snater fielding at extra cover. There is no run. 43 for 3. That's what I can tell you. He's tall, so he will extract the occasional bit of bounce. Runs in. He won't necessarily bowl what I call that close to the stumps because of his action, so he probably isn't as favourite to get an LBW compared to, say, someone like Snater or indeed Cook or Porter. Porter's very close to the stumps. This time Ben Allison bowls, plays into the offside by Joe Denley off the back foot, and it's well played. Good negotiation by Denley, good running by Leaning, and Kent get their 44th run of their innings. 3 slips, no gully, 3 slips. No bat pad. He would be somebody that I would possibly put a bat pad in for, someone like Allison angling the ball back in, because you can quite easily get an inside edge onto the pad and it lollops up in the air. But it's very much a redundant position these days in county first class cricket. Ben Allison away from us, he bowls nice and straight, respected by Leaning. There is no run. But that's the nature of the game. Kent will look back at that first morning session. Essex have done things right so far. They could get it wrong tomorrow. There is no harmer here. Critchley will bowl a fair amount of overs, I would suspect, from one end, and Cushy will be quite key to suggesting to the captain which end that Critchley should bowl. Allison in bowls, and this is played back to the bowler on his follow-through, no run.
A few goals circling now, but not the rain that we were maybe expecting, which is great news for Essex, and actually good, I was saying before, it's good news for cricket really, isn't it?
It is. I'm at a slightly different angle to you in the commentary box. I would tend to say over the hospital looks quite dark to me.
That's where the clouds coming from.
Yeah. It does, yeah. That's well bowled. That's an absolute jaffa. That is, I don't know if it's swung or seamed, but it's almost gone as a leg break. That really has deviated there. Great delivery, wicket taking delivery, but I'm afraid all he's got to show is a genuine play and miss.
That was yes, apologies for interrupting with laughter there, but that was what a gorgeous delivery that was. And yeah, Jack Leaning very glad he got nothing on that, but was completely deceived by it. Great start from Ben Allison, and Essex really are
when you see the
in charge of this game.
Wicket do that, and you look up at the scoreboard and you see Essex 573, you think, oof, dear oh dear.
Yeah.
Snater, it is from the Nackington Road end.
Yeah, he comes down the slope here and bowls to Joe Denley. 3 slips in behind him. Denley, that's a lovely little shot.
That
It's a
is.
nudge of his hip, but it's raced away for 4 runs. It's all timing from Joe Denley ahead of square.
I would have dreamt of playing a shot like that. That was just great timing. Probably a little bit higher than his thigh, probably midriff. And he's just caressed it and he's timed it and he's raced across all the wickets and the netting areas and wherever here, pre-season wickets here at Canterbury, gone down the slope and, well, it was beautiful, beautiful.
Snater, once again, it's just getting a little bit gloomier and the wind's getting up, but Snater bowling to Denley deflects that into the offside. There's a back up from leaning, but Denley sends him back. There are greater players than a player like Joe Denley in the history of cricket, but he is one of the most attractive players when he gets going, I think.
He is.
If you're looking for a real crowd pleaser, one that would put bums on seats, I think Joe Denley is one of those batters in English cricket working right now. It's just a pleasure to watch when he's going, and he times the ball so beautifully. Snater will be hoping to end that pretty quickly. Denley angles that behind point. It's a good shot in the end and controlled along the ground. He'll come back for 2 and goes on to 7 from 23 balls. Kent's 50 is up. I'm not sure how ironic this applause is, but they're applauding it anyway. 50 for 3, Kent, in reply to 573 here.
I'm going to remind you of a knock I think I saw Denley play. He opened the batting in a T20 at Chelmsford. Was it him and Bell Drummond?
It was, yeah, and they
almost batted 20 overs.
I think they did. Yeah, they batted more than 200.
That particular day, Denley played beautifully. Kent and Essex fans will remember that.
Yeah, throws the wicketkeeper and there's no run. I think at that time, if not now, it was a record opening stand. I think in professional T20 cricket. But yeah,
it was awesome. It was great to watch it. It was a great wicket, and obviously fairly short boundaries, certainly on one side at Canterbury, but they didn't just hit the boundaries, they hit it into the river, everywhere. It was carnage, but it was just great to watch proper batsmen strike the ball with proper cricket shots.
Yeah, they need something like that from Messrs Denley and Leaning, but Essex in control. Oh, it's a great delivery between bat and pad. In fact, it's a no ball in the end, but came back off back of a length towards Joe Denley and ended up almost like a matador trying to get the body out of the way of it. But Snater looks down, the floppy hair comes almost over his eyes. He's consulting with umpire Debenham at the far end. Where exactly, ump? He's asking. Ben Debenham is pointing to the very spot. So just trying to work out his feet. How much is the slope here? As a bowler that's bowled here many times, the slope not only down but from right to left as we look from the pavilion end, how much does that affect you as a bowler? How much do you have to adjust?
Yeah, that's a really good question. Here at Canterbury, probably you're not worried about the slope up and down the away to you, and if you come up or whatever, it's the slope that will muck up your lines here at Canterbury, with the slope going from leg stump to off stump or off stump to leg stump.
Snater to Denley, tries to punch that through the offside, but it's fielded in the covers, no run.
Snater will left armers prefer that top end because of the slope. It's like at Lord's. Left armers prefer the pavilion end. Right armers, if I was bowling against Middlesex as we did with Roland Butcher, I'd prefer to bowl the nursery end, which will just help me with my away swing. I might still nip it back, but I still hope the away swing might just help me with the lines. Whereas
Snater to Denley. Again, he's trying to hit that on the up through the offside. It reaches Brown, hasn't quite middled it. End of the over. Floodlights come on. Kent 52 for 3.
And some people, for instance, we just had a guest in the commentary box who came up and just chatted to us. He said, I actually never realised the slope so much until I got up here and looked upon the grand vista. Then I realised the slope. There's enough there to help the bowlers. And the reason I say that, so Snater's bowling, if he bowls a bit straight, it will end up going down, and that will affect, say, some LBWs. Whereas this, you don't want to bowl just outside off stump because it goes wider from the pavilion end. And the same is at Lord's with the nursery end and the pavilion end. But Chelmsford is a difficult slope because you have the Hayes Close end where you run away down the slope and then you come up the slope as you hit the crease, as Ben Allison is bowling and bowls quite straight. It's played into the leg side, no run. So at Chelmsford you have to be careful with running down the slope, whereas at Chelmsford I probably bowled a majority of my overs from the river end, which is you just go up a steady incline, and I don't mind that. We always felt at Chelmsford there's just a little bit more bounce running up the hill and bowling towards the Hayes Close end. John Lever, left armers, prefer the Hayes Close end. Neil Foster did, funny enough. Derek Pringle and myself preferred well, we didn't have much choice anyway, but with the prevailing wind at Chelmsford that comes over the executive boxes, you always felt if you were at the river end it would swing more. That would help your swing. As Ben Allison comes in, nice and straight, high and over the top. It's defended by Jack leaning on the front foot. There is no run. Have you played a lot of cricket in your career?
None
Matt?
at all. No, actually,
Really?
not at all, but very little. No.
Did you?
No,
where did you
I was
herald?
terrible. So.
Herald from?
Well, I grew up mostly in Tunbridge Wells. So
Did you?
yeah.
Well, very
I was
cracking ground
alumni
there.
of Bob Woolmer, the same school that Bob Woolmer went to.
In bowls, and that's a good delivery. Good over, searching over here. Not of great pace, but good enough, quick enough. But what he is doing, he's bowling at the stump, so he's pitching it up and bowling nice and straight is Ben Allison. Which school was that?
That's Skinner's school.
Skinner's, right, yeah.
Yeah.
And
So I think actually Phil Edmonds was there, I think, very briefly, maybe
Was
for
he?
2 terms, but yes,
Was he really?
yeah, the games masters there were convinced they taught him how to bowl. I think it's probably not true.
Allison in nice and straight again. We're seeing a repetitive action, repetitive cricket there, pressurised cricket. Kent are under pressure. There's a few more droplets on the window,
Yeah.
but Kent are under pressure here at 52 for 3. Allison and Snater bowling together here in tandem.
One day maybe more famous alumni since I left. That's quite possible in terms of, but I don't think cricketers. I think Bob Woolmer definitely the most famous to
Did you play any club cricket, any social cricket?
No, I was absolutely hopeless at the game. And
As Ben Allison bowls, and this is a little too straight, little too full, and it's been clipped through by leaning into the leg side. They take 1, 2, and they come back for a third. Good shot.
so yes, my inglorious career was ended at the end of school, struggling to get into the seconds, but yeah, I'm one of those happy spectators that just love the game. And Allison goes back to his mark. We'll come back for the last ball of this 16th over. Bit more rain in the air now. Umpire's not perturbed though at the moment, and still enough light, especially with the floodlights. As Allison bowls, it's defended by Denley. Up to mid-off, and there is no run. I can remember Fabian Cowdery quizzing me on this and saying,
Did he?
I'm sure you're being very modest. And I said, no, I'm really not being very modest. I was always hopeless at cricket, but loved the game.
Well,
55 for 3.
If I could suggest, you have the physique to be a fast bowler.
I got some bounce, that's for sure. It was always the accuracy
He's
that was
tall,
the problem.
he's lithe.
Well, maybe not live.
Slim.
There we go.
Which does help, and I'm sure you would have made the most of your tall action and extracted bounce.
I can only apologise to the cricket masters at Skinner School who did their very best with me. But leaning up to mid-off, and there is no run. But
your love for cricket, where did that come from?
I think it comes from. In a very old-fashioned sense, my mum used to make the teas at Southborough Cricket Club, which is just north of Tunbridge Wells. It's on the main road, on the A26. You can see it, picturesque ground, the church there. And so I spent a lot of my formative years, my Saturdays and Sundays, just around the cricket club, basically.
Did you hang around the cricket club after tea?
Yeah, the teas were definitely an attractor, but so we live quite close by. So yeah, and I think that's where I caught the bug effectively. So yeah,
And
but I've loved
club
those that love
cricket.
sport for
today, your mother was hugely influential, I'm sure, at Southborough Cricket Club. But today, club cricket doesn't necessarily have teas and lunches anymore.
No, I gather not. Snated to leaning outside the off stump. Many a club cricketer and village cricketer has bemoaned that as the reason, one of the reasons they go. A social thing, but also to share a meal with people as well.
You know, there were some clubs within the East Anglia region that used to compete because there were some stalwart ladies who would bake cakes and you'd have a cake off.
Oh, so best tea then will be a point of pride.
It would
certainly.
be. It's most definitely well put. It would be. Yeah,
But
very much so.
Very fortunately now, as times have changed, is Snater to leaning. Ooh, hits him high on the thigh pad there. It's a vicious delivery from Snater, came through quickly. Jack Leaning just goes away and sorts himself out, as it were. More rain now, a few umbrellas going up, but still it's bright enough to play. It's not dark and gloomy here. But yes. But sorry.
Point of note for me, I'm just watching Jack Leaning. It's the first time I've seen him from this particular angle for quite a while. His bat is aloft, almost baseball style.
Yeah. Gooch-esque, one might say, in the address. He drops on it into the offside.
I'm not going to say Gooch-esque. I'm going to look across at Roland Butcher. And I'm just talking about Jack Leaning's. It's so high. I'll tell you who. This is a cracking comparison, but Brian Lara used to have his bat very, very high at the point of delivery.
Snater
just watch
bowls
this.
to Leaning, leaves it outside the off stump. Double maiden for Snater, 55 for 3.
When Brolan's on next, perhaps yourself or myself.
He'll be on with you in 10 minutes
we'll
or so.
We'll chat about grip styles and backlifts, because one of his old colleagues, Mike Brearley, there was always a rumour about Brearley that used to hold the bat very differently in the early part of his innings to a little bit later when he would. Am I right in saying, and Roland? Well, I'm blowing up my own story here, but I always thought, and I was told, that Mike Brearley used to have a very front top hand early doors in his innings, and later used to turn it around the bat a little bit more. We'll ask him about that. But the bat lift for Jack Leaning was most interesting for me there, as this is clipped by Denley in the drizzle, as it's clipped to the hospital boundary square of the wicket. Good looking shot against the bowling of Ben Allison. Good shot, that. Nice shot, timed.
The other thing I would say, and a lot of people have talked about the return of cricket's terrestrial. I'm going to make it about me just for another minute. But you asked about where that love for cricket comes from. Another thing was there was a lot of cricket on terrestrial television.
Fantastic.
And so I can remember, Botham's innings at Headingley, for instance, and that innings was such an influence.
Allison bowls, nice correct forward defensive there by Denley, comes on the front foot. He's on 11 is Denley, Leaning on 6 and 59 for 3. A little bit of a partnership brewing here, so it's worth 19 at the moment as they're rescuing Kent. Well, they really were in a difficult state of affair at 40-3. The two opening bowlers are off at the moment. The support bowlers are on. Allison moves away from us. 4 slips waiting. This is driven back to the bowler on his follow through. No run.
So I'd like to think in some ways, well...
Who was your favourite cricketer as a young fella
represent, Ian Botham was a...
Okay.
Yeah. Ian Botham, David Gower, I suppose. Yeah.
Yes, go on.
I know neither of them are from Kent, so I'm a bit worried about that. But there were so many greats. I've got a signed copy of Colin Cowdrey's autobiography, which my dad got at a signing event one day. So he was a great hero too.
Allison in, clipped Farouz Kushi, the man who made a maiden century today, fields well at mid-wicket. There is no run, 59 for 3.
But Kent-wise, of course, Alan Norton, Derek Underwood. I mean, it was a golden era.
Shall we Luckhurst and Ness?
Yeah, well...
Alan Knott was away a lot, so there was true. David Nichols used to step in when Alan Knott was away.
Someone mentioned him on the emails earlier on.
Did they?
Yeah.
David Nichols, as Ben Allison bowls, and this is driven into the leg side. They look for a quick single and rightly turn it down as Wesley is like a caged tiger at mid-on. there is no run.
But at that time, growing up at that time, because there was so much, I know we've talked a lot about that in recent time, about cricket coming back on terrestrial TV, as I say, but it was a massive thing in my childhood, and for many of us, that you switched on the telly, and there weren't that many channels, absolutely, and you could watch them. Richie Benno, the fantastic commentaries.
Peter West with his pipe. Do you remember that? Ben Allison bowls outside off stump, swings away, goes wide and wider, and that concludes the end of that over. 59 for 3. Peter West, John Arlott, clearly. Peter Walker down from Glamorgan. He was a lovely commentator. Going back, John Planley. Tony Lewis.
Tony Lewis, that's what I was trying to think of. Indeed, so yeah.
Yes. The captain, was it? I'm looking at Butch for a bit of help here. He must have captained Glamorgan's championship winning side, was it 69? He's humming, he's thinking about it. Tony Lewis? I think it was. As Snater.
Yeah, Snater now to leaning with that high backlift to start, and on the up, plays that through the offside. Short of a length, he'll come back for a second. He moves on to 8. Kent aren't out of the woods, but these two steadying things a little bit. 11 for Denley, 8 for leaning. Still, as a bit of rain comes down, as Don Topley said, it's drizzling at the moment. But,
I can see it filling in, because I can see round the corner. The lights are on now. The lights are on.
Yeah, I've been for a bit now. Actually, more or less as the rain started, they came on, and Snater to leaning, defended in the offside. Yep.
I'd love to talk. I won't be here in the morning, but I'd love to talk to Jack Leaning about. He will have videoed it. He would have discussed it with all his mentors, and it would have been interesting. It really is very high, almost perpendicular, but almost like a baseball position. But it doesn't start there, it goes up now.
Snater to leaning. Again, he's looking to use his feet there, make himself a little bit of room to punch it into the offside, but stopped by Nick Brown, I think that is. It's come out of the slip cordon. It's been out there for a while, actually. He was at 4th slip, now in the covers. When
I look at Jack Leaning and I try and remember and think back to Roland Butcher's grip stance and backlift, Roland had quite a pronounced, that was the word I was looking for yesterday, up and down. He had quite a pronounced, but certainly never would go as high as somebody like Jack Leaning's.
As he raises it now, Snater bowls to him, and he comes down on the ball and defends it. Slowly rolling into the onside for Oskushi. He of the maiden first class century fields it.
The only one who I think I can remember who used to have such a high backlift was someone like Brian Lara. And I'm just thinking of somebody else out of the box, a left-hander that you would remember, David Smith of Surrey and Worcester. He was a very tall, very strong, very big man who had a high backlift.
Snater to leaning through to wicket-keeper Rossington. I was reading about him the other day, I think. Series... England and the West Indies, when Graham Gooch got injured.
Correct.
There we are. That's an Essex connection. Thank goodness it's come out of my memory somehow.
Absolutely.
Thanks for jogging
right.
it. Yeah. And he played. He played a couple of tests at the end, or a test and a one-dayer.
He was a fearsome man, very strong, very big, and he played fast bowling quite well.
As Snater bowls to leaning, he needed to be able to do in whenever it was 89, 90.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Deflected backwards of square for a single by leaning. He'll take the strike. He has 9, 11 for Denley, 62 for 3. Because even then, Patrick Patterson, I think, was in that attack.
Yeah.
I was talking to somebody about this the other day, because it was the series where one of the series Ezra Mosley played, and he didn't play very many.
No longer with us.
But Malcolm Marshall was coming, I think, towards the end of his career. Curtly Ambrose, Bishop. They still weren't bad. That
it's just worth talking to Butch, because is he still here? Yeah, he is.
Oh, absolutely. He's coming on.
Is he?
5 past 5 to relieve me. Yeah.
Look,
Or to relieve the listeners.
I was right down the bottom of the batting order as Allison comes in and plays and encourages the batsman that is Jack Leaning to come forward. There is no run. I used to be night watchman, and look, I used to enjoy my batting really, because bowling was my job. But I mean, he probably for me, Patrick Patterson was probably the fastest I faced, except for one particular game at the Oval where Sylvester Clarke, bowling in tackies, trainers, bowled the speed of light. Someone upset him. This time outside off stump, goes through to the keeper, and there is no run. But Patrick Patterson at Old Trafford, one particular match, he questioned whether I should be out there, and I would agree. I didn't see it.
What, verbally questioned you?
No, he
Literally
didn't say
questioned you?
much.
Right.
You just saw, all you saw at Patrick Patterson was his spikes facing you. And I remember nicking it once through to the wicketkeeper. I think his name was Maynard. And I nicked it, and it took an eternity to get to the keeper. I thought, I've nicked it, and I'm safe. But then there was a hey, because he was so far back. I'd never been so far for me holidays. Honestly, I could hardly hear the appeal. He was that far back. It was a quick wicket at Old Trafford. Patrick Patterson blew us away both innings. Ben Allison in. This is cut. A bit of width, and it's going to be cut to the boundary, to the retirement flats. Good looking shot, and all that Nick Brown can do is dive, pick himself up and run after and trot to retrieve the ball. Good shot, short ball wide, 66 for 3.
Yeah, nice shot from Jack Leaning, taking advantage of a bit of width. There's not been very much from these Essex bowlers. They've bowled so well, haven't they? Obviously tails up after slamming Kent for 573 runs in the first innings, but they've exploited this pitch just as Kent didn't, I suppose we'd say. And you were critical of them, weren't you, particularly in that first session yesterday.
Bowlers' intuition. You've sensed how they didn't get it quite right yesterday morning. That's another good delivery. Zeros in on top of off and making the batsman come forward. That's the order of the day. Top of off, Chris Silverwood often used to suggest it never moves. Never moves. So your target never moves. Top of off, please. Top of off, please. And that's what Essex are quite good at doing. I'm sure we're going to see another spell from Porter and Cook again in due course. Ben Allison comes in, Leaning leaves alone, goes wide and wider, and Leaning happily leave that alone. Leaning 13 in 40 balls, Henley 11 in 34. Facing the balls doesn't really matter. It's a stat on the scoreboard. We're not really bothered, nor are the Kent players. They've just got to make sure their wickets are intact for the rest of the evening. Best part of 12 overs left, so I reckon both the seamers are going to have 5 overs each, so in a couple of overs we'll see Cook and Porter back into the attack, played on the front foot and played out with an open face bat into the offside. Brown does the fielding, no run, end of the over, 66 for 3.
This next over should take us through our update, and then Roland Butcher will come in to replace me on the commentary and join Don Topley, BBC Radio Kent and BBC Essex, online via the BBC Sport website and app. Might be one or two other county championship scores I can give you right now. That been on off during the day. Somerset are back on at Gloucestershire. They might regret being back on. They were 157 for 5 in reply to Gloucestershire's 343, but they do bat a long way down, Somerset, don't they, I think. So Yorkshire 120 for 4 in reply to Lancashire's 276 all out. You were right about the bowlers coming back, the openers. It's Cook to bowl to Denley, and he plays it into the offside. This first ball is on the off stump, and there is no run. Northants 61 for none in reply to 400 for 9.
Gosh, 400?
Hampshire did really well to recover.
Who got those?
It's a good question. I would think it came down the order, because they didn't start terribly well
stumbled.
yesterday, did they?
They
Hampshire?
stumbled.
Yeah. 94 from Aniron Donald, who came in at 7, I think. Yeah. Good stroke player, isn't he? And Cook to Denley. Inside part of the bat deflected to Coochie and mid-wicket, and there is no run. So 94 for an Aaron Donald. Kyle Abbott got 57 or 45 balls batting at 10. They've got some quality in that side, haven't they? Northants 65 for none now in reply. In fact, many of these games actually are now on, having said there was rain about. There has been earlier. Certainly, Nottinghamshire racking up the pain for Leicestershire, having bowled them out for 93. Nottinghamshire 370 for 6 now in their second innings. Oh, that's definitely inside part of the bat. Out towards that square leg. Stopped by Coochie. A shout from Cook as he played that late. Bit of bat and pad, perhaps. But yeah, Nottinghamshire leading by 479 runs now at Trent Bridge. 371 for 6 in their second innings. Glamorgan 76 for 1 in reply to Derbyshire's to Worcestershire's 454 for 9 at Cardiff. There's Cook to Denley. Again, it's turned to mid-wicket. He's trying to take it from outside off through mid-wicket. As Coochie's the only one patrolling forward of square, but every ball has ended up with him. Durham 176 for 4 in reply to Derbyshire's 306 at the county ground in Derby. And update coming for BBC Radio Kent shortly after the traffic news for everyone in the ground and for those in the commentary box. We're hoping the traffic's okay. As the next one is defended by Denley, fielded on his follow through by Cook, who reaches down with the right hand to stop the ball. I think the rain has stopped for the moment. It's a bit cloudy, but the floodlights are on, so everything is fine. Looks like we are going to play on, and we have 10 overs remaining to get through today. 10.1. As Cook bowls to Denley. Defends, so it hits the stumps at the far end. They might have got themselves a single, but the stumps have fielded it effectively. Update for BBC Radio Kent after that maiden over. And they're steadying things at the moment. It's Jack leaning on 13 and Joe Denley on 11 for Kent. They're 66 for 3. They're still 507 runs behind Essex's first innings. They racked up 573 all out just before tea. The last man to go for Rose Coochie, 164, his maiden first-class century in just his 8th first-class match. He was aided and abetted today by Ben Allison with a career best 53 and Sam Cook with a career best 38 as Essex piled on the pain, batting first in this match. 66 for 3 then Kent as Ben Allison comes in. Compton went for 2, Robinson for 14. Oh, that's chopped past his stumps by Jack Leaning. That was so close to being the 4th wicket. It goes away for 4. Very lucky indeed. They've also lost back Daniel Bell-Drummond, but Jack Leaning by the skin of his teeth is still there. Kent 70 for 3 in their first innings. The showers have stopped, so we're batting on to a close tonight, and Kent need to hang on in their first innings. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. And, well, I should make way and let Don Topley take you through the rest of this over. He'll be joined by Roland Butcher.
Thank you, Matt. Matt Cole, BBC Radio Kent, BBC Essex, Roland Butcher and Don Topley bringing you live ball-by-ball action. Day 2 of the County Championship. This is bowled by Allison into a nice area, which is perfectly well played indeed by Jack Leaning. There is no run. All very quiet at the moment. 70 for 3. The lights are on. Quite high cloud here at Canterbury. We've had a few bits of rain, but not enough for it to go off. But it has filled in now. There is zero blue sky. It's a bit grey. As Ben Allison bowls, there's an inside edge onto the pad, into the offside. There is no run. Well bowled, Mr. Allison, and welcome back to Roland Butcher, who we were chatting with earlier, and I'm sure he's going to come and give us a couple of answers. And I always talked about the feared Patrick Patterson. Hello, Butch. Patrick Patterson, was he quite lively?
I think, in a word, yes. He was frighteningly quick. He was
Allison in bowls outside off stump, and there's a genuine gorgeous delivery, beats the batsman all end up. He's committed in playing to it, goes through to the keeper, but alas there was no edge on it.
Looked as if it taken the edge the way the ball kept going towards the slip.
Did
The keeper did well, but
Patrick Patterson
Lennon didn't follow that. Lennon didn't follow the ball, because normally when they nick it, they tend to look back.
don't they? Yes, right.
But Patrick Patterson was extremely fast. I would say he's perhaps the quickest of the West Indian bowlers, and there were a lot of them.
Allison in bowls outside off stump, well defended by Leaning. There is no run. He played for Lancashire. You faced him quite a bit.
Yes, I did.
And Manchester could have a quick deck.
Yeah, I mean, the other place I faced him, which was pretty quick at the time, Uxbridge was
Oh yeah, of course.
pacey, and he bowled some
Lively.
serious pace there.
So would you say, we'll come on to this as Allison bowls, runs away from us, outside off stump, well left, not interested, through to the keeper, end of the over, and the score remains 70-3. Was he the quickest you faced, or would you like to introduce anyone else?
I think the only other one you could really bring there would be, I would say, Sylvester Clarke.
Yeah.
Sylvester Clarke was perhaps more dangerous.
Why? Because he angled at you?
Well, one, he just ambled in for a start. He didn't run from very far. And it was all in the last couple of yards, and then get a big, strong upper body, quick arm, and his arms was all over the place. But he had the ability to get the ball to bunks from just short of a length.
And he didn't like Middlesex, did he?
And this delivery is a bouncer, and he ducks under it. On this occasion, that ball banged into the turf there by Cook, who started to bowl from this end before. Now he's obviously switched to the far end, and that one was banged into the turf. Good aggressive bowling, good to see. I'd love to see fast bowlers making the batsman bob and weave, and it's a very important part of the game, Toppers. It brings the spectators alive as well. As Cook comes in now and bowls, and he's beaten outside the off stump. That's a beauty. Absolute top delivery outside the off stump, and he gropes at it. And fortunately for him, he doesn't get an edge. And that one went through outside the off stump. A lovely delivery there by Cook, just drawing the batsman into it. And fortunately there for Denley, he didn't get an outside edge.
Great bowling. Sam Cook changing from ends. He's initially started from the pavilion, now down at the Nackington Road end.
He's in once more, ball to Denley, and then he's beaten again. Lovely delivery. The ball, this one a touch wider, kept going, bounced.
Yeah,
And he's just got himself into a good rhythm at the moment. The ball seems to be coming out of his hand nicely. And Denley just being drawn into that one. And he's got to be careful, Denley, now, because he might look to leave one that's actually going the other way.
Mm-hmm.
But those 3 slips are in place. They've had not a lot to do so far, but they've been kept guessing as Cook on his way to Denley, and now ball to Denley, and he gets a Yorker, and he comes down hard on it, digs it out, goes up to mid-off, and there is no run. Score stays on 70-3. Denley's been fighting for a long time. He's only got 11, and he's been in for quite a while. It hasn't been easy, and Essex have been probing all through this innings with the ball. They've been aggressive, and it makes, when you've got such a score on the board, you suddenly find some extra energy. The bowler has. Cook comes in once more to Denley, in ball to Denley, and he's got him. That's a lovely delivery outside the off stump. Fends at it, Denley gets an outside edge, and the keeper takes a tumbling catch in front of slip. Denley goes for 11, and after 45 balls, really it hasn't been. There 2 4s in that 11. Bit of a torturous innings, but he was out to some very fine bowling by Cook. He kept bowling away, Yorker, and then another one away, a little bit wider, and on this occasion Denley got a thin outside edge, but the keeper took it nicely. So Cook has picked up another wicket, and Kent have lost their 4th wicket, and obviously in real trouble. They've already got batsmen injured, and now they've lost 4 of their top order to some good bowling, some good aggressive bowling by the Essex fast bowlers.
Absolutely wonderful bit of bowling, as Roland Butcher has described. Well done to Sam Cook. He was in the commentary box the other day. Look, he's a decent, smart bowler, but Roland, what I would say to you as well, he's actually quite an intelligent chap, an intelligent bowler. There you go. Eh?
What are you suggesting, Don?
No, it's absolutely true.
I will leave that to you.
Yeah, absolutely true. And
well, I mean, some would say you'd have to be mad to be wanting to be a fast bowler, because you have to keep running in. I mean, who would have liked to be the fast bowler for a day and a half in the Kent side? I could just see you coming off the field today, Don, after a day and a half. And then being told, don't put pads on your night watchman.
Yeah, that's right. But the difference is, Roland, in our day, there were often 2 spinners to give the bowlers a bit of respite, a bit of R&R. You know, Edmonds, Embry, I talked about
Ackfield,
East and Ackfields,
yeah.
Childs and such.
Cox will face now as this first delivery is slow to prove for RBW. And boy, was he lucky. Maybe the ball didn't come back enough, but he offered no shot.
He didn't, did he?
He struck on the pad.
You could have equally understood why that might have been given out.
Absolutely, just expecting the ball to go away from him, and I'm sure he would have been watching Denley's dismissal, and he would have thought that would have gone away from him. It didn't. It held its line, and a maiden over and a wicket maiden over there for Cook. 70 for the loss of 4 at the end of that over. We've had 23 overs bowled, and at the moment it looks as if Essex very, very firmly in control of this game, having amassed a first innings total of 573, now has reduced Kent to 70 for 4, and conditions at the moment I would say are very favourable for the bowlers, Don Topley.
It is.
It's not the best of light. Pitch has been doing a bit. It's got quickened up since yesterday, so a lot of pressure on the batsman.
And Jamie Porter returns to this time to the pavilion end, having started at the Nackington Road end. So it's Cook and indeed Porter. Porter comes in, Porter bowls. This is played very sensibly, smartly by leaning up to Wesley at mid-on, the captain, and there is no run. Yeah, we've saw Porter get 2 wickets from the Nackington Road. Cook got 1 from the pavilion end. Cook swaps in, he gets a wicket. Essex's 4 wickets have all been claimed by Porter and Cook. And to be fair to Shane Snater and Ben Allison, they bowled tidily. They weren't as perhaps potent at these 2 opening bowlers as Porter comes in, 4 slips waiting outside, wide and wider, no run. You can see what Essex are doing here. They're trying to strangle Kent with every element of run offered. They haven't bowled much width. I can remember 1 cut ball with a couple of 4s going down to fine leg. A good clip from a couple of clips off Denley, where he got 2 boundaries off his hips and his chest perhaps. They were cracking shots, but generally speaking there aren't many scoring opportunities. Porter on his way in, right arm over, and this is played off the back foot into the offside, no run.
But what they've done well is kept the ball up to the bat. They kept it in front of the batsman all the time, and you give yourself a chance. As I said, there's always risk in over pitching, but I think in these conditions, if you keep the ball in that area, particularly with a total like that on the board, at some stage the batsman's going to get a nick. So they've done that well. They've kept it in front of the batsman. They've worked out various batsmen quite well. The ball fairly straight at some, and a little bit more with the others.
Porter bowls is played off the back foot into the offside, no run.
And they've made it hard really for the batsmen to get into any rhythm. It's been tough going for the batters. Nobody's really looked in control of the situation. People have survived for a while. I mean, Denley didn't look too badly, but he faced 45 balls or whatever for his 11, so you could see that he was under, a little bit of pressure. So you got to give credit to the bowlers.
4 slips waiting. They're all down. Porter bowls, nice and straight, which time leaning plays into the leg side. There is no run.
And as a batter, Don, we don't like to give the bowlers too much credit, but when people bowl well, you've got to acknowledge that. And I think Essex have been a little bit more hungrier in their bowling. You can see that there were long spells in the innings that you could see Kent were just waiting for something to happen. They didn't really expect something to happen with the ball.
Porter away from us, past the umpire, bowls. This is slightly into out with an open blade from leaning, plays into the square on the offside. He takes one, he comes back for the second. That concludes Porter's over. It was a decent shot, but I thought there was a little bit of risk with it. But Cox is about to face on naught, leaning 19, score 72 for 4.
Yeah, it was a pitched at delivery again, which drew the full shot out of the batsman. It was up there, and he went for the drive. Obviously he's been in a little while now, so he got it out to half of the bat and was able to pick 2 runs up. So
Roland, when your career, and I mean this is quite important, I thought Coochie experienced this today. He played really well last night, played some great shots. Essex were pleased with him, but this morning he was devoid of the strike. It all went quiet, and also Kent bowled quite nicely.
And that first delivery from Cook, batsman gets on top of a shortish delivery, defends it on the offside, and there is no run. So Cox yet to get off the mark, and he is facing Cook, who has picked up a couple of wickets, both one from either end. And Coochie, there was a period there where he probably went 5 overs without facing the ball.
That's right, that happens, doesn't it?
It does happen in
Or
games.
the bowler is allowed to bowl well, so you have to shut up shop and just see it off.
Bowls, and this one's on target, but it's defended up to mid-on, and there is no run. There are 3 slips. Looks like there's a leg gully as well.
Yes.
So obviously the occasional short ball will come along, and hope that the batsman moves inside the line and try to tickle it down to fine leg. So there's a leg slip in place and 3 slips. Could also be the double bluff. The full length Yorker might just do the trick. As Cook comes in now to bowl to Cox, and Cox comes forward across the stumps and plays it to mid wicket. Can't score. Quickly in the fielder there from mid wicket. That looks like Coochie there. And he's been in action today most of the time with a bat.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he will have a very good night's sleep tonight. And he will lay in his bed and just remember everything about that innings, particularly when he got to the innings, when he got to the 100 and then the 150. As Cook is into Cox, in bowls to Cox, and Cox running this one on the offside. He's gone for a quick single, he will get it. And he gets off the mark, pushes the ball gently into the offside, just ran very quickly, and the response there from his partner leaning. So score now goes on to 73 for a loss of 4, and the lights are beaming here, Don, but it still looks a little bit gloomy outside, but perhaps not enough for the umpires to intervene. Lennon gets down, he is on 19 and he will face Cook. In comes Cook, bowls, and he's striking him on the pad. It goes out to square leg. He's going to get a leg by though, as the umpire will signal now. Yes, so 1 more to the total. That goes to 74 for 4, brings Cox back on strike.
Yeah, like I was saying with Farouz Coochie, there were times you have to be quiet, times you have to slip in and just accept the bowler bowls well at you. That's part of a batting education. Are you still going to be there when he's finished his spell? Maybe cash in on some of the lesser bowlers perhaps.
Cook to Cox, and he comes forward late on that one. It runs off the face of the bat to gully. The over comes to an end, and Cook has now completed another over, and batsman calling for something. He can't be calling for gloves already, can he? Maybe he's getting a drink.
Yeah, a drink, I'm sure. Well, Cook's figures: 9 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 14. Porter, 6 overs, no maidens, 2 for 30. They're the ones who have done the damage. The 4 Kent wickets have been claimed by Cook and Porter. Porter to be again, bowling from the pavilion end. The umpires have got together. You're not missing anything in the action here. It has got a little bit more gloomy here at Canterbury, but the umpires Michael Burns and Ben Debenham are together. Has it deteriorated enough? I think they might be offering the light.
Yep, and they have taken it, no doubt. So yes, it was. Yeah, it does look a little bit gloomy out there, and I'm sure the batsmen will be relieved to get off the field on.
I'm sure they will. That could be it for the night. It could be. There are 6 overs technically left, but just a quick recap. Essex, well, Essex had to start this morning on 327 for 4, and they lost. The first man was Critchley for 90. Rossington and Snater weren't around for too long, but then it was Ben Allison who made a very patient, a very responsible 53. Cook finished with 38 important runs in the tail. Porter was left not out, but the man of the moment has got to be Feroz Kushi, who indeed was 46 not out overnight, and he went on to make his maiden first century, 164, and was the last man out in Essex's first innings of 573 all out. And in reply, well, Kent lost Compton very quickly too, bowled by Porter 5 for 1. He made 2. Robinson was next out, caught Allenson, bowled Porter for 14, 38 for 2. Bell Drummond was caught Rossington. Rossington's taken 2 good catches today. He was bowled by Cook for 18, 40 for 3, and then Rossington took Denley. He was the last Kent man to fall. Caught Rossington, bowled Cook for 11, 70 for 4. Leaning is still there on 19, and Cox has won. Been very much Essex's day, Roland Butcher.
Yeah, it's been 2 days for Essex, really. They've had some very good moments in this game. Asked about yesterday, nobody knew exactly how the pitch would play, but they got themselves into some good positions, first of all with Cook and Brown. Then the partnerships continue. As you said, they finished the day 327 for 4. Had to start all over again, and Critchley and Kushi continued where they left off the day before until Critchley went for 90, but Kushi continued, batted songly, and eventually got to his 100, his first 100 in first class cricket. What a deserving 100 it was, and what a time to get it as well. And you cannot forget the contribution down the order also from Allison, who came in and batted very sensibly after the 2 players in front of him seemed to have made a mess of it. But he came in, showed that, you know, a bit of application and understanding of the situation would help, and he helped Kushi to get onto his 100, and then obviously he went beyond that to get a marvellous 150 plus. So excellent day for Essex, and to cap it all off, they then were able to pick up 4 wickets in this final session and put Kent really on the back foot, and really with 2 days to go they are in a lot of trouble. Really, they've got to come out tomorrow, first of all, try to save the follow on, and I'm sure if they don't do that, that Essex will ask them to bat again and try to force the victory, but you know, they're really behind the 8 ball right now.
They are indeed, and we technically have got 6 overs left. I don't, whilst they've put out a flat sheet towards the square, they haven't covered the square. The umpires are still out there waiting to see if it does get lighter. It does worry me that the ground staff are out there. They're taking notes, etc., as are the umpires. But we will probably just possibly have a little delay here, possibly not get back on. So listen, I think it must be mentioned that the 3 of us, the chief, the skipper, which is Matt Cole, BBC Radio Kent. He's been our boss for 2 days. He's been a very much a team man, and secondly, I think he's been an excellent skipper. We, as his able lieutenants, would like to thank him for hosting us, but most importantly, it's been great to have you in the commentary box, Roland. Great to see you. Loved having a cuddle with you on the stairs. I'm great to see you. Hope you remain well and enjoy the commentary that's left in the English country this late season. But on behalf of Matt Cole, Don Topley and Roland Butcher, we will wish you a very safe journey home tonight, and thank you for all the interactions with the various emails, tweets and messages. Thank you very much indeed. I do think that the umpires have now called for the end of the evening. The groundsmen are taking the stumps up, and indeed the umpires are walking off and instructing the ground staff to put the covers on the wicket, which means it's formally the end of the day. And so, but on behalf of Matt Cole, Don Topley and Roland Butcher, we wish you all a very good night.